We have a lot of hearings today. We're going to start off with Senate Bill 239. If you're going to introduce the bill, that'd be great. Senator Gaida?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Bob Gaida, Senate District 2, and prime sponsor of Senate Bill 239. This is a bill that grew out of the seemingly never-ending saga of Woodsville and Haverhill, which are in my district, and it's been going on for 3 years now. This bill's genesis was the fact that the precinct of Woodsville, despite ordinance requiring an audit annually, had literally never done a financial audit. Despite 10 years of written, telephonic, and electronic communications from DRA requesting an audit. The problem is the DRA had no teeth, right? And so what this bill does, because I'm certain that there are other political subdivisions out there that are not in compliance, right? What this bill does is to establish a requirement and then to put in a process for remediation of a delinquent political subdivision. Worked closely with DRA to establish this, and just to take you through the provisos, we worked very hard to give the political subdivision every opportunity, God bless you, every opportunity to remedy the problem. There are oversights, some very small precincts or very small towns or whatever might have overlooked. So DRA would be required to give notice to the community or to the political subdivision, all right? And in the absence of an audit, the community would have a period of time to respond, and there would be a penalty assessed, $250, up to $250 a day. Now, for some towns, that's a lot. For some cities, that may not be so much, but it's certainly going to raise eyebrows and ask questions. The purpose of this is to require municipal officials to comply with the audit requirement. It's been in law for years. Back in 2011-12, they stripped all the auditors out of a DRA, so they don't have the ability to go audit themselves. We still haven't restored those positions. But this puts into law the fact that if you're a political subdivision, you have the ability to tax, you have the ability to spend, you certainly have the obligation to report on a regular basis per the laws that every other political subdivision in the state is following. And so that's the purpose behind the bill. I'm happy to answer any details or questions from members of the committee.
Any questions? Yes. Go ahead, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So upon examining the statutes in this section that the bill pertains to, one of the things that I noted is that in section 1, number 1 of the bill, lines 5 and 6, the term political subdivision is referenced. However, in section 2 of the bill, it specifies city, town, school district, or village district, or precinct. So I guess my concern is do we need to define political subdivision? Because I didn't see a definition, and I know that in some bills, like for example, there's Senate Bill 259 of this year, where political subdivision was specifically defined as it pertained to that bill. So could you just clarify that for me to make sure that there's no oversights?
I would have no objection to an amendment specifying the specific little subdivisions up on, in section Roman 4, I think it was, as defined down below. So again, I think that's a technicality. There's certainly no intent to make any differentiation. Perhaps, I don't know if DRA has someone here. Apparently not, but I would have no objection to refining that definition and resolving the disparity that you point out.
Yes, Representative Mangiuri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. It might be piggybacking on the same question. Does political subdivisions include library trustees?
I don't think it does.
It does
I don't
not.
know that. I'm not certain, but I don't think it does.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Guthrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. I have part of a hang-up when the levying the fine, you say fine, it says fine of up to $250 per day. That could be anything up to $250, and it's written like it's discretionary. It could be $50 a day to one place and $100. Was there any reason why you weren't more specific and said it was $250 a day instead of up to?
That was, I think, the request of the commissioner and the DRA. It gives them latitude, a minor infraction or an oversight as opposed to a willful disregard of the law, just to give them some latitude to apply their judgment, because ultimately they are the ones who will make that adjudication.
I understand that. I'm just stating that I'm kind of concerned when it says up to, because, it could be all over the place, and there's no oversight there, so I just raised the question why it wasn't more specific. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. When you introduced this bill, you mentioned that, I believe, Woodsville was violating an ordinance by not performing an audit. Is that...
State statute.
It's state statute. So, in practice, this bill would just provide a fine, some kind of a consequence. There's no consequence now for violating statute?
No consequence, no way of enforcing one if there was one. This
Okay.
gives us that ability.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Additional questions for the senator? Yes, Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In all of the years of non-compliance by the town of Woodsville with this statute, has there been any communication from Woodsville to DRA as to why the audits are not being performed?
Subject to legislation that I introduced last year, it forced by law, a statute that we passed a bill that we passed to have an audit done, and the results of that audit, independent audit by one of the municipal auditing firms, be turned over to DRA. We had to pass a law to require the precinct of Woodsville to do what was otherwise prescribed in law, because there was no other way to get it done.
Yes, follow-up?
Thank you, Senator, but I don't think the question was answered. Has there been any communication from Woodsville to the DRA or to you or any other concerned parties as to why the audits have not been performed?
Yes, voluminous communications once we put the law through. And then Woodsville opened up. The results of the audit were not very complimentary. Let's start with that, just leave it at that. And so there are those that might assert there were intentions there, but there is still ongoing both litigation between Woodsville and Haverhill, and to answer your question, yes, but the communications was only once we passed the law and put teeth into it that required them to do this audit, which has turned up irregularities. So Woodsville basically ignored the DRA for 10 years. And I really wish someone from DRA was here to testify to this, but you can call the commissioner anytime, Commissioner Stepp, and she'll be certain to verify. Or James Gary, who handles municipal over there. His words, not mine, it was the worst example of municipal accounting he's seen in 30 years. There were years' worth of checks in back rooms and all kinds of stuff. So, again, the reason for an audit is to ensure that this political subdivision, is not playing fast and loose with the taxpayer authority, the tax authority that they have and the funds that they raise. So there was really not much, no communications up until the point that the law we passed last year, 2 years ago now, was put in place to force the audit. And then at that point, of course, they saw where this was going. And
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Senator. I have a question.
Representative Piemonte, would you mind if I sat down before you spoke?
Sure.
Thank you. I don't want to walk in front of you or the person testifying without permission. No, you will, Shama. Thank you so much.
Obviously, there are other towns and municipalities and political subdivisions that are in violation of this. I know of one instance of a school in particular, where sometimes 6 months, 8 months, you would never see any audit posted. Have you seen or heard of any other situations for a long length of time, other than the two that you mentioned?
there are, again, remember, we're talking about fire precincts, water districts, anyone that has the ability to tax, all right, or to raise revenue under the guise of a public service or as a public entity should be required to be accountable for the receipt and dispensing of those funds appropriately. And if they're not, there's really no remedy for a citizen other than to try to take a town to court, right? We do have standing now based on a law we passed, 4 or 5 years ago. But, you know, communities and precincts, you take an oath to support and defend the Constitution and the laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God. And there are precincts and water districts and other political subdivisions or whatever category you might want to say, they're out there. And I don't say that they're doing anything criminal. I'm not saying that they're willingly. They may not be aware, okay? But this also provides, gives a proviso that DRA will notify, right, all governing bodies of all municipalities, political subdivisions, and counties subject to this statute within 60 days of the effective date. So it also makes absolutely sure that every one of these entities that's out there knows, hey, you need to do this audit and there's a penalty coming, albeit we're pretty lenient in allowing you latitude. I mean, you can either do the audit or within 90 days present a contract that you've had it contracted to be done by a municipal auditing firm. So unfortunately, you have to do the stick and carrot, right? And so we do need a stick, and this would provide the stick for those communities or political subdivisions, entities that are recalcitrant in complying with the audit requirements of the law.
Thank you.
Senator, isn't it true that, with reference to a question we had earlier, isn't it true that libraries would come under the category of the municipal government, and therefore the audit would include them as well?
I would think it would include the library as a component of municipal government.
Right.
Whether or not it actually audits the library itself, that I'm not certain.
Right. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. To follow up on the earlier questions concerning defining the political subdivision, I want to make sure that trust funds are included in that, because trust funds seem separate from, at least in our community, from the town itself.
So may I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are you asking if the community has a trust fund or, private sector trust fund?
No, this is the town trust funds.
That would, I'm sure, be categorized as an asset to the town.
Yes.
And therefore, if it's listed on the MS form, then I'm quite certain that it would be subject to review, and if any irregularities were found. If you're not comfortable, I'm very comfortable with you adding a proviso that would say maybe specifically stipulate municipal trust funds to be audited, maybe separately, but I don't see them as a separate component, as long as they're incorporated within the town's governance.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my, in section 2, line 20, as well as line 30, the language in the bill lists municipality, political subdivision, or county. So, my interpretation of that is that this bill would pertain to the county level as well, as far as audits are concerned. Is that a correct interpretation?
That is.
Thank you.
Again, he's got taxing authority, they dispense lots of funds. Just make sure they're in compliance, with GAAP and the other accounting principles.
Representative Davis, did you have an additional question?
I'm sure this is in the bill somewhere and I'm just not seeing it, but is this an annual requirement?
I think it is an
Does it
annual
say
audit
that-
requirement.
Does it say that in the bill?
Correct.
It says that in the bill?
It does not, but it's already an existing statute. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other further questions? Seeing none, I think, thank you, Senator. Appreciate your attendance and your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Dolan, members of the committee.
So we're going to stand in recess until 10:30. Yes.
I think an HMA wanted to testify.
NHMA wanted to speak to this bill?
Yeah, I think I turned it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
When I ask if there's any additional speakers or whatever, just get my attention like this.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Dolan and members of the committee. It's nice to be back. I haven't seen you in a while. So NHMA is here to oppose the bill in part. We are not in opposition to performing an audit and following the statutory compliance recommendations and requirements in RSA 21J 19 and 20. It's also best practice, of course, to perform the municipal audit and do it in a timely manner to make sure there's no weakness and deficiency. However, we oppose any penalties being levied against municipalities, as in many cases, that could be a heavy lift for some of our communities, especially the smaller ones. We do understand that the DRA would give proper notice, a 90-day notice to levy such a fine. However, we do think that in most cases, our municipalities are willing to be compliant and follow the rules as long as they have ample warning and understanding of what the new law would entail. So we do want to explain that the annual financial audit should be part and is required to be part of the annual financial reporting process and is required to be placed in a town's annual report. The audit would contain other accounts such as libraries, trustees of trust funds, and other government activities in order to assess the true and accurate financial position of a community. So that should be required in an audit, and that would be performed especially by the outside auditing firms. They would, of course, be providing that information to a town. So libraries and trustees would be part of that process. So I did want to clarify that as that was asked. So the other reason why towns should be performing their audit and want to be performing an audit is because bonding requires an audit and audited financials going back a number of years, as do TAN and BAN notes in the situation where a town might require a tax anticipation note or a bond anticipation note. The bond bank would be requiring those statements. So it's always in the town's best interest to be performing their annual audit, and uploading it to DRA would just be one more step that we certainly have no opposition to in that process. So I can take any questions that you might have.
Any questions for NHMA? Yes, Representative McDonald.
What do you suggest we have to do to get that town to, I'm sorry. What do you suggest that we do to get that town to comply with doing the audit, other than fine them?
In that particular situation, it sounds like the DRA has been in contact with that town. I can't speak to why that's happening in that community. I do hope that it is one of the rare exceptions. Certainly, we know most of our towns, if not all, are performing regular audits. I know auditors, it talks about having a year, and there's a reason for that, is because we only have a certain amount of auditing firms, and audits are scheduled as timely as possible. So auditors, do have to go through each town and do their tests and go in and look at the books many times physically, certainly having a great number of detailed reports and documents provided to them, but I can't speak to what should be done for this particular community, and I'm not familiar intimately with that situation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Manchaputi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just a clarification, so you think the current statute that exists is pretty detailed or required, and this bill will make it more punitive for if any of the communities does not comply with what's existing. Am I correct in understanding?
You are correct, Representative.
So, are any other, sorry, follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Are there any other statutes or bills that have shown that going to the punitive aspect of it will either increase or decrease the compliance?
So I can speak to that anecdotally, that we have been assured for the New Hampshire retirement system or the DRA that these fines are very rarely, if ever, levied against municipalities. So that's really reassuring to know that they don't often have to take that action. So in my professional opinion, that would mean if they're very rarely, the ones that exist in statute now, levied, that it probably is not increasing compliance.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
your
much.
testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, as I was headed before, we're going to take a recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll take up the next bill.
Oh, sorry. Tony?
Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to turn my stuff in after each hearing, if that's okay.
Okay, let's check and see if, as it goes, okay?
Okay,
Make a determination towards the end, right?
okay.
Diane?
Good morning.
About you have to know about testifying. Your committee takes precedence over any bill. That's you, right?
Oh, I got it. Yes, I'm okay. Thank you. How are you doing? I'm well, thank you. Except I forgot my password to get into this thing. Oh, you just were. So now, no idea.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
This girl helps you write grants.
Oh, okay, good, thanks.
The good things to have to, it's free.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, thank you.
Do you have this down? It's legal and it's free. You don't have to call the town. And this little girl helps you write grants. So she'll come down and help
little respect.
I know I don't think so.
No, I deserve the least. I'm so. All right, let's try some.
My stomach isn't good, so be ready to take over. Okay.
Can I see those cards? Are those the ones that are testifying now? There's another one.
Not yet. Let's see, the next one is 245. Yeah,
245.
we don't have anyone, oh, we have one for 245 right there.
Okay, can I see?
Talk Senator Sherman. Please take your seats. This is the Municipal and County Government Committee, and our next hearing is going to be on Senate Bill 245. And we have Senator Sherman here, if you'd like to open the session for us. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Senator Tom Sherman, District 24, 11 towns on the seacoast. And I am introducing SB 245, which is establishing a committee to study agreements between developers and municipalities on municipal trash removal fees paid by condominium owners and renters. This was brought to my attention with a request to fix the problem. In a practice that was occurring in one of my towns, I've come to understand that it happens intermittently across the state. And what this bill would do would be to establish a committee to study agreements between developers of condominium units and municipalities regarding municipal trash removal fees. In many circumstances, unit owners have to pay for private trash pickup, while at the same time that service is included in their property taxes. So they're basically paying for a service that they're not getting. And the goal of the study committee would be to examine the agreements and determine why fees are paid for services not rendered and whether that's appropriate. I thought about putting in a bill that just didn't allow this to happen, but as we all have learned over time, things that seem pretty simple are actually very complicated. And that's why we came up with the study committee to answer my constituents' concern. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, Representative Gallagher.
So this seems relevant to one of my own bills. I had a bill to require public housing to provide for compost and recycling services to tenants who live in their public housing. And that got referred to interim study for one of the reasons were, well, how's it going to be funded, and what are the municipalities supposed to do with this once they pick it up? So would this study committee help to answer questions like that at all?
It certainly could. The committee, the duties in line 11 through 13 are that the committee shall examine issues regarding agreements with developers and municipalities. I would assume those developers could be developers of any kind of housing, the result of which that condominium owners and renters are paying municipal fees to cover trash removal services without receiving the benefit. This is the same kind of agreement that we see, and this bill would not cover that, with things like private roads, where the inducements are that the are a benefit to the developer, but not a benefit to the people who actually end up living there for the lifetime of that development. It might be a stretch for the committee to branch out to that, but I don't think it would be something that they couldn't take up.
Yes, for a follow-up?
Well, so yeah, follow-up, would you support an amendment to the bill to clear that up and make it a little bit of a stretch, say, replacing the word trash with waste, so that way it's broader and covers compost and recycling as well?
Absolutely, sure.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So my question has to do with wording of the bill, lines 2 and 3. It specifies condo owners and renters. I'm assuming that the intention is renters of the condos, not just renters in general, like renters of apartments.
Right, and I'd be open, if you wanted to make that more specific, I'd be open to wording change there. But as you know, the condos may be owned by person X, but person Y is renting from the condo owner. So the benefit of this would, or the committee would be looking at basically the people living in the complex.
Representative Treleaven, would you like to come back home? Representative Tripp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Since you had talked with people about this, it seems that you might have been given examples of how the municipalities are requiring additional fees to remove trash. Could you share one of those examples with us?
Yes, I believe the constituent who brought this is here to testify, but in one of my towns, Hampton actually provides, and it's not in my district, but Exeter also provides municipal trash pickup. And so all of the owners of certain condos in Hampton are currently paying municipal trash haulage fees as part of their property taxes, but they don't get the service.
Representative
Thank
Tripp?
you.
Representative Tripp? Oh, are you done with, no follow-up? Representative Gilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Since you cited Exeter, and I represent Exeter, I'm going to ask this question. I'm not sure if I'll be clear, but our program is a pay-as-you-throw program, so condominium owners and renters can pay as you throw, get a bag. They have to buy a bag just like everybody else, put it on the curbside just like everybody else, and they're not paying extra. They're paying what everyone else is paying to remove the trash.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I know Exeter has municipal trash, which was my point, but I don't know of any situations in Exeter that would be similar to what's happened in Hampton. So at the time the condo development was put in place in Hampton, there is an agreement between the developer and the town that the condo association has to provide its own trash pickup, but they're still being charged the municipal rate. So I didn't mean to malign Exeter. I love Exeter. I practiced there for many years. So, but I know they do have a municipal system. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, I just a follow-up
Representative
statement.
Mangiapudi?
A clarification, Mr. Chair. I'm one of the co-sponsors. Can I ask the question?
Yes,
or-
you can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. And clarification for me was that
Sure.
municipal solid waste removal and processing, that's a big, important issue in our state and across the country at this time, and especially following COVID, where the trash has increased.
Right.
Yeah. And so, can you just point out how this addresses a small piece of that to kind of, it's one piece of the puzzle that we are trying to solve?
Yeah, well, I guess the only way I can think that it really does address solid waste management is many of the municipalities have, in fact, Hampton has worked really hard on their solid waste disposal. And if all of the condo associations, which, by the way, I doubt that's the case, but all of the condo associations who have this agreement between their development and the municipalities are doing separate solid waste disposal outside of that system, there may not be the same level of sophistication in that solid waste disposal. That's the only way I could think that it might have some impact.
Thank you. Just to highlight the fact that we are trying to consolidate as a municipal waste, solid waste.
And many of my towns are really on that issue and doing a great job with it.
Representative Melvin?
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for taking my question. I'm kind of curious, you're only doing this for condo associations, correct? What about the businesses? And also, what about plowing in front of, on state roads that businesses, they're paying too. They're also paying for the rubbish, and this is not included in this, and why?
The reason why it's not, and thank you for the question, the reason why it's not there, as I mentioned, private roads have similar agreements between the municipality and the developer and all of us. I don't know if you all are handling them here, but I'm on transportation in the Senate. So we've had several private road bills come through. So these are agreements that are put in place. I would have absolutely no problem if the committee felt it was important to expand this, but the specific problem that was brought to me by the constituent was this one that's covered in this. And I thought, as I looked into it, I realized that there were a lot of people impacted, including businesses, condo owners, the renters, the municipalities. So finding the right answer is not something that, or I didn't have the right answer. And I've found that committees are a quick but thorough way to figure out what is the appropriate legislation. And I, at one point I sat on 21 of them, 21 committees, commissions, councils. So I know it's a burden, but I also don't want to put in legislation that's not thoroughly vetted before it comes to all of our attention. So this was a very specific issue raised by a constituent, and that's why I kept it as narrow as possible so that if the Senate has passed this, if you all see fit to pass it, it will be, I think, a very narrow focus for the committee and something that they can easily get done in a way that it may be that we discovered that it's not appropriate to pass any legislation. So I don't know the answer, and that's why I put in the committee.
Follow-up?
Well, the way this bill is right now, I got to be honest with you, I'd have to vote against it, just to let you know.
That is your prerogative, and I voted for it. You can vote against it. That's the way we work. But that leaves us with constituents who don't have an answer. And I still think this is better than filing bad legislation. I think this is the way in the legislature, in my experience, after 4 terms here, this is the way that we solve problems in the legislature and make sure that the legislation that's brought forward is appropriate for the problem. But it's up to this committee, and I'll respect the decision of the committee.
Okay, Representative Rung, then Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. The way the bill's written now, it's focusing on developers and municipalities, but would this also include existing homeowner associations?
It certainly can. It's a committee, not a commission, so
Mhm.
it's not meant to exclude any voice. The committee, in my experience, can call anybody they want, and it's a public forum, so anybody who has an interest in this can come and speak. And I pretty much guarantee you, my constituent who brought the issue to me will be there to testify in front of the committee if we move forward with it. Does that
Okay.
answer your question?
Yeah, yes, it does. It's, it just, when I see it's to look at legislation for agreements between developers and municipalities, oftentimes the developers are long gone, and an HOA may enact a policy for trash pickup. I know in my community of Merrimack, specifically, there's one condo community where they pay property tax, but they also have to pay for pickup, private pickup, but they always have the option of going to the transfer station to maybe dispose of large items or large metal recycling, things like that. So it's not like they're not prohibited from using the transfer station, but they do have to pay that fee for pickup. So that may be a component where, you know, we don't have curbside pickup in Merrimack. So if we did, that would then be, I see. So I think the committee is a good idea. I just think there may be a lot of options in a lot of different situations than just that curbside pickup that's provided by the municipality.
And thank you. You are beautifully pointing out how complicated
Yes.
something fairly simple can become, and that's why I didn't feel just filing legislation to impact this without having a committee to study the issue would be appropriate. And I also think that, as several people have stated, including Representative Melvin, what would come out of this committee could be used as a model for other similar agreements between municipalities and vendors or contractors, so that the playing field is level, as opposed to right now I'm not sure about Merrimack, but certainly in some of my towns and in Hampton, people are paying for something they're not getting. And it's simply because there was an agreement at the time of the construction. So from then on, everybody is paying for something they're not getting. And rather than passing judgment myself, I thought it would be appropriate for the legislature to look at the issue. And there are many other examples where this happens in municipalities, and this could potentially be a template for other issues.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next, we're going to go to Representative Stavis, then Representative Tripp, then Representative Trello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I want to ask you specifically about homeowners associations, of which there is no state law in New Hampshire. So how can you possibly look at homeowners associations within the penumbra of state law if there is no state law governing HOAs? That's one question. And another question specifically goes to the issue of trash collection, of why this particular issue. There are lots of things that condominium owners and renters and HOA owners and renters pay for that they quote-unquote do not receive, yet they are able to receive them if they so wish to receive them. So my specific question is, are the owners or renters of this specific condominium of which this idea came to fruition able to access public trash collection if they so wish?
No, is the answer. They are not, but they're paying for it.
Okay.
So they have to do exactly what Representative Rung described. They are paying for public municipal trash collection, but they have to pay separately to actually have their trash collected. My presumption is that they could go down to the transfer station and drop off their trash, but their neighbors who live in a single-family home, next door, don't have to do that, and everybody's paying for it. And just to answer your question about why, this was the issue that was raised by my constituent. So I was trying to address that issue. Homeowners associations, manufactured trailer parks, there's all sorts of groups out there, or manufactured home groups, and we've seen those bills come through as well. But this is specifically to answer the constituent's concern that was raised to me.
Thank you.
Representative Tripp?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Like many people here, I think we're all struggling to understand what the problem is. My question was going to be that you mentioned municipal trash pickup at no cost is provided by Hampton. Is that correct?
Not to the condo owners.
Follow up?
Follow up.
But it is provided within the town.
Yes, but it's not at no cost. There's an actual fee that's attached to your municipal bill that you get with property taxes.
Can I
One
have
more.
another follow-up?
Yep, go ahead.
So it's actually not free then, because say the homeowner has to register or sign up for this trash pickup, and he has to pay, or they, I don't want to assume people's gender, they have to pay an additional fee to get pickup on their tax bill.
Yes, in the sense that they have to pay that fee. Everybody pays that fee. Every homeowner, every condo owner, everybody pays that fee. It's the condo owners who do not have, I'm sorry if this seems
It does sound
confusing.
complicated.
Yeah, and that's why making any change. Essentially, what's happening in this setting is that the developer and the municipality have come to an agreement that allows the municipality to charge that development, which is a condo in this case, a fee for a service they don't get forever. I don't think I'm trying to be as clear as I possibly can. That's what this is, and it is not simple. It seems like a simple problem, and it is, but when you start looking into it, it gets very complicated very quickly, which is why I don't think it's necessarily right for somebody to be charged for something that they're not getting. But we do that, and so the question is whether this is right, and I don't feel qualified to make that decision by myself or file a bill based on that without having a legislative study committee.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Treleaven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for coming to testify before us. Just to be clear, I'm hearing people solving a problem or problems that your bill is asking that we establish a committee to study these specific problems. And I see, when I read the bill, it's very clear that we, meaning whoever is on the committee, is going to meet within 45 days, what will constitute a quorum, and by November 1st, 2022, the committee shall report the findings and any recommendations to the Senate, the clerk, the governor, and the state library. Is that correct? So all we're voting on right now, you're asking us is to create this committee.
That's it.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Any other further questions for the senator? Yes, Representative Majori?
It just came to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I'm thinking in Northampton, we have hydrant fees. Not everybody has hydrant service. But in your testimony, it says the question the study committee would tackle is, should you be paying for a service that you are not receiving, which we're hearing a lot here. But we are focused on trash for condominiums. I'm afraid of Pandora's box.
Right. No, this is not opening Pandora's box.
Okay.
Because there are tons of services that we understand, we pay for, but this one in particular was brought to me by a constituent.
Okay.
And I felt that it was complicated enough, as we've figured out together today, that it's not something that one state rep or one senator should be filing bills on before it's studied.
Thank you. Representative Ayer?
Oh, there we are. Okay.
Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I lived in Hampton and I was on the trash committee,
Oh, good.
and everybody could have trash pickup that wanted it. They got 2 cans, one recycling and one for trash. Some people and some businesses didn't want it. Some condo associations didn't want it because it'd have 40 trash cans in front of it. Now, whatever deal they made is fine, but they can go to the town and pick up 2 of those cans for free anytime they want.
Thank you. I don't know if you served with Dave Hartnett or others, but the constituent brought this to me, and I talked to the town manager, and in fact, some agreements were made between condo developers and the town. And it's not just Hampton, this happens in other municipalities, but where those people in that condo association have to contract out for their trash pickup. So they don't have that ability.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I believe if they made a deal with them, what are you looking for? A tax break for the condos?
Not necessarily, I don't know exactly, that's why I put it in a committee,
Right,
was to
so-
understand.
So if we pass this bill, they get the 40 trash cans in front of their building?
No, if we pass this bill, we look at it and we see what is, one, is a solution needed? And 2, what would be that solution? And 3, as we think through those solutions, what would be the downstream impacts? And is that worth it? If the study committee may come back and say, this does not need any intervention. So no, this is just a study committee. This is not the answer to the problem. And the answer may be that there is no answer or that nothing needs to be done.
Thank you.
Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Unfortunately, I'm still a little bit confused with regards to these condo owners and condo renters having to have to pay for a service that they're not receiving. So could you clarify, is the payment of this trash pickup that they're not receiving, is that a line item on their tax bill as an add-on, or is it being raised and appropriated through the property taxes? And therefore, it's
a
just...
line item on their municipal tax bill.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Manspruti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to frame my thought in the form of a question. Isn't it true that as different communities are facing, some have landfill that can extend for next 50 years, some have that no space in the landfill, and like you pointed out, one community came to you, and there are other communities in the state that are facing with municipal solid waste and how they deal, how they charge what it is. Isn't that one of the reasons that this commission approach was taken?
Well, yes and no. This is a committee, which in my mind is if you've got a very straightforward question, which it's getting less and less straightforward, but if you have a pretty straightforward question, like a very specific question, I've always found that a committee rather than a commission moves with alacrity and can solve direct questions. And that's why I went with a committee rather than a commission, which might be unwieldy. And as Representative Trelevin said, it could, that could go for years. And this, I don't think this question, I think this can be answered much more quickly with a targeted committee. But that being said, I think there will be some benefit towards our solid waste discussion.
Just
Thank
a
you,
quick follow-up.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to rephrase my question and say, a committee with very specific focus and a dead short timeline to answer a very specific high-density dwelling in communities and the trash management. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for lending your time and your clarity in this bill, and
I hope I've lended my clarity. I came in feeling pretty clear. I'm feeling a little muddy now.
our next speaker is going to be Mr. Sorrentino. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name wrong. And you're in support of the bill?
I am in support of the bill. Okay, it's on now. Thank you. I have notes because I don't speak very often in front of people, and I'll be a little nervous. I apologize for that. I'll try to go off on my own here. I first lived in New Hampshire in Merrimack a long time ago. I was a child, and I grew up there, and we had private trash pickup, and everything worked great. It was fine. I lived there after I went to college as well and participated in things. And then I bought a house in Manchester that I lived in for 30 years. And in Manchester, they had public municipal trash pickup, very different than what I was used to in Merrimack, but that also worked quite well. Everything was fine. I got close to retirement age, and I started looking to downsize from my house of 30 years, and I've always loved Hampton, and so I moved into Hampton, and I bought a condo. And that was a bit of a dream come true, to be in Hampton, near the seacoast and all that. And after I got involved, I started realizing some things that were surprising to me. I, of course, downsized and got into a condo in order to save costs, as many people do, retiring, et cetera. In Manchester, I worked a little bit to help with some people to help kind of organize some workforce housing and affordable housing, et cetera. It was always a challenge, as we all know, in the state. And one of the things I recognize is that in any large building, any condominium building, any apartment building, any workforce housing building, there are an enormous number of costs associated with those buildings that I never experienced in a single-family home in Merrimack or in my home in Manchester. And one of those costs, which seemed the most kind of egregious, the most odd, was that many of the condos built and apartment buildings built in the last number of years, the planning board and the developer, the planning board basically said, look, you're not going to get these plans approved, so I've been told, unless you sign away the rights for all those future owners to not have their trash picked up. Hampton, like Manchester, provided municipal trash pickup. So in order to get the plans approved, the developer agreed that that building would not have municipal trash pickup. So I moved into the condo, and after a couple years, I started looking more carefully at the budget and getting involved to help run the building as I moved into it. At first, I owned both for a little while, then I moved into the condo. And I recognized, well, we pay in our taxes, and we pay for private trash pickup, but I thought Hampton had municipal trash pickup. So I investigated it and learned that our building was excluded from municipal trash pickup. Now, the truck goes by it. It picks up my neighbor's trash. It picks up some trash at some other older condo buildings, but I also learned it didn't pick up trash at a bunch of other newer condo buildings, like in the last 10, 15 years. I called some friends in Manchester, where they also had municipal trash pickup, because I was most really familiar with private pickup. And I said, what goes on there? And they said, oh, yeah, we've had this problem lately with the same thing. I mean, the developers are signing away the rights for this municipal trash pickup, or signing away the feature in order to get their plans approved. And I said, well, I don't understand any of that. So anyway, I talked to some selectmen, and probably about 3 years ago, I started this in Hampton. And I said, hey, what's this about? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. They explained to me, well, the developer signed away the rights. I said, well, I get that, but how is that just or fair or even ethical? I mean, for perpetuity now, you're going to skip this building. And here's the real irony. In the building I'm in, there's a few commercial units. They get their trash picked up. So the trash truck comes to the building, takes some trash, but won't take residential trash. That was, I guess, part of the agreement. I never understood that. In our case, there's no fee in the tax bill. It's part of the budget. You can look through the town budget. You see trash pickup and disposal is it's not an insignificant amount, and it's a rapidly growing amount, as we all know, due to the trash and recycling cost increases. So I investigated it. The selectmen basically said, this is how it's always been, and this is how it's going to be. I talked to new selectmen, a couple of newer ones, and they said, oh, that doesn't seem right at all. That doesn't seem just. And I said, no, then let me look into it and get back to you. Both cases, they look in and get back to me, and now all of a sudden, no, this is how it's been forever. This is how it's going to be. And they're not going to pursue it. I thought, all right, well, I didn't know what to do. After about a year and a half of talking with the town, I also talked to the town manager, and the town manager said, we're very familiar with the problem. Other people have the same grievance. But unfortunately, he said, he said first, we're not going to do it. It's a developer agreement. I said, well, I get that, but the developer's long gone. And then I explained that, he said, well, it's on private property. We can't come onto private property and pick up the trash. I said, well, that's fair, but we can put it out in front of the building. I mean, we can do exactly comply with whatever rules you have for anyone else. And he said, so I said, so if I comply with those rules, will you pick it up? And he said, no, we won't pick it up, even if you do exactly what everyone else does to have it picked up. I said, all right. And he went on to say that, unfortunately, the selectmen are fine with this the way it is. We've been doing it for a while, and there's no state law or regulation that doesn't allow it. And I said, what do you mean by that? Does there have to be a state law to do the right thing? And he said, well, I'll give you an example. In education, we can't do, well, first he said, well, it's like education. If you don't have kids, you pay for it, but you don't pick it up. And I said, well, I don't have any kids, and I pay for it, and that's perfectly fine. I get that. I don't necessarily use the library, but I pay for that. That's fair. This is different. I have trash. They won't take it. It's like having a kid, but not allowing him to go to school because of some agreement the developer made. Makes no sense to me. And he said, well, there's state law. That can't happen. I said, but it can happen with trash. And he said, yes. He said, oh, it also can't happen with sewer. Hampton also provides sewer service like Manchester. If the town chooses not to or decides it's not economically feasible to send a line up a certain street or develop it into a certain area, the people who have, they're not obligated to pay for everyone else's sewer. So the town manager explained this to me, and I said, all right, well, it doesn't seem like we're going to do anything in Hampton. He said, no. So that's when I started writing letters to my senators, Sherman, and representatives. And Senator Sherman was gracious enough to call me back or talk to me about it, and I explained the situation. And he said, well, it doesn't seem just on the face of it. I said, no, it isn't. I said, it's not really an issue most towns deal with because they don't offer municipal trash pickup. It's all private, and I said, that's fair. If you have pay per throw, like Exeter does, that's fine, but in this case, they're not coming by to pick it up anyway, so we would be obligated to bring it to the transfer station. The interesting thing is if you try to contract out your trash service, the municipal transfer stations don't allow a dump truck to go in and dump without paying a fee. So the guys who come and pick up our trash, not only do we have to pay for them to pick it up, we also have to pay for them to get rid of it. They can't say, well, this part of this truck is from your residence to go into that transfer station. So you're paying not only for the pickup, but also the disposal to the town. And then you're also paying a private company for both, the pickup and the disposal. And that's really what the more I looked at it, the more I thought, I don't understand. I love the state of New Hampshire. I've been here my whole life. I find it to be generally quite just and a good ethical place. And I said, this just seems egregious. I don't understand this in the least as to why this can happen. And I expressed that to a number of people. And the only people who seem to think it's fine are the people who've just become accustomed to it. It's just like their life now. But anybody you talk to who's not familiar with this looks at it like, well, how can this be allowed? Makes no sense. And so that's what caused this to, I'm almost done, sir. That's almost, that's what brought this to my fore here. And it's the planning, I think the reason the bill's written is we've discovered it's the planning board's kind of holding the building hostage, the development plan hostage to signing this away. I don't know the motivation exactly, other than the fact that it's an issue. It also impacts apartment buildings. They often suffer from the same thing, so that owner ends up paying. And it adversely impacts, along with a number of other things I've learned since I moved from a house into a condo. It also impacts workforce housing, as I've learned.
Mr. Sorrentino, would you be willing to take questions? from the committee?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, Representative Davis?
Thank you very much, sir, for testifying, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm looking at the Hampton, New Hampshire city government webpage right now, and it states that trash containers will be issued to apartments, condominiums, residential or business, up to 10 carts, combination of trash and recycling as requested. And it does not mention any fee. It says this is a public service under all the other public services. So can you help me understand why there's a contradiction here?
The website's not accurate. There are a number of condominiums, older condominiums, where they pick it up. And the bins are out front, and they do that. But in the last, I can't tell you exactly the date, because frankly, I've talked to the selectman and the town manager, nobody quite knew. But this practice came into be of not just forbidding apartment buildings and new development, condos, et cetera, not single-family homes. They allow that, but they basically tell the developer, hey, look, you've got to sign this away.
Representative Rung?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sorrentino, for taking my question. First of all, I think you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
You can come to our committee anytime. Very clear explanation, and you're always welcome back to Merrimack. My my question is, what do you do with large things like a sofa? Do you still have to? Does the town come and pick that up, or do you have to have? Are you forced to use your private contractor?
I believe in Hampton, I don't know, I haven't got rid of it myself, but I think it's all, you can bring it to the transfer station yourself. I know you can do that in Hampton, that's what I've done. I don't know if there's some arrangement whereby they'll come and pick it up for you. I know that in Manchester, where I lived for 30 years, you can make an arrangement for them to come and pick it up for a small fee, depending on the item. There are certain items, there's no fee. There are items where there's a small fee, they'll come and pick it up.
Representative Tripp?
Of course, you can always bring it yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Previously, it was mentioned that the trash pickup is a line item on the bill, your property tax bill. Do you get a property tax bill?
Yes, I do.
Follow up, go ahead.
Is there a line item on the property tax bill that says trash pickup?
Not on my bill, no.
Thank you.
It's built into the property taxes.
Okay, one more question, Senator Representative Majapudi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to clarify one aspect, and you did mention that, isn't it true that there are some condominiums, older condominiums, and apartment complex that have grandfathered in the terms that get the municipal trash pickup, and it's only the new developments that have this issue?
That is my understanding. I've seen, there are condos where you can see the totes are out front and they get picked up, and they're older ones. I've been told that, and my experience is that, yes. And it's not, you say grandfathered in, it's interesting because there doesn't seem to be any set of regulations around this. It's really just this informal thing that seems to happen between the planning board and the developers. Then they get together for a new development. And when I say that, I mean a building, never a single family. If you're doing a single family subdivision, There's never talk of this. It's only for condominiums and apartment buildings.
Question I have you ever been to your local planning board to advise them of your concerns about this issue?
I've talked to people on the planning board and the zoning, and the zoning before I recognized it was more of a planning issue, yes, sir.
Okay. Representative Manchaputi,
Yeah,
follow up?
follow up. Have you found out that, does it reflect the number of units, the density versus the time of, in the last 10 years or 15 years? Is there any correlation from your informal thing? And the reason I'm asking is, what this bill is a study committee. So to look at what the specific issue is with the trash pickup. So have you done any of those?
We haven't done an exhaustive search of this, but it doesn't seem to matter. There are some very, 6 very large condominiums with lots of land. It just happened to be built as a condominium for whatever reason, and they're excluded because they're newer. And then there are some that are much smaller, much more densely packed, that are also excluded. It seems to have more to do with the timing as to how old the building is, basically.
Thank you. Is Senator Birdsall in the audience? Yes, would you like to come up and testify?
She's on another bill.
Presenting the next bill. Oh, you are? Okay, sorry. I have a pink card and I saw your name. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for this opportunity.
Senator Birdsall, would you like to introduce your bill?
Are we done?
With that bill?
Okay. Thank you. Chairman?
Yes. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Committee, for hearing my bill. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsall, State Senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Hampstead, Windham, and Derry. And I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 246, which pretty much dovetails with Senator Carson's bill. This bill basically is another private roads bill, and it regulates qualified private communities. This bill was a request from a number of constituents of our, Senator Carson's and mine, where there are a lot of condominiums and homeowners in New Hampshire that are located at what are considered private roads. And what this bill basically does is, and it's only in future communities, it's not going back, but what it does is it requires either one of two things. It requires that if a builder is planning on building a condo community or a homeowners association that is going to have private roads, they either put money aside into a trust fund to allow a kind of a seed trust fund for any road repairs, or it requires the developer to go ahead and build the roads up to the municipality standards. What we've been finding is, and you'll hear, I think, from one of our constituents, is within 2 or 3 years, because these roads are built not to the standards of the communities, these roads within 2 or 3 years are actually starting to degrade. So within 2 or 3 years of a new community coming aboard, you're having assessed fees of, I know in our condo, we were assessed a fee of $3,500 each condo to try and repair our road, but we were lucky that our roads lasted almost 20 years. But in some of these new communities, they're not lasting. And there have been instances where the condos or the homeowners association or the private roads requested that the town take over the roads, and the municipality said, no, we're not going to, because they're not built up to the standards of the municipality. So that puts them at a really strong disadvantage, because it's like a hamster in the wheel. They can't get out of it. They either have to build the roads up to the municipality standards to have them take it over, or they have to just keep repairing it. So with that, I will entertain any questions. I know you'll hear some of the condo and homeowners association members are behind me.
Thank you. Representative Guthrie?
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. In the, on page, first page, line 25 through 29, or through 31, you require that they do either set up a trust fund or bring the roads up to standards.
Correct.
Why did you give them a choice instead of requiring that they do both? Because if I could, it would seem to me that if they don't do the B, which is bringing the roads up to standards, you're going to have trouble down the road automatically.
Well, that's what the seed money is for, is to help the community members to alleviate some of the assessment fees that they're going to be having. So the developers either have to build the roads up to the standards, or they're going to have to put money into a trust fund to help the communities build those roads or repair those roads.
If I may make, but the question is, why didn't you require them to do both? If they do just one of them, they're all set. They don't have to set up the trust fund. So that's it.
That is correct, and if they do build the roads up to the standards, the municipality, if they want, the municipalities can take it over for the maintenance. So they don't need the seed money.
Another follow-up, if I could. I'm not clear that if they build them up to standards, then the towns or cities would take over the responsibility for those roads, but would have the 50% over here on the side to expend on those roads.
No, only if the condo and homeowners association wanted them to take over. See, building the roads up to the municipality standards typically allows in our case, a 10 to 15-year time frame where they can start putting the reserves away, which are required in condo associations. You're supposed to have, I believe it's 10% reserves for cases like this. Oftentimes, they don't have that built up into it by the time the road repairs happen, so that gives the seed money, gives them, the association, some seed money. Does that help?
I'm not in a condo, so I really, if I may, again, Mr. Chairman,
One last follow-up.
I'm still not clear who has the responsibility of the trust fund.
Oh, the condo association should have the responsibility of the once the builder puts the development in, and if they choose to put the money into a trust fund, then that trust fund, I believe, gets transferred over to the condo association or the homeowners association.
So the town hasn't, if I could,
No.
the town doesn't have any responsibility for doing the repair and spending that money. All right,
Correct.
thank you, Senator.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Senator. I'd like to follow up on what Representative Guthrie is saying in a way. It seems to me that all a developer need do to fulfill the terms of this law, should it pass, is to provide the city or town with an estimate of what it would cost to replace the road. That could be, it says at least one of the following options, right, in the bill. And one of those following options is just provide an estimate of what it would cost. And I guess my question is, what good would that do?
It's not, it's actually putting money aside because the condo owners and the homeowners association are responsible for maintaining those roads. But if they're not built appropriately, then they're going to start degrading earlier. I'm not,
Well-
can you repeat the question again?
You want to do a follow-up?
Yes, and can you point out to me where it says that they must provide this escrow account It seems to me that the bill is written in such a way that they can choose one of these options to provide.
They can.
And that doesn't put money in an escrow account for future residents.
Well, it says on line 25, as amended by the Senate, no city or town shall approve plans for a qualified private community unless the declarant agrees to at least one of the following requirements for such qualified private community. A, the declarant will establish, meaning the developer, will establish a capital reserve fund of no less than 50% of the cost to replace all roadways within the qualified private community based on the cost estimate as described in paragraph 2. And B, the declarant will build all roads to the design standards for public ways for the municipality that is approving the project. So they either have a choice of putting money into 50% of the cost of repairing that road into a capital reserve, or they can build the road up to the standards.
I see, and my apologies, I was reading it incorrectly, so my apologies, thank you.
Representative Van?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Is it not true that one reason that a developer might choose not to build up to the town standards is because the town standards require a road wider than is necessarily best for the community, and therefore they might choose to do option one of putting the money aside?
It could be. It could be. There are a few, and I think you may hear a couple of the stories that when the builder goes in to put the plans together in front of the planning board, they just want to get the homes built and sold. So they're going to build the roads however they feel is best at that point, not what's best for the community as far as I'm concerned.
Representative Piemonte?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. What's the scope of the condominiums or the units involved in this procedure here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm looking for the scope of the condominiums that will be involved in something like this now, and if so, would it not have been the cause of the builder trying to maybe save money to make the roads not wide enough?
Possibly.
Right, you have a follow-up?
Go ahead.
The first part of my question was a scope of the condominiums involved in this.
What do you mean?
Well, how many actually have fallen under this category? Is it widespread throughout New Hampshire, or is it secluded in certain areas?
My understanding, it's fairly widespread.
Hey, Representative Ayer?
Thank you for taking my question. I was on the planning board, and all subdivisions have to have a 30-foot wide road. That's code, so fire trucks can get down it. It's a private road because the contractor or the developer wants to sell the lots cheaper. If we do this, the developer's not going to pay this money. You are, the person that buys the house. It's going to add, say you buy a house there, you're going to pay an extra $200,000 over a 30-year mortgage to pay for that road. He's not going to lose money. That's why they make a private road. But the private road still has to be 30 feet wide by code, so you can get a fire truck and an ambulance down there at the same time.
But you also have, keep in mind, first of all, that a lot of these condos, within 3 or 4 years, their roads are starting to deteriorate. So they're looking at a $3,500 or more assessment to their home. And there are some condominiums, and I think you'll hear it, especially the one in Londonderry, where they built the homeowners, or they built the homes. Now they're talking about putting a business. The road comes to, I think, 102, if I'm not mistaken, and then they're talking about putting like a little village district, and the way the entrance into that village district is on the homeowner's road. So they're going to be responsible for maintaining that as well. And it's used as a cut-through as well. The public uses it as a cut-through. So there is some responsibility.
follow-up?
Follow up, go ahead.
It's a private road, so that means the planning board, was involved in putting in that little store or whatever it is. As far as the road goes, it's a private road. So the town has, or the contractor has no responsibility in taking care of that. That's built in, to build a private road, it's still gotta be 30 feet wide, but they don't have to hot top it unless they want to, but you'd pay for that. It would be tacked onto the lot. You'd divide it out. If it was 10 lots, whatever that extra road cost, that $50,000 would be tacked onto that lot. And then if you have a mortgage and you're paying for, say $25,000 for 30 years, it comes out to a lot of money.
Representative, do you have a question for the senator?
What's that?
Do you have a question for the senator?
No, I'm done.
Okay. I just want to remind everybody that we should be speaking in the form of questions for those who are testifying. Yes. Representative Maggiore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Senator. It says in the bill in the amendment that no city or town shall approve without. So does that mean, and I think I'm following up on my friend's comment about being on a planning board, which I am also, that this automatically has to be a condition of approval for that site plan?
That is my understanding.
So there are, follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I never do that. I never do follow-ups. That felt funny. So when we read off in our planning board meetings the standard conditions for approval, this would then be included in that. A standard condition of approval is what is in this bill. Correct?
Only for homeowners associate.
Only, right.
And condominiums.
Okay, thank you.
That was a very good follow-up. Representative Rung?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. For private roads, are there any standards? Do engineering associations have standards for building private roads, or is it purely up to the decision of the developer?
There's various types of private roads, as I found out when I did this, because there are actually private roads where there's only 4 or 5 homes, and they have to maintain it, dirt roads. So private roads isn't specifically for homeowners associations and condo, but these are for any future development of the homeowners associations or condo associations.
I got it. Thank you.
Representative Mangiaputi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Does this distinguish between detached condos or high-density condos or single-family homes, or it's just communities that more than one home? If it's one home, it's a drive.
Right.
So if it is not, then it becomes a private road.
It pertains to anything that is either in a condo association, whether it's townhouses, or homeowners associations, where you have various homeowners associations that have full homes in a private community.
Representative Tripp?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I noticed that you specifically state that this is approved plans, unlike in the subdivision where roads are built to the town standards and later accepted. So in this situation, there's no intention that the town would accept these roads. Is that correct?
You mean to maintain them in the future? Only if the homeowners requests it, and they don't have to, the town doesn't have to accept it.
Follow, please?
Yes, follow-up?
So, given that's the situation, this is essentially just requiring that they plan to replace their roads.
Yes.
Thank you.
And, yes, Representative Guthrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking another question. Am I correct in saying that this does not stop the developer for bringing these roads up to the town standard if the planning board requires it. A little I know about the planning board's responsibility, but I think that many plan boards, even our town, your town and my town, have a responsibility, particularly, they're very tight on making sure that there's enough space on the roads for fire and ambulance service. So there are many towns that would do the second option, but still do the first. So you, even though you don't require that both put down the 50% and the town standards, isn't it correct that the developer could do both?
If they would like to, yes. And keep in mind too, because I do live in a condo, and a number of years ago, we had looked into possibly getting it being a public road. And the requirement was we would have to remove the forest that was behind our condos so that the fire station could have an egress into it. And then we chose not to. We chose to keep the private road private because we didn't want the forest removed from behind our condos. So it's a choice.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. We really appreciate you taking the time to explain this bill to us, and
Thank you.
we have a lot of people behind you that I think are wanting to speak to it.
Oh, boy. Thank you.
For those of you who are in the audience and want to speak to this bill, I ask that you be brief and that consider what's already been discussed, and if it's been discussed already, I would just say that, yeah, I want to do what Senator Birdsall said, or I kind of like John's idea over here, rather than going through it from start to finish. And I only mention that because we only have so much time today, and I know many of you may have driven quite a while to get here, so I do recognize that. So next, we're going to have to speak is Edgar Bourgeois. Is that right? Did I pronounce that correct?
Almost correct.
All right. You asked for 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Jim, and members of the committee. As a homeowner in a condominium association in Manchester, I'm here as vice president of that association, and we are Madison Heights Condominium Unit Owners Association. We've been in existence since 2004. And speaking to the senator's points of road maintenance and other issues that the city then does not provide for services, such as plowing our streets, garbage collection, and of course the maintenance of the roads. Now, our association has been in existence since 2004. However, we've already had to repave our streets because of a substandard method that they used to construct the street. We don't have many issues. We've been very fortunate that most everything is done in a good, high-quality manner. However, again, to go to some of the points of why some of these developers choose to go private roads is that it's a cost savings, but it also increases density. The owners do not get any benefit of that increased density. The developer chooses to keep all of those additional profits. So, as part of our example here today is that in 2028, our 18 members had to pay $4,950 for snow removal from our streets. We choose not to have that person clear our driveways. We do that on our own. Additionally, we have to pay $5,170 for our waste removal. The cost to replace our road was $30,587 in a mere 13 years. I know some examples that I've heard is that roads deteriorated sooner than that. We were fortunate we got 13 years. our concern is, without forcing the developers to either improve the quality of these roads or set aside some kind of reserve, we are left to have to pay that. And $30,000 in 13 years is, it's illogical from a homeowner's perspective. We are not a multi-story condominium association. We are detached condos, 18 individual owners, and we are made to suffer the consequences of whether it's the municipalities or whether it's the developers alone that are making these choices. It's kind of irrelevant. I think we need some protection.
Mr. Bourgeois, your
That's what this bill is asking for.
3 minutes have expired.
I'm sorry.
Your 3 minutes have expired.
I'm done.
Okay, we have questions. Will you take some questions from the committee?
I will.
Representative Tripp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Did the developer disclose these future costs to you when you're looking to buy your condominium?
I wasn't one of the original owners. I bought in almost 10 years ago, and nothing in the declarations, the bylaws, or any of the declarations specified any of the issues of future costs.
Yes,
Follow up? Were you aware that you would have to be paying trash pickup costs, plowing costs, and other things?
We purchased, yes, that was made abundantly clear that we would have to pay snow removal and trash pickup.
One more follow-up.
So the only disclosure that was not apparent was that there would be road replacement costs and that it was not a public road.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Trelevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much for coming to testify before us today. Mr. Bourgeois? Bourgeois. My question is in regards to this bill. My understanding is this is for communities going forward. This is not a retroactive action.
That's my understanding as well.
So, follow-up, please?
Go ahead.
My understanding is then you're coming forward based on your experience to save some future homeowners the current pain you have.
Exactly. The reality is we almost never have the opportunity to go back and retrace our steps. However, if we don't understand some of the drawbacks of the way things are done currently, additional people, additional citizens will be forced to be paying these costs. And let's face it, when we're looking at a new home, all we see is colors and decorations and whatever. We don't necessarily take the time to look beyond that. And I'm surprised how many people do not even read the condominium bylaws and declarations. It's, in so many cases, I'm part of the board of directors now in our association, and I'm always amazed how many people do not even realize they got a copy at the time of signing the purchase and sale. It's kind of disconcerting to hear that. You don't know what it is that you're signing up for. But again, it's the reality, and we're hoping that through our presence here today, that somewhere, somehow, future owners won't have to pay the same price we did.
Merci, monsieur.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bourgeois, for your testimony. Appreciate it very much.
All right, thanks for having me. Hope everyone has a great day.
Next is Matt Nieswender. Is that, I don't know if I pronounced that correct. The last one? Welcome. You've asked for 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 to 3 minutes, I think, is, I'm going to try to make this brief, bullet, and just go through the points.
Go right ahead.
So basically, I'm the president of our road association in Barrington. My name is Matt Nieswender. I'm also director of New Hampshire Private Roads Taxpayer Alliance, and and there was no money. 7 years later, our road's a mess. I decided to create an association and start trying to get the road taken care of. And I'm in support of this bill, and I think that in situations like this, if this bill had existed prior to me buying in to a private road without any association or rules or anything, not knowing all these hidden costs, I think this is a good start to kind of make a difference in the state of New Hampshire.
Excuse me.
It'll also keep the roads in better shape that are private roads for emergency vehicles and for buses and for kids walking, to their homes on the street. It'll keep things safe. It also will help keep up property values for the homes so that towns can collect higher taxes or regular taxes. And it will also make the towns more desirable if the roads are decent and they're not falling apart or in disrepair. So in that case, everyone wins. This bill, there's no cost to implement it for the towns. They just have to basically put it into their zoning and planning board rules to have these two items in the bill adopted, to either create the capital reserve fund or build the road to town standards. And to answer one of the earlier questions, somebody asked, if it was 1 or 2 houses. The bill says 4 or more houses. So hopefully that will help. Also, there is a problem in New Hampshire around cyanobacteria in our lakes, and there is a House Bill 1066, which is coming up next week, for discussion. And basically it's about cyanobacteria being formed on our lakes. And the cause of this cyanobacteria basically is from road runoff and poor drainage. And that's typically where a lot of these private roads are. They're around these lakes and waterways, and it causes pollution and brings foreign materials into the lakes, which brings the cyanobacteria to start blooming. And the DES is being asked to have a plan to address cyano blooms. And we feel that this bill can actually help with this issue, because if you do private roads to town standards, you're gonna have proper drainage.
Mr. Nicewinder, could you wrap? You're at about 3.5 minutes.
Just about there. And it will protect our wildlife, our fish, our loons, and all that. So in summary, basically, it's a win-win for everybody. It protects future people from getting into bad situations, and it allows the towns to look better and be able to not be adversely affected by poor road conditions or getting fire trucks and ambulances or police down some of these roads that might be in bad disrepair. So I thank you for your time, and I'm willing to take questions.
Yes, so Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, sir. So I received a lot of email with regards to the totality of the bills we're hearing today, and I do read all my emails. So you did send a letter via mail as well as follow up by email, and I looked at the website that was referenced. So I'm hoping you could answer this question if my citation is correct. I believe that I saw on the website a statement saying that there are 2 northeastern states that currently have statutes that address this issue with the roads being built to proper standard. Did I see that on your website? And if so, could you please share with me what are those 2 northeastern states?
Yeah, so there are who somewhat recognize that this is an issue, and there are probably more than 2 that exist. In talking with some of the people that I actually made phone calls to here last week, they informed me that their town actually does require to be built to town standards. So when a new road is being put in, so that, you know, they can last longer and have less problems early on. I don't recall the name of that town. I do know that the town of Barrington does have some stuff in place for private roads, and they also have, they realize it's an issue, and they give a 5% break on the land property value evaluation because you're on a private road, and they know that you have to pay extra money to maintain your road and repair your road. So I hope that answers your question.
Go ahead.
So I was interested in looking at model legislation from other states to compare it to what the provisions are in this bill.
Yeah, so I believe the state of New Jersey has some documentation on private roads that is similar to Bill SB 250, which basically was a tax credit that was to be given to private roads, and each private road would have to submit a portion of, or they would have to submit what they spent, and they would get a portion of that back as a credit towards houses that are on that part of it, in a nutshell. I believe also the state of Maryland also has some statutes in place, and I don't have the exact details, but I believe it is on our website, and it is on the letters. The website is on the letter that I sent, and it's also on the bottom of my email. So, you know, if you'd like to further follow up with me after this, I'd be more than happy to, you know, we can dive deeper.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm over here in this corner. A quick question. How many miles of private roads exist in New Hampshire? Do you have any idea?
Well, I know that the majority of private roads in my town of Barrington is over 50%. I don't know the number of private roads within the state. I know that there are a lot of private roads within the state, and as I had said, many of them exist around lakes and rivers and ponds and things like that, where the towns, you know, had these roads in place for many years, and a lot of them were dirt and probably not built to town standards, you know, many, many years ago. And so I don't have an actual number as far as how many there are, and I'm not really sure if there's a way to really get that data and provide how many roads are out there versus, you know, public versus private.
Okay, that being said, oh, one more question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really quick, I just want to clarify something that I think I heard before. You said if a town approves this. I don't read that the bill that this requires legislative approval.
No, not, that might have been a mistake.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony, and appreciate it very much. Next, we have Mr. Pollock, who opposes the bill.
One, two.
Well, thanks for having me. Can everyone hear me? My name's Ari Pollock. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell in Concord. I'm also a registered lobbyist for the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. I've got written testimony coming around. The Home Builders Association opposes this bill, and I've had 25 years as a land use attorney here in New Hampshire. And I certainly agree with what Senator Sherman said earlier today with respect to his separate bill, that what might seem simple on the surface certainly can become very complicated. And I think this subject matter fits into that category quite well. What this bill would require is any private road system built upon any nature of waiver, any kind of waiver, whether it relates frankly to the structural stability of the road or things like lighting, landscaping, signage, any type of waiver, the bill does not distinguish, would require a cash escrow of 50% of the road replacement value. So let's just put some examples out there. If the replacement value based upon the cost to install in the first place was something on the order of $1 million, and that would not be a surprise for a private community infrastructure road system, $500,000 into escrow, let's assume there are 10 homes in that development, that would be a past cost to the buyer of each of those 10 homes of at least $50,000. Significant amount of money. As was mentioned earlier, the bill is designed to apply to any development with more than 4 units. If your example is $1 million spread over 5 homes, it's $100,000 per home. One of the items we want to make sure the committee is aware of is that homeowners associations are designed to govern these types of issues. And so at the same time as the question was asked earlier, whether or not the buyer coming in has taken time to understand their obligations relating to infrastructure, it's also incumbent on these governance boards to be planning ahead for these types of expenses. And I'm not suggesting that there aren't horrible examples out there where infrastructure has failed far ahead of its planned obsolescence, far ahead of what those capital needs and improvements may have been scheduled for or when they would have likely occurred. But those governance boards are required by statute and by declaration of association to be planning ahead for these expenses. And I know the sponsor made reference to her experience in a condominium in the state of having received a special assessment of $3,500 to do road repair work. That would be, number one, I think that might be the unusual occurrence. And number two, it would be significantly less than what a buyer would be paying to help a developer fund this escrow. We've already heard testimony that there is a significant network of private roads throughout New Hampshire. This problem would occur in many places. And as this committee has focused on a number of bills this year, the state is already in the midst of a historic housing crisis. This would result in the passage of costs from developers to buyers and exacerbate the affordability challenges. I won't restate what's in my letter, but I did want to go through a couple of items in the bill language itself as passed by the Senate and just point out for you, the 50% number, as I mentioned, applies to any type of waiver, whether that waiver relates to the structural stability of the road or not. The road might be narrower than a public road would require, or the right-of-way might be narrower. There may be no provision for sidewalks, and it might simply be the style of community that they don't need those attributes. Doesn't mean what's underneath the traveled path of the road is any different or lesser than what you would find on a public road. And some public roads fail prematurely as well. It depends entirely upon the circumstances of what was there in the existing condition and how things were constructed. To identify 50% regardless of the type of of waiver that may have been applied, it's a very arbitrary number. There are many standards that have nothing to do with structural stability. The other item is there's a portion of the bill at the end on page 2, line 5, talks about the expiration or sunset of the Capital Reserve Fund once it's put in place. And it talks about a number of triggers that might cause that to occur. The interesting omission there to me is what happens to the money when the sunset occurs. Who gets it? Does it get paid back to somebody? Is the developer still involved in some fashion, which likely would not be the case? What role does the municipality have in policing the return of those funds? These are not questions that are easily answered. Maybe this is the subject of a study. Maybe it's just not a good idea or not ready or applies only in particular examples that are not statewide problems. And so as a result of that, the home builders are asking that you find the bill ITL or at a minimum send it on another track where it can be worked on with more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Pollock, for taking my question. I understand from your letter and your testimony that you are opposed to the one of the two options, the capital reserve option. Are you also opposed to the language in the bill that would require those private roads to be built to town standards?
Right, so I'm not opposed to roads being built to town standard, but I am opposed to circumstances that would punish or disadvantage a developer from coming in with a different idea. Something that may be more appropriate in a private community setting that, again, requires a waiver that has nothing to do with the structural integrity of the road system.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you educate me as to which RSA pertains to homeowners associations? Can't hear you.
I couldn't either, I'm sorry.
Working?
Yes.
I'm sorry about that. It's not working. Could you, it's not working.
The light's on.
I'll talk really loud.
I can hear you now.
Oh, here, use Jim's.
Can you educate me as to which New Hampshire RSA protects or pertains to homeowners associations? I am not aware of any that do.
Homeowners associations, I know condominium forms of government, which also are similar to homeowners associations, I think is Chapter 356B. And there are also are provisions relating to private infrastructure under Chapter 674, the Land Use Code.
Follow up?
Can you hear me now?
No.
So there's a specific statute relating to homeowners associations? I am not familiar with.
I don't know that it's specific to homeowners associations, but I do know there's significant governance relating to condo forms of government and for land use planning, road design, planning board regulations and specifications for development.
But I just want to be clear that in your testimony, you did state that there were laws governing and protecting homeowners associations.
Perhaps I misspoke. What I'm talking about is the declaration that forms the homeowners association, and that typically would be a document reviewed by the planning board in the municipal subdivision process and placed on record for any home buyer to find.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Are you concerned that the first homeowner pays a number, $50,000 in, sells the home before any work is done on that road, and now there's $50,000 in a fund left to question mark?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Thanks for taking my testimony.
Next we have Catherine Heck from the NHMA. Catherine, you've asked for 2 minutes, you got it.
Good afternoon at this time. My name is Catherine Heck for the record, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I will be brief. We are here to comment on the bill. We have no position. However, we did want to thank the Senate for including a provision that would define capital reserve fund not to have the same meaning as in RSA 35. However, we still are concerned that the use of that language combined with the fact about the escrow account and it being held by the homeowners association along with the developer, there could be a gap in time in which the subdivision is approved under the provisions of this bill and the homeowners association isn't fully formed, and we don't want the municipality to think for some reason, because it says capital reserve, that they would have some responsibility in holding it. And our previous suggestion was to kind of just change the term, infrastructure fund, any other term, but the financial tool that our cities and towns are so used to using, just to keep any confusion out. I'm not sure under the DOT road standards, town standards are not mandated by state law. However, many towns, most towns do follow the DOT road standards, but there could be variations in road standards, and that we also did express that concern in the Senate. So There is no standard statewide for road construction. It could be town by town, and we just wanted to make sure that was also addressed. So that's all I have, if you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Anecdotally, I have heard that part of the issue with associations, like condo associations or whatever, is that the developer will hold multiple units and therefore have multiple votes. I'm a little concerned that as you said, the escrow fund, or the escrow money is controlled by the association. You know, in a situation where the developer holds multiple votes, he can improperly maybe use the money. Do you think that's a concern?
I don't think we want to get involved between the homeowners association and the developers. I think we want to stay clear of that, outside of the municipality approving the plan itself under this legislation.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Catherine. Appreciate you and NHMA to come forward. Next, we have John Goglia. If you're still here, yep, come on up. From Londonderry, you support the bill.
Yes, I do. I'll try to be very brief because I'd be somewhere else watching the Masters golf tournament.
Oh, yes.
Microphone.
Can you hear me now? I have lived in Londonderry for 38 years. I've lived in an over 55 community right now with private roads for the last almost 7 years now. And I'm here to speak on behalf of myself, the 98 units in my community, and I'm also a director and the treasurer for the New Hampshire Private Road Taxpayers Alliance, NHPVRTA for short. You know, our organization is a statewide nonprofit that was formed probably 2.5, 3 years ago now, for this, you know, in part for the purpose of ensuring that, you know, the security, the durability, and reliability of private roads. We have over 500 supporters throughout the state, everywhere, every portion, every part of the state of New Hampshire, and that covers about, right now, about 100, a little over 100 cities and towns. These people all live in different types of communities, not restricted to over 55 communities. They're residents with families. They all live on private roads. They all have their own stories to tell, and it would be virtually impossible for all of them to be here and tell this story. So I'll tell you a little bit about my situation, and you can figure out how many times the story is being repeated around the state. We're here today because myself, Matt, who testified a little while ago, and a member of my board of directors invited Senator Carson, Senator Birdsell to come to our community, and we wanted to show them the private roads and educate them about what we know, what we've learned over the 2.5 years we've been doing this. We showed them our roads. We have 5 roads, that probably about 1.25 miles worth of roads. It's a very condensed property. The standalone condos, they're not attached or anything. And we, probably about 1.5 years ago now, we had to spend about $4,000 to crack fill the roads, 2 of the roads, because they're falling apart. These roads, you know, my understanding as a layperson is that public roads last 20, 25 years. Ours are falling apart. We don't get that much traffic, even though we are a cut through from State Highway 102 to a main road that goes out our back entrance, and a lot of people use it because they want to avoid traffic lights. We showed them that we have, or told them that we have 3 commercial easements on our private roads. It's kind of baffling that you have a private road with, you know, easements to commercial properties on our private road. One of those commercial properties is in the process of being planning for development. We don't know what's going to go in there, but we don't want to spend what we've been told is about $80,000 to fix our two roads that need repair. Until we know what's going in there, because we'd like to try to do a good neighbor thing where maybe they'll help us pay. If they're going to use our road to get entrance to their property, maybe they'll help us with it. But, you know, there are a lot of people, probably a couple thousand people, as we estimate, that we haven't been able to reach yet, that live on private roads, that have issues. For whatever reason, they haven't come forward yet. And the reason why we're here is to prevent future private road owners from falling into the trap that we fell in, unknowing until year 3 or 4 what you're really up against when you move into a private road community. I think I might be in a position to answer a lot of the questions that maybe haven't been answered. And
Representatives have questions of Mr. Goglia? Yes, Representative Majapudi?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question to you is the same that I asked before. Do you have any idea how many miles of private roads are in your community?
in my community, there's about 1.25 miles. I've measured that myself. As far as statewide, I don't know that anybody has those figures. I've contacted a lot of towns and asked, you know, how many private roads they have, what the names are, so we could reach out to these people through mailings or whatever. Some towns can identify private roads and some can't. That answers your question.
Quick follow-up. So you have in your community 1.5 or whatever, and do you have any idea what Londonderry has, how many private roads? How many miles of private roads?
I have no idea. Londonderry has 11 or 12 over 55 communities and several other communities with family residences that have private roads.
Any other questions for Mr. Goglia? Yes, Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. This is not working.
Just speak loudly, we'll get it looked at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In your testimony, you had stated that with regard to the condo development that you reside in, that there are 3 commercial easements. My question is, does your homeowners association, and perhaps as well as the organization NHPRTA, do they have a seat at the table with regard to the planning process and the approval by the planning board with regard to approval of any of these commercial developments? And the reason why I ask that is that so the wear and tear of the private road to gain access to these commercial developments, will that be taken into account when that plan down the road is approved?
Exists, none of us live there. And now, I know our board is monitoring the development of these commercial properties in the hopes that we will have some input. Whether that will actually happen or not, we don't know.
Representative Tripp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So these easements were pre-existing?
Yes.
And the homeowners, whatever association you're in, had no part in granting them?
Correct.
Was there disclosure that these easements existed?
I'm sure there were. I could tell you I didn't pay attention to the easements and the variances. There were numerous variances granted too. When you move in, as someone else previously said, you're concerned with other things, your lifestyle, you know, color of your house, this, that.
Oh.
You're not looking at
Right.
things that are.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Goglia? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming up to Concord. The next person we're going to hear from is Judy Bastian from Laconia. Is she still here? Yes. And Judy supports the bill.
And Judy supports the bill, yes. I'm Judy Bastian. I live in the Lakes region, and I don't know the answer to how many roads there are that are private. I do know there are over 30 developments in Laconia that are private, and I do live in a private community. I'm here in support of this bill, which has no effect on us, but does have an effect on the future. Private streets should be constructed to the standards of public or have the money set aside. That's the crux of this bill. Weather in New England, as we all know, is very hot on streets. It causes freezing and thawing of the ground. And right now in Laconia, many of the streets, public ones, are posted with weight limits due to the freezing and thawing and trying to maintain the streets. But when road work in Laconia is needed on public roads, all the taxpayers participate in the repair costs. Not so with private streets, just us, homeowners, period. Some private street developments have reserve funding for street maintenance. However, when the private street is of substandard construction, it may mean that the funds set aside are insufficient to accomplish those repairs, or the repairs occur much earlier than expected. In this case, each homeowner in the development is charged a special assessment, and they have to pay the cost of the repairs, or it is deferred. And that impacts on every property in that community, in that subdivision. It could be said, and I'm sure it is, that the requirements of this bill, it will be built into the cost of the homeowners of the future. Based on that requirement, sure, it would cost more, because the builder is going to pass it on. But most of the buyers start off with a mortgage, so the extra cost is built into the mortgage, and the construction would be part of that. And when it comes to special assessments, that catches homeowners by surprise. When you go into a private development, you're not really thinking about, am I going to be assessed a big fee because all of a sudden my street needs repair? You don't think about that. But when you get that bill in the mail for $3,500, then you know you've got to be part of that. So building at the outset, that is a solution. This bill would provide some assurance that the private street was constructed to the standards of a public street, or provide some funding for future, perhaps early needed maintenance, and doesn't maintain public and private streets, doesn't that benefit the community as a whole? Am I agree?
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I hope that you can answer it. The question that just occurred to me is, even if a private road in a condo was built to municipal standards, does that then therefore require or necessitate that the municipality will accept that road just because it's built to a standard?
But we have a lot of delivery vehicles now, particularly in the last 2 years. We've seen more of the UPS, and we've seen more of FedEx, and we have seen more of Amazon Prime. So the delivery vehicles do weigh on your community, even though as ours is a pass and is a small street and is not a pass.
Any other questions for Ms. Bastian?
Excuse me, I just got a text from the press saying that they can't hear anything. Mics aren't working.
Okay, we'll address that during the lunch break.
Well, I hope the committee has heard mine.
We can hear you. Okay, thank you very much, traveling from Laconia, appreciate it. And our last speaker is Robert Frescura from Hudson, New Hampshire, and he supports the bill.
Thank you for letting me speak to the committee. My name's Bob Frescura, I'm from Hudson, New Hampshire. We didn't have our roads finished until 2021, last year. Our roads deteriorated over that period of time. We were concerned that our declarant would not finish the roads. So in 2019, we decided to take them to court to seek legal action.
Will you suspend for a minute? The microphone seemed to have kicked in all of a sudden as you walked through the door. All right, please continue.
After a 2-year legal battle, we settled with our declarant out of court to have him vacate the property so we could bring in a new developer and finish our roads for us. Fortunately, we struck a good deal and our roads were finished in 2021. There have been questions here about the Homeowners Association's responsibility. A new buyer coming into a 55-plus community, he receives the condominium documents, which are the declaration, the bylaws, and the rules. There, to the best of my knowledge, no disclosure in any of those documents about the development being on private roads. The Homeowners Association doesn't communicate with a new buyer because we don't know who the new buyer is until they close on the unit. So again, it's the buyer beware. They should be aware of it. But this bill would definitely help protect buyers coming into 55-plus into any development with private roads going forward.
Mr. Goglia, is it,
Robert, Bob Frescura. Bob's fine.
Bob, but do you have any evidence that the realtors that are moving the property are helping disclose the requirements?
I do not, but they are required to provide any prospective buyer with the condominium documents. And I thought at one time they are required to get the buyer to sign a document that says they have received the documents. I don't know if that's the case or if that is still happening. But until the buyer closes on the property, the Homeowners Association isn't involved.
We have one of the top realtors in the state that wants to ask you a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't necessarily want to ask you a question. I want to clarify that you are correct. As a real estate agent in the state of New Hampshire, you are required to give a disclosure to any buyer of the property that is filled out by the seller, which details the material facts of the property. Some sellers will write down, this is a homeowners association, this is a private road. Some will not, just based on their awareness, not on any wanting to be a falsehood. And you are correct, it's usually not in a declaration, a bylaws, or rules. Oftentimes you can see it when you turn onto the roadway though, because it will say the name of the street and then it will say private road.
Not in our development.
Okay, I understand. I live in Dover, and many of our private roads do say, and I think that that's a forward, it's happened maybe since your community has been developed. Thanks for your testimony.
I just would like to leave you with this, and I'll take any other questions you may have. My last meeting with our declarant, he had agreed to finish our roads. Our lawyer said that's fine, but would like to have them inspected to make sure they're done right. His response was, the Homeowners Association has no say in how I do my work. It's my responsibility, and I'll do it the way I want. That's why I think this bill is important. I think it sets a standard going forward that helps protect the public.
Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. for taking my question. So just a clarification, you said your community was built over a period of time,
Yes.
or, and 2007 to?
Around 2007, it may have started a little bit before then.
A follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Was it in phases? You knew
It
it was in
was.
phase two. So the roads were not built until 2021.
No, the roads were finished in 2021. I think the last, we had one phase remaining, but there's 6 phases. 5 phases were completed probably 2016, 2017. That's why in 2019, when nothing was happening to finish the roads, we became concerned, and that's why we decided to take our declarant to court. We thought that was the only remedy that we could seek to get our roads finished.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming up from Hudson. Oh, you had one more? Okay, she waves off. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so logistics. Right now, we're going to go into a recess to give the committee a chance to grab a bite to eat. I'm going to ask the committee to be back in their seats at 12:10. I'm sorry, 1:10. 1:10.
I'm not late.
10 minutes plus 1. And we will pick up with Senate Bill 249 at that point, which is about planning and zoning ordinances. Thank you for your patience. What's that? I heard the groan. So can I ask you for your attention and take your seats, and we're going to start up pretty soon. Just so you know, I have a deck of cards here that represents those of you who want to speak to this next bill. So I'm going to ask you to try to consolidate your words, or you'll be here through supper time. On this one bill, yes. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 249, which is prohibiting planning and zoning ordinances that prohibit short-term rentals. So do we have, is this Senator French?
Yes, it is.
Welcome, Senator. You're going to open the hearing and introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you and the committee. It's so nice to put in a bill that you get so much excitement over, even if a little bit of it's negative. So my name, for the record, is Harold French, and I'm Senator from District 7. I'm here to introduce to you today Senate Bill 249. In various communities in New Hampshire, towns are currently suing their property owners, and property owners are suing their towns over the homeowner's ability to rent their property on a short-term basis. Recently, a judge presiding over several of these court cases pleaded with the state legislature to step in and set up some statutory perimeters for both property owners and municipalities. The headline of the Union Leader article read, "Judge who will weigh in on Conway's regulation of short-term rentals would like to see legislature set statewide property policy." This came out after I put in this bill. I encourage each of you to heed the good judge's plea and pass Senate Bill 249. It passed the Senate Commerce Committee on a 5-0 vote and on a voice vote on the Senate floor. Senate Bill 249 is modeled on accessory dwelling unit bill this legislature passed several years ago. In that bill, the legislature mandated that towns had to allow a property owner the ability to construct an accessory dwelling unit within their home. However, that bill also granted towns a great deal of leeway on how they would like to regulate these ADUs. Same idea was put forward with Senate Bill 249. Towns would be prohibited from using its zoning power to eliminate the use of a single or two-family structure from being used as a short-term rental, and that's the rub for most people. However, towns would retain all existing authorities to regulate those rental properties. Towns could regulate parking, noise, sanitation, health, and safety in the same manner they can currently do. They simply cannot ban these from being used in this manner. Additionally, Senate Bill 249 grants municipalities two new rights. First, they can mandate all short-term rentals register with the town and charge a fee for doing so. Currently, state statute requires long-term rentals to register with the towns, but does not grant similar authority on short-term rentals. I basically copied that statutory language on long-term rentals and made it applicable to the short-term rentals. And if a rental property becomes a problem, then SB 249 grants the town's ability to rescind that registration. Senate Bill 249 also grants towns the right to inspect a single and two-family home, something which is currently expressly prohibited in state statute. I am a big supporter of private property rights, and granting the government the right to enter a home is not something I particularly like. Senate Bill 249 even grants towns the ability to charge a fee for that inspection. However, this bill is designed to balance the rights of private property owners and the needs of towns to regulate for health and safety of residents and visitors. No one is going to like everything in Senate Bill 249, including me, and that's the point. No one's going to be fully happy, but it's going to do what is necessary. Please, let's listen to Judge Ignatius' plea and pass Senate Bill 249. The issue with short-term rentals is not going away. The result of inaction by the legislature will continue litigation costs for municipalities and property owners both. Both sides need to give a little to create a common-sense compromise. Now, there are folks here that, from the New Hampshire Association of Realtors who are very familiar with the intricacies of this bill, and I would ask that the chair would call on them to answer your questions in detail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions for the senator while he's here? Yes, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So my question is a little bit multi-part, and it pertains to the wording and the meaning of words used in this bill. So in particular, I'm interested in understanding better what is meant, lines 5 through 9 on page 1 of the bill, structure and short-term rental, as well as conforming or non-conforming. So those terms. So when I read this bill, structure, it's not clear to me what it is. Could it be a barn? Could it be a permanent tent? And what is exactly meant by short-term rental? Does that imply like a residence at which a person would, sleep or domicile? And also on lines 7 through 8, it is specified, clarifying language, but I find it still confusing. Single family or two-family building or structure. So then there again, I'm not clear what is meant by a structure. And then lastly, what is meant by conforming or non-conforming on line 9? Thank you.
Thank you for your multiple choice questions. I'll answer number 1. This is for single and 2-unit properties, and that's what the intent is. It's also short-term rental is, I think it's anything under 6 months, because I think anything over 6 months, I'm not exactly sure. The board, the association could answer that. Does not have to pay rooms and meals tax, so it's anything that rooms and meals tax would be liable for. And your last question was?
Conforming and non-conforming on line 9. Structure is conforming or non-conforming.
I asked that you'd hold that for the associates.
Follow up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator. So just to be clear, you said that a structure that therefore cannot be like a barn or like a portico type thing where somebody would rent that for a day for an event, a party, a wedding, just to be clear.
So I'm not exactly sure, to tell you the truth, because if you had a mini home or I don't know what kind of structures would be precluded from this. I don't think it's intended for you to put a tent up in your yard. This is not for commercial use, such as weddings and all that. This is for vacation stays.
Are there any other questions for the senator? Yes, Representative Van? I'm sorry, Representative Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Is there anything in this bill that would allow municipalities to restrict short-term rentals in areas of their town, in certain neighborhoods or zones, or would they have to allow short-term rentals throughout the town or city?
I'm pretty sure, but not exactly sure. I think it would be open throughout.
A follow-up, go ahead.
So just to be clear, let's say there's, I'll just take Hampton Beach for an example.
Right.
Short-term rentals would be allowed throughout the town. So maybe neighborhoods that are far away from the beach, maybe near schools or something, they would be allowed to have short-term rentals there? They wouldn't be able to just be restricted to that beach area?
So Laconia restricted them in areas, because we've had short-term rentals historically forever in this state. And it's only until recently where municipalities have been restricting them. So I don't know if this would allow, because I'm not an attorney, even though I look like one, I don't know if this would allow them to restrict in certain areas with the verbiage here or not, to tell you the truth. I would ask, yeah.
Other questions for the senator?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. I just have a quick question, and it's kind of lined what certain words mean. What's an unorganized place on line 4? What is that?
Unorganized, that's, I believe that's what's considered way north of here, where it's not either a town or a city.
I come from Hampstead, so so
it's like 3-hour drive for you to get to one of them places.
So I drive 3 hours
North,
and then I'm there,
and
right?
then you'll
All
be
right.
there.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Representative Majapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. How does this delineate Airbnb, which is a newer concept? And would that come under short-term?
Those would be short-term rentals. Airbnbs are short-term rentals.
So that would be part of this included?
Yep.
Representative Maggiore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Do you feel that a short-term rental is an expansion, could be an expansion of a non-conforming use?
I don't. So a short-term rental is for staying over in someone's property. I currently have the right anywhere, if I own a home, to allow anyone I want to stay there for any period of time, correct? It's only when I change it and decide to collect money for doing so that I have a problem with the municipality, correct?
I accept that.
Okay, so what this bill is trying to do is say that I can do it for compensation. What I have the legal right anywhere in the state to do for free.
Follow-up?
I absolutely understand. I'm just, as a representative to the planning board, if we have a non-conforming use, we have to grapple with whether or not there is an expansion of a non-conforming use. And I'm unclear about whether or not the rights that you have to do that create the condition of expansion, which then requires, in my town, planning board review.
Right, I don't think it does, I mean, but that's my opinion. So use is for residential, is for staying there, it's for living there. So the use doesn't change, it's just those that are using it that changes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. The local planning board ordinances that Representative Bajori referred to are different for every town and city across the state. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And isn't it the point of those local ordinances to best meet the needs and demands of those local places, and not the job of the state to
In some-
determine what is proper for, on a local basis?
In some instances, yes, and in some where some people feel it's an infringement on property rights, then the state might step in and say, no, you have the right to regulate this, but this goes too far, and we're saying you don't have the right.
So just to be clear, you're saying that local towns, local municipalities should not have the right to regulate uses under their ordinances?
So what I'm saying is there's a point where no government, no section of the government should infringe on the rights of, on certain rights of ownership.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator, for coming. And
Thank you, and thank you for the wonderful questions. I certainly appreciate it.
I'm sure you do. Right. Next, we're going to hear from Representative Robert TheBurge.
Mr. Chairman, should Representative Ungar go first? Here's my name. This was in priority, so out of respect for my chairman.
Sure. Representative Unberger. You're on the spot now, Representative.
I would say, and I have nothing funny to say, so, sorry.
Do you have any amendments?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I'm being facetious.
I do.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Karen Umberger, and I represent Carroll County District 2, the towns of Conway, Eaton, Chatham, and the unincorporated place of Hales location. Let me start by saying that in Conway, in April of last year, we had on the ballot to see if the town of Conway will allow short-term rentals. And the vote on that warrant article was 674 in favor and 720 opposed. So, in essence, the town of Conway has said they do not want short-term rentals. There was also another article on the warrant that said, if we have short-term rentals, do you want them regulated? And the answer to that was an overwhelming yes. But people voted for that particular amendment, not knowing if in fact the ban on short-term rentals was not going to pass. So that was kind of belt and suspenders on the part of the voters in Conway. I'm sorry, I didn't run enough copies of the amendment for everyone, but I noticed that someone was going to get them. This is a huge amendment. It simply says, the Kearsarge Lighting Precinct, established in 1957 per 408:1, is exempt from the provisions of paragraph 6. And paragraph 6 is what was just being discussed in regards to short-term rentals. What are they, and so on. So it's basically saying that the Kearsarge Lighting Precinct is exempt from this whole mess. So I know that there's probably no one sitting at this table that's ever heard of the Kearsarge Lighting Precinct. It is located as one of the small areas within the town of Conway. We were granted zoning rights by the legislature in 1957. So our little precinct has had zoning ability since 1957. In most cases, our zoning ordinances are stricter than the town of Conway. But we believe we actually live in a very, although it's called residential, it's pretty wide open and looks more like a little country town than it does like part of Conway. So we also, in 1982, I think it was, passed a zoning ordinance that said if you wanted to rent short-term, the house had to be owner-occupied. So this was long before Airbnb, VRBO, HomeAway, whatever it is, was even thought of. We recently had a court case that was ruled in our favor by the same judge, Ignatius, that the senator was talking about. And by the way, she's a very nice person. And so that court case supported our ability for to have owner-occupied short-term rentals. So the first thing I ask is that you support this amendment based on the legislature's own legislation that ruled we could zone ourselves, and we didn't have to pay attention to what Conway or Bartlett, and by the way, we spread over 2 towns, what Conway and Bartlett had to say about zoning. That's number one. The second thing is, as the bill is currently written, there are holes that you can drive a tractor trailer through. One of them is that it doesn't talk at all about declarations and covenants that homeowners associations and condominium associations have registered with the Register of Deeds. So, for example, in the covenants that are on my homeowners association, say that we cannot have short-term rentals. They have to be, I think they have to be 30 days or something, but there's a thing like that, but you can't have just a weekend guest. Whereas the condominium association that is located within the homeowners association says you can have short-term rentals. So each homeowners or condominium associations in their declarations and covenants have made a decision about short-term rentals. And again, to me, if you want to fix this legislation, you need to say something about condos and homeowners associations and that their declarations and covenants rule. The other thing that is a little interesting, and I didn't read it this way before, but it says short-term rental means any single family or two-family building. So guess what? That eliminates about 98 to 100% of all condominiums. Because I don't know of any condominiums in the state that are only two people, or a two-family building. So you need to think about that, because I don't think that Senator French wanted to eliminate the possibility of condominiums being excluded from short-term rentals. I have some additional testimony with me for people that could not attend today, and I will provide these copies of this to the chairman. But one is from the Honorable Mark Hounsel. One is from Vicky and John McDougall. And the third one is from Chris Werner. And yes, they are all residents of Conway, just in case you were wondering. So I thank you, and I will be sure to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question again. You mentioned in your testimony about Airbnb is more a recent phenomena, and this, whatever was before didn't include or think about it. But some of the communities have made accommodation for Airbnb because they have a different, it's a short-term rental, it's a different way of opening a home or a community up for short-term.
Yeah.
So how have you considered if there is any policy that has worked in a community to still give the local communities an opportunity to be able to do this at a community local control versus the state?
No, I have not. Because, for example, I mentioned that Conway had voted on this. The Kearsarge Lighting Precinct also voted on whether or not they wanted short-term rentals. And the answer in both cases, as I indicated, was no. And I think the other thing that is probably quite unusual is that our zoning ordinances have been around since 1957, and the change for owner-occupied occurred in 1982. So, and I'll just tell you, the reason that the Kearsarge Lighting Precinct came to the legislature for zoning is because the fathers in the town of Conway wanted nothing to do with zoning in 1957. So we said, okay, fine, we'll just go around you, and that's what we did.
A quick follow-up.
Follow-up, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So coming back to that, Representative, don't you think, as we have always done, local control, enhancing local control versus state mandate, wouldn't that help?
It might.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate you. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I want to follow up on a previous question. Being a planning board person, the question previously was about non-conforming use. I'm just trying to get this whole thing in my mind. Apparently, short-term rentals are structures that exist in residential areas versus commercial areas where motels would be?
Well, it's interesting. There are a lot of motels and hotels and Airbnbs, or Airbnb, bed and breakfast, that all advertise on any one of these platforms. So, you know, it's another medium for what we think of as a place to stay. It's just another medium for them to advertise their business.
Follow-up?
Thank you. But like I said, it seems to me that what this bill is speaking to is short-term rentals that are in residential areas and not in commercial areas like motels would be. So that would be essentially a non-conforming use.
The one place I've never sat is on the planning board, okay? And I would think that what you just said is correct.
Right. So I have one last.
One more follow-up.
This is more of a statement than a question. But have you ever heard of duplexes?
Yes.
Those are 2-unit condos, which is, you said that you've never heard of a 2-unit condo, so.
Well, I call them duplexes, not condos.
Thank you.
Representative here?
This is an opinion question.
I can't hear you.
This is an opinion question. In your opinion, do you think we should get involved with the planning boards and the zoning boards in the whole state to decide what they should do with their town?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
I would, if there are no other questions, I would strongly urge the committee to think about putting this bill into interim study, because I think that there are plenty of questions that need to be answered prior to this going to the House floor. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate you coming and offering your testimony. Next, we have Representative Robert the Burge. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Robert Taberge from COAS District 3, representing the city of Berlin. I have, to make it easy for the committee, I have written testimony which has been distributed, and I'm out of respect for the clerk, because I know what the clerking is like on a committee. Okay, okay, committee members, I oppose Senate Bill 249, not only as a representative, but as a member of the Berlin City Council. I have given you a letter informing the committee that the Berlin City Council voted Monday, April 4th, unanimously to oppose the legislation before you. A gross assumption is made in the bill that the legislation presumes, erroneously, that a one fixed solution fits all municipalities. Not all towns or cities are alike. Berlin, for example, only has 37 units for a city of its size, yet the North Conway area with a smaller population has greater than 600 units. The bill will do away with Berlin's ordinances already in place. If passed, Senate Bill 249 would prohibit local zoning ordinances from regulating the location of short-term rentals. In brief, the issue is one of local control, and I encourage the members of the committee to take into consideration the latter when deliberating Senate Bill 249. I thank you for your time and consideration. And also, in closing, I will not entertain any questions, not out of disrespect for the members of the committee, but I believe that a number of individuals testifying behind me will probably answer your question. And also, I concur with the previous speaker that there are issues in the bill which I think would be advisable for the committee to take into consideration and not ITL the bill, that perhaps put it in interim study. So I can see pros and cons on both sides of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka. Is she here?
I think you stepped out.
She was here. And while we're finding her, how about Mayor McCutcheon from Portsmouth? Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Dolman, and thank you to the House Municipal and County Government Committee. The best part about being mayor is with a name like Deglin McCachran, it's a lot easier for folks in Portsmouth just to refer to me as the mayor, Mr. Mayor. So that's been great. I passed testimony to Representative Power. I hopefully that you've got it. I'm not going to read that, but I will highlight the following mayors who joined me in opposition to Senate Bill 249. Mayor Boulay of Concord, Mayor Brown of Littleton, Mayor Carrier of Dover, Mayor Craig of Manchester, Mayor Donchis of Nashua, Mayor Gerard from Claremont, Mayor Grenier from Berlin, Mayor Hilliard of Somersworth, Mayor Hosmer of Laconia, Mayor McNamara of Lebanon, and myself, Deglin McCachran of Portsmouth. I was compelled to come to Concord today, and it's great to be at the Municipal and County Government Commission. It feels like I'm at home. It's nice to know that you guys have problems with the mics up here. We have problems in Portsmouth. But you guys are in the weeds of what affects everybody in New Hampshire on a day-to-day basis, and that's what I get to feel like I get to do in Portsmouth, is really hear from constituents. And there's a lot that has been said and will be said on local control. I believe in local control, but what I want to point out today is really how this bill is an anti-affordable housing bill. And it is so because I think in the Senate testimony, there was a discussion of two markets, a short-term rental market and a long-term rental market. And one of those markets is more lucrative than the other. And as we've seen nationwide, as Airbnb has been allowed to happen in municipalities, the price of rent has increased. And our own assessor believes the cost of housing, both for purchase of housing and rental units in Portsmouth, will increase if this bill is passed. And it's precisely because there is no provision in it for owner occupancy. I think it was Senator French who said he believes in property rights. I believe in property rights. If this bill was limited to the ability of a homeowner, say for 180 days, or a primary resident from renting out their home, or as it was pointed out in Conway that there were requirements, I might be supportive of this. But what this will allow is speculators, LLCs, corporations to come in, buy houses, and then flip them into short-term rental units, thereby exacerbating an affordable housing crisis. The opposite, well, the other point that might have been made was, well, there'll be more room and meals tax revenue that the cities can enjoy. But that's not true. And it's not true because, as you know, the calculation for the room and meals tax is based on residents. It's not based on tourism. Believe me, I would love it if it was based on tourism in Portsmouth, but it's not. And so the more that we promote long-term rentals promote short-term rentals at the expense of long-term rentals, we will reduce the money that Portsmouth and many other municipalities would receive from the rooms and meals revenue. And then finally, just one quick point on the expansion of non-conforming use. This bill is pretty interesting in that it calls and it actually states that it's going to raise a room and meals tax, but somehow make it not a commercial use. So the idea that you'd be expanding a non-conforming use, I think you'd be expanding it to an actual commercial use, but they state that it's not. And I don't know if you can just state that by a commercial use, and since it's simply stated as a non-commercial use, it's not a commercial use. And I think there would be there'd be questions and maybe legal challenges to that. But the real reason that I'm here is that a lot of people visit Portsmouth. A lot of people have a perception of Portsmouth. Mine is a little different. I was born in Portsmouth 38 years ago. My dad is from Portsmouth. His grandfather graduated the 3rd grade, worked for the city all his life, and his grandfather, or his father, my great-grandfather, came down from Nova Scotia and worked at the Morley Button Factory. And he was called the lawyer, not because he had any formal schooling, but because he could read. And the other folks in the button factory brought them the legal documents that they saw or the paper, and he informed them. So they called him the lawyer. Maybe inspired my father to become an attorney. There is 2 Portsmouths. There's the Portsmouth that gets, put all over MUR, and there's the Portsmouth that comes into my office that asks me, what am I going to do when a property changes hands to an outfit out of Massachusetts and the rents go up $200 a month, and they've been given 30 days notice or 45 days notice that that's going to happen. I worry that this bill is going to throw gasoline on the affordable housing crisis, that it's going to tear communities apart, not out of any ill intent of the bill, but just a lack of understanding of what this will truly have on impacts of communities when we don't have long-term residents any longer. And so with that, I'd ask you to oppose this bill or study it and figure out how you can make it better so that it could actually benefit the residents that we have in New Hampshire now and not favor outside development and investment that is simply going to turn our communities into a giant hotel.
Thank you, Mayor.
Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. So the possibilities you listed that you said you'd be in favor of would be killing it or putting it to further study to find something else that would work. Can you think of, I'm wondering if the third possibility would, Representative Umberger had an amendment for us, for example. Could you think of any other ways we could possibly amend this to address the issues described, or is it just too much to?
Well, I want to stay in my lane. You guys are doing hard work of legislating here, and I have faith and confidence in this committee putting their heads together with what I've addressed. I think residency requirements. I understand that Portsmouth, we got a lot of work to do in a lot of land use and study. We've changed a lot in the last, 38 years certainly, but in the last 10 years we've changed a lot. I wouldn't want to pretend to be able to do your job. I do understand that the expectation in New Hampshire is that our houses pay our taxes, the property tax. They can't work for us. This could provide ability so that homeowners could meet that challenge. I wouldn't want to take that away from them, and we'll work in Portsmouth to understand that. This bill as it stands right now is not close to doing that. So anything that would be centered around residency requirements as one person, and I don't know if I speak for any other mayor but myself, would be something that I would like to see out of this.
Thank you for making
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Oh, you do? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor, for taking my question. Would you believe that this, if it's a short-term rental versus long-term rental, a homeowner or anybody that has a property to rent can make more money with the short-term rental than a long-term, so which precludes that person to not use it for short-term. So it encourages, like you said, the affordable housing option in your community versus if it's no short-term rental.
Yeah, I think that the studies that have been done have been pretty clear that rents will rise when short-term rentals are unregulated. New Hampshire is it doesn't pay to be fast, especially or first when it comes to municipalities. Most municipalities, if you look at whether it's in Texas or California or even internationally, they've recognized the error in their ways in allowing this to happen unfettered for any number of days of the year because it simply takes rental units off the market. I understand the private property rights exist for residents. I want to weigh them in the balance of the community against those those would-be rights that we'd be granted to LLCs, corporations outside of the state of New Hampshire and certainly outside of Portsmouth to come in and raise the property values, and then our taxes, because we use the comparison home model in terms of assessments. I just don't see the benefit to New Hampshire in this.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Van?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mayor, for taking my question. Mr. Mayor, is it your assumption that most units which are used for short-term rental would be long-term rentals were they not being used for short-term rentals?
Well, I don't know if we precluded short-term rentals from happening, somebody might not want to rent out any portion of their home. I could certainly assume that, but I would see that at least in Portsmouth, and it's more shadow because it happens outside of our jurisdiction, and the ability to enforce is limited. I think some of those would, I've seen people simply buy houses to convert them that were actual tenant-paying houses, and this is anecdotal and not maybe super helpful, but convert those. It's not as hard as one might think to convert a long-term rental into a short-term rental. It takes a couple of towels, maybe soap, management company. They're going to come in and be able to do that, and where the desire and the market is there, and it is there in Portsmouth, it is there in some other tourist locations. It certainly is a great incentivization to do that. It's also a great incentivization for people that do not live in the community to hire an outside firm that would be managing many dozens of these properties. So I couldn't say that, if short-term rentals were banned in the state that we would solve our housing situation. I'm sure some of them just would not. They'd just be absorbed in, and they wouldn't, they wouldn't like the idea of renting them out long term. But I wouldn't say that's universally true either.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your time and your approach. You want to take a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You've had some tough questions. I worry about this one.
Not to worry. So as this bill is written, as a mayor overseeing a large New Hampshire city, if you have a hedge fund out of Dubai that owns several blocks in downtown Portsmouth, where there are many, many short-term rentals, and under the bill's provision, you reserve the right to regulate those short-term rentals by inspecting them and responding to complaints, et cetera, et cetera. What recourse would you have if something really went sideways, if you couldn't locate the owner, or if the owner was a corporate entity and wasn't really a person at all?
I've steered clear of the. I think there was an effort made to give some towns recourse, but it's difficult. I think our primary responsibility in government and in local government is to maintain safety for, that's why we come together in government. That's why we choose, it's safety among numbers, and we realize that we're safer together. If there was not the ability to locate the owner for any number of reasons, and they're not just simply, noise violations, and that's a big part of, as a mayor, you get a lot of complaints on a lot of things. But to the true health and safety, the way that is written in terms of, representatives not actually being, on site or anywhere or designated there, that is an issue. Because I certainly wouldn't want, our chief of police to be put on hold as they work through a management company that is dealing with, 30 or 40 of these in Portsmouth.
Representative Ayer?
Thank you for taking my question. Seeing your list of mayors, in your opinion, do these mayors know what's best for their town without?
You would have to
government
ask,
get
I would
involved?
say to a mayor, they all believe so. You'd have to ask their voters. But I would agree that they, as I do, think that I know Portsmouth. And I would think that Mayor Donchis would know Nashua and Mayor Craig would know Manchester. I think that it is I think that the idea that this is a problem that needs solving on the state level that maybe undermines the amount of work that we try to do to bring people together in a community and to promote that community.
So, follow up?
Go ahead.
So do you feel that your zoning and planning board can't make these decisions without us?
I believe that our zoning board and planning board and city council can make these decisions without the state of New Hampshire making them for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
I'm going to just a little commentary. Thank you, Mayor, I appreciate it.
Am I free to go?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Representative Dolan and Chairman.
We still have over 20 folks that want to address this issue, and so I would ask the indulgence of the committee and those people still to speak to be aware of the fact that we have a lot to get through here in the next several hours. So, so please keep that in mind when you're speaking and when you're asking questions. Okay, next up we have Representative Burrow. Senator. Okay. Come on up. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Chairman, for having us. And thank you for listening to all this input today. I will try to respect your time. For the record, my name is Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka. I'm here representing District 21, which is the city of Portsmouth and the towns of Durham, Newmarket, Newfields, Madbury, Lee, and Newington. I am also here in opposition of the bill as written, and I just have a couple things that I'd like you to consider as you work on the bill. Although I understand the purpose behind 249 and that there's a role in our state's economy for short-term rentals, I'd like you to consider carefully some of the points that have been raised so far today. I know the changes made in the Senate were a big improvement to the bill, but I still think that after many years of debating this issue on a statewide basis, we are still not quite there on this bill. My mayor from the city of Portsmouth quite eloquently and powerfully made the case on how short-term rentals hurt long-term housing supply or have the potential to do that. And so some models that we've seen work successfully nationwide are to allow short-term rentals, for example, through permit, conditional use permit, or special exception with a capped number of permits allowed per municipality. In this way, local control can allow for the balance of long-term housing supply and short-term housing supply. For those of you that don't know me, I've been a housing advocate for over a dozen years now. I've worked very closely on this issue since 2008 or 9, and so it's something I'm intimately familiar with, and especially the role that zoning has in our housing supply. And so if you do decide to move forward with this bill, I'd like to raise a couple points that I think will be important for you to incorporate. One is really to think about including a provision on owner occupancy. I think that if we had language in this bill which allowed us to address homes that were only homes that were occupied by the owner at least for 180 days a year, then the bill would be silent on these corporate landlords who are really the concern. We do want to let our homeowners in New Hampshire have control over their private property, but we also need to allow municipalities to balance those rights with other policy concerns, which we let them do on a regular basis. I also think if the bill were silent on these corporate landlords, it would allow us as a state and as a civic body to make sure we're maintaining homeowners who are present in our town. They're part of our civic life. They're our neighbors. They run for office. And so we need to make sure that this doesn't become a governance issue on top of everything. Secondly, I'd like you to consider adding the option into the bill of allowing a municipality to require a conditional use permit for this use. I don't agree with the New Hampshire Association of Realtors that this is a residential use. I think it's done for compensation. If you have high turnover, there can be traffic, there can be people in and out. It starts to act more and more like a commercial activity, and the reason that we have zoning is to allow municipalities to place commercial activity in logical places. It's to allow us to have neighborhoods. It's to allow us to plan and create cities that are livable and pleasant. And so if you allowed, in addition to the current registration and certificate that are in the bill, the ability for municipalities to potentially also require a CUP, they could set the parameters for those to happen. And it would still make a policy statement that we want to see short-term rentals as a part of our economy in New Hampshire, and yet strike a balance with our municipalities being able, again, to balance that not only with nuisance issues, but also with long-term housing supply and quality of life. It's my opinion that nobody here intends to run roughshod over the careful and dynamic work that our towns and cities have done to zone all of our political subdivisions and municipalities. But if we move forward with the bill as written, it does allow what is, in my opinion, a quasi-commercial use to move into all of our single-family neighborhoods, and I think that's a discussion that's best had at the local level. So I will wrap up my comments there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I'm taking notes, and I missed your reference to a CUP. Could you explain that?
Yes, Representative. Thank you so much for the question. So a CUP, or conditional use permit, would be a tool that municipalities have to essentially permit short-term rental as a use, and by enabling that option in the legislation, municipalities commonly can allow CUPs for certain uses in certain zones, for example. So in a downtown commercial district, short-term rentals could be allowed by conditional use permit, whereas in other zones, they could potentially be excluded.
Thank you, Senator. We greatly appreciate your ability to be patient with us as our schedule drags on here a little bit.
Of course, I appreciate all you guys' work, and I actually will be back later today to see you. So
Okay.
Good luck until then. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Representative Anita Burrow. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having me here today, and I will be as brief as I can. First off, this is a happy day for me because Representative Umberger and I are in complete agreement on this bill. Very happy about that. I am strongly opposed to this bill, and I'm strongly in support of short-term rentals, and let me explain that. I come from a district where it gets, I represent Jackson, Bartlett, and Hart's location. The Mount Washington Valley gets about 6 million visitors a year, so short-term rentals are an integral part of our economy. They're a disruptive innovation that are not going away, and I think all of us up in that area understand the value that these units bring to our community. So I'm not here to say that short-term rentals should go away. The issue for me and the issue for most of my constituents who I've heard who do not support this bill is whether the issue is who should have the legal authority to regulate short-term rentals. And zoning laws in New Hampshire have gone back almost 100 years. And they have the state has delegated authority to the towns to make their own decisions, their own zoning decisions that are consistent with other states throughout the country. And as we said previously, our valley and as the mayor said, the seacoast are probably the two areas that are most impacted by this. And I believe that most Granite Staters believe that the residents of the town should have the legal right to make decisions about short-term rentals and about how their communities are zoned and regulated. We believe that the state shouldn't be telling municipalities whether or not there should be short-term rentals. Those should be a decision left to those who live in the communities to determine the kind of communities and neighborhoods that they want to live in. And the mayor also alluded to out-of-state investors. And I want to say this isn't a far-fetched idea, because if you look over in neighboring Vermont, which has some similar demographic, it's a tourist area, they are being heavily invaded by out-of-state investor groups. So it's not a far-fetched neighborhood that's just going to happen here, and that you're going to have neighborhoods controlled by out-of-state investor groups. So I will just, again, I'll cut this short because a lot's already been said. But I'd say for those people in this in this hearing who value freedom, I say let's keep our communities free to regulate their own land. And I'm hoping that you'll either amend the bill or study committee, either of the above, so that we can enable local citizens to retain the right to create the kind of communities that they wish them to be. Thank you. I'll
Thank you,
take any
Representative.
questions. What, I'm sorry?
Thank you,
Oh,
Representative.
thank you.
Next, we have Carol Wallace, who is in opposition to the bill. And you have a guest with you that is,
Actually, it's vice versa. I have Carol as my guest. Thank you.
so if you would please, both of you introduce yourselves so
Yes,
we
we
can get it
will.
written down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Representative Sue Gottling from Sullivan, District 2, the towns of Sunapee and Croydon. And I am also in my 11th year as a member of the Select Board in Sunapee. The emergence of short-term rentals in Sunapee first came to my attention when our police chief about 2 years ago appeared in front of the Select Board and said, "Sunapee, we have a problem." He related then the increased calls he was getting about parking problems and arguments with our young staff who were trying to manage the town beach. And most of these were coming from people who were using short-term rentals and really did not understand some of their obligations. The chief had done his research, and he shocked all of us with the number of short-term rentals in our small town of 3,200 people, which at that time was getting close to 100. Sunapee has always been generous to our homeowners who want to rent, and we've granted those homeowners an extra beach sticker and a transfer station sticker for their renters. And usually those renters in the past have been for 2 weeks or for a month. That is no longer true. The increasing number of short-term rental properties, plus the fact that they are generally seriously overloaded, is putting tremendous pressure on all our town services. And just as the town began to address the emerging issues, SB 249 was introduced, and I would say stopped us in our tracks. I will introduce my fellow member of the Select Board, Carol Wallace, who will talk to you about those issues.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am Carol Wallace, and I am a new member of the Select Board in Sunapee. And most of what I have in my testimony has already been said, so I'm going to spare you all the redundancy of it.
Thank you.
Yes. What Sue did neglect to mention about our police chief was that he was assaulted in his own driveway by an inebriated guest of one of these short-term rentals in our town. That certainly got the town, put the town on notice about the severity of the issue when uncontrolled. You've heard that large hotel chains are entering the short-term rental market, again begging the question as to when does a residential property become a commercial property. That's a determination in my mind, and in the mind of the Select Board, that determination should be made at the local level by zoning officials who live in the town and not by a one-size-fits-all approach which would be legislated by the state. I'm looking through my redacted document. So the enforcement of public safety measures such as occupancy limits and parking restrictions would also be limited by this bill. In summary, the residents of Sunapee deserve a safe, orderly town in which to live, and they expect their town government to protect their rights. Please let us do the job that we were elected to do and vote to oppose SB 249.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for being patient with your waiting to give your testimony.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Yes, Representative, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for taking my question. It can be directed to both of you. You said your police chief went out to address some issues. Were they local land use issues?
Were they what?
Were they local land use issues or ordinances that adopted by the town, or were they other issues?
They were places where there were folks who thought that they should be able to get to the beach, even though we might have said that at that point it was already at its maximum, and they couldn't understand, and they argued a lot about that. And then we had the infamous incident of Harvard sending up a busload of students to a short-term rental right near the harbor, and there were 30 of them in a place that had, 6 bedrooms or something like that. And although they were not drinking and carousing, nevertheless, young people don't want to go to bed early. And so there was a great deal of noise and conversation, and they're in a place where they're very, very close to many other residents. And one of the things you might address, Carol, is that we do have an organization now in Sunapee, which are people who are short-term rentals and want to do it right. And so I'm very pleased with that. And we don't have any group that is saying we can't have them. What we're worried about is the proliferation almost anywhere, and particularly, I would say, the overcrowding. Yep.
Thank you for your, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, ladies, for taking my question. So is it true that a municipality could, through zoning, prohibit a commercial entity or enterprise from purchasing property and using it as a short-term rental?
Well, we do have zones in our town, from village commercial to village residential to residential, so yes, I would assume that we could. But these are not called commercial. The short-term rentals are not, at present, termed commercial.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and have a safe ride back home.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll have Paul Mayer from Bartlett. He represents the Mount Washington Valley Association of Responsible Renters. He's going to speak in support of the bill.
Hello, representatives. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm excited. I'm the first one speaking in favor of the bill. Let me just say that the short-term rentals have been part of our community forever in New Hampshire. The question that we have is, are they legal? And the answer today is yes. I don't know of any town that says that renting your house is illegal. On the question of conditional use permits, a conditional use permit takes a high standard and allows you to do something. It grants you a lower restrictive level to do something. So take a residential neighborhood, want to put a gas station in it, get a conditional permit, you're allowed to do something that wouldn't normally be allowed with a conditional use permit. That's not the case with a short-term rental. I can let anybody I want use my house today for a day, for an hour. It's legal. Therefore, how can you issue a conditional use permit for something that's currently legal in the vast majority of towns in our state? The other problem with a conditional use permit is that it becomes grandfathered. Once a conditional use permit is issued, it runs with the land. You don't renew them every year. Otherwise, no one would build a gas station in a residential neighborhood, knowing that they would have to renew every year. There's been a lot of talk about commercial versus residential. And it's easy to pull out the fact that, well, someone's getting paid, therefore it's commercial. Well, I rent my houses seasonally. I get paid for those. Those don't become commercial properties in a neighborhood. Long-term rentals receive compensation for renting their residential properties. That's not a commercial use under any stretch of the law. And if I rent a house for a day and charge $100, does that make it commercial? We have two court cases, one in Portsmouth, where in the 16-page judge's statement at the end of the case never mentioned the word commercial once. Judge Ignatius, in ruling in Conway, clearly stated this is a residential use in a residential neighborhood. So I know people are grasping for straws to say we need to ban them, because they're noisy and they're loud and they park on the streets. And our association totally agrees. Regulate them. Do whatever you would do with any other house on the street that was not performing properly, causing problems, having fireworks, having late night parties. We have rules and regulations, and that's where local control comes in. SB 29 does not take away local control. In fact, it grants the towns additional control that they currently don't have in RSAs. The right to register the property, the right to actually walk in and inspect a property for health safety. That is banned in New Hampshire. No fire chief can knock on my door and inspect my house for life safety issues currently. And we're granting that to short-term rentals. So we're actually giving towns more local control, not taking anything away. The only thing that SB 249 does is it says, just like we did with ancillary dwelling units, you can't ban them. You can regulate the hell out of them, you can't ban them. So I just think that people need to, slow down, look at what the law says, and look about personal property rights. On the final issue, some of the addendums and, amendments that are being put forth and the wish lists added to this bill, they're all interesting, they're great. But out of one side of the conversation we hear, we want local control, we don't want the state telling us what to do. And then on the other side of the table, people are adding on pages and pages and pages of regulations and controls that the towns are going to have to deal with that are going to come from the state. I think the beauty of French's bill was he kept it clean. He just said, you can't ban them. You can do whatever else you want with them, but just like ancillary dwelling units, you can't ban them. They're part of our community. They're part of our neighborhoods. They're part of New Hampshire. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your patience. Representative Fan, you had a comment? I'm sorry, Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One of the concepts that I'm kind of grappling with all this testimony is short-term rentals. They're rented, let's say, by the owner, and let's just say it's a homeowner. Let's say it's you. But the intent is that they're rented for occupancy, not to be a home for someone, where a long-term rental is someone's home. So do you see that a community should have the interest in helping to craft their community and delineate between a home and an occupancy?
It's an interesting question, but every town in America has seasonal rentals, month-to-month rentals. J2 and J1 visa rentals were a huge part of the New Hampshire economy just a few years ago prior to COVID. Yet nobody's screaming, we don't want temporary workers to come to New Hampshire and live in these houses on my street because they're not full-time residents. I think one of the beauties of America is we don't get to pick our neighbors.
Another question?
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So along those lines, do you see there's also a difference between a short-term rental, let's say, of a few days or a week, and a short-term rental of 6 months?
I think there's a place for both of them in our economy. Obviously, short-term rentals are a very popular way to vacation nowadays. I'm a little concerned when people talk about owner occupancy and vacation rentals. You take a 3-bedroom house on a side street that I own, and a family wants to come up and go to Storyland. I don't think they want me sleeping in the 3rd bedroom.
Yeah. One more, Mr. Chair. Well, I think with owner occupancy, would you say that it could be interpreted that the owner would occupy that building at some time during a year, not simultaneously with the person renting it?
That's a comment that has not gotten a clear answer yet. I obviously think nobody wants me sleeping in that extra bedroom. That's for sure. But the nuance of it that needs to be thought of is if anyone in this room had a house in Bartlett, where I live, a ski house or a hiking place, are you really going to spend 186 nights a year up there when you have a full-time job in another town? Those are vacation homes. You spend weekend here, a week there, whatever. And if you were to set a standard that the owner has to live in it 180 days, is that realistic, and how would you even track that?
Okay, thank you.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think you stated in your testimony that short-term rentals are legal all over the state. Is that correct? Then why do you need a law?
We don't. The reason that, it brings up a very good point. Obviously, I live in the White Mountains, and we have 4 towns currently with either severe restrictions on, planning severe restrictions on short-term rentals or an outright ban on short-term rentals. Our association is part of the lawsuit that went towards in Conway, and we were able to knock that down. It's now at Superior Court, and we hope to win there. In Madison, they had a petition warrant article to totally ban them in the town of Edelweiss. We intervened there, and the town agreed to rescind the cease and desist orders there. Freedom just voted to restrict them to 90 days per year. Obviously, a question of illegal taking without compensation on the Fifth Amendment. You can't just take my property and tell me I can only use it for 90 days a year. So those are the kind of issues that we think 249 is going to solve. And I think one important thing that the legislative branch needs to look at is if you don't deal with short-term rentals with a bill like SB 29 that empowers towns to regulate them, you're leaving it up to a dozen Superior Court judges to make a decision on their own. You guys lose the ability to legislate.
Follow-up?
Follow-up, Mr. Chair. Well, towns and cities already have the ability to regulate for
Correct.
all kinds of issues. What is this bill giving us again?
It gives you the right to inspect.
That we don't already have.
You do not have the right to come into my house and inspect it for health and safety. You would have if it was a short-term rental in the town of Bartlett, if SB 29 passes. You don't have a right to regulate my house and ask me who to contact in case of emergency. With SB 249, you would have that right, and you would be compensated. Would have to pay you to register my own house as a short-term rental, which allows you to have the staff at the town level to regulate.
Representative Maggiore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I first want to say that I have properties that I rent out, and I do use Airbnb and others quite often when we travel. So I'm a supporter. I'm just also a big supporter of local control and the responsibilities that planning boards and select boards have. And my question goes directly to what Representative Davis was just saying. What the bill says is that a town may require that you meet the minimum housing standards under RSA 4810 or the standards for carbon monoxide and alarms under 153.
Correct.
May.
Correct.
If you do not, what am I inspecting?
What, and again, everyone screams local control. That's your local control. If you want to do those things, you may. We're not telling Senator French isn't saying every town in New Hampshire needs to inspect every short-term rental for, carbon monoxide monitors. Some small towns might not have the staff to do that. I mean, it might be a major issue to say we're going to go in and inspect towns. Again, the beauty of SB 29 is it gives towns the local control. They may do what they need to do. Everyone asked for the right to inspect, and we gave it to them. But we're not forcing anybody to do anything.
Okay, you got a follow-up?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Representative Tripp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was scanning through the bill once again, and a question that had been asked previously by Representative Powler said, I believe it was Senator French said, oh, somebody else will answer that. So hopefully that time has come. On line 9 of the first page, it talks about the building or structure is conforming or non-conforming. Do you know what that means?
I am not an expert on that statement. I believe that was pulled out of existing legislation, and I believe conforming and non-conforming would be based on the fact of if I had a 1820s farmhouse, it would no longer be conforming to current code. But since it's a residential property currently, even though it's non-conforming, I could use that property as a short-term rental. And that's simply a guess from 25 years in real estate and zoning.
Well, it's a much better guess than I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This is an easy question. I missed your name. Could you please repeat it?
Paul Mayer.
Okay, a message to the committee. We're on pace right now to finish up around 7 o'clock. So if you need to take a break and call somebody to tell them you're going to be late, and don't hold dinner for me or whatever, we can take a 5-minute break to get that done if you'd like. Anybody need a break? Okay, I'll drive on.
Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we have John, and I'm going to be having trouble with this name, Cancolar?
John Cancelaris?
Cancelaris. Okay, John, please come on up. Sorry for butchering your name. And John's going to speak to us in opposition of the bill.
Good afternoon. John Cancellaris from Madison, New Hampshire. I'm going to adjust everything. I wish I went first, but a lot of people covered what I was going to talk about. I do oppose SB 249, not because I'm for or against STRs, the us and them, but that the SB 249 is essentially a statewide kind of takeover of local zoning laws, which is believed to resolve the issue. But the SB 249 being promoted does not take into account, it would not allow local officials to consider the character of the districts. Several other towns are charming. Each of the 221 towns and 13 cities have different historical districts, environmental sensitive areas, and established neighborhoods. Just recently, I looked up and found online American Strategies. This was a 2019 survey that took vote in New Hampshire people. And the voters, I stated as it says, voters feel cities and counties know best when it comes to creating rental rules and regulations for their own communities. 41% strongly agreed, 70% totally agreed. They're also considered by the argument that local governments already have the tools to protect public safety and deal with bad behavior. A lot's been talked about, so I'll tell you about, I'm from Madison. We dealt with it. It's been mentioned before, not the whole story from Meyer. we had in Madison a lot of debate about the SB 249, STRs and renting. On one side, we had Article 4, which is essentially what SB 249 is. You can rent anywhere, you can have up to 16 people in any zone. On the other side, we had Article 8. This was what it said is just long-term, no short-term renting in residential areas. Two opposing bills. SB 249. What happened? The voters voted both down. They didn't agree with the total uncontrolled rentals, and the other one, they didn't believe that we should ban them. What do we do now? Well, we all had a meeting, and what we're doing is, like local countries, local ordinance, we have another meeting. We start again the next year. What we've done too is it's been mentioned that we're going to have potentially form a subcommittee that will include not only residents but actually out-of-town owners, trying to get everyone together to talk about it. They have every meeting set up. We'll be talking about STRs. They're going to handle it. Also in June, they set up a 6 o'clock meeting. They're going to have actually 6 hours. They hope it's done by 12 o'clock to talk about all these issues. What we see here, but during this year before the voting for these two articles, we had more people in our one town talking about it than you have here talking about the whole state. This is just one town. The towns need to hear what the local people are talking about. They need to hear what the local problems are. They're the ones who can handle it. What's beauty of that is as a person and as a people there, these town officials are the referees. These town officials are the therapists for these people. This is a good thing that this has happened this year. We have more people who went to vote in Madison, almost as much as the highest number of voters that they ever had. So what's it doing? It's causing communities to work together. In the end, we're all working together. We're fighting, we're arguing, we're debating, we're laughing. We had people held up signs. We talked to each other. We're talking about the issues. We're getting together. We will handle it. If we don't handle it this year, what happens? Next year, we try again. These issues can be resolved on a local level, and I do not think it should be handled on the state level for zoning. That's what I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony and your patience with us, with our schedule today. Next, we're going to hear from Louise Webster.
Thank you.
Louise supports the bill. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Please be brief.
I'm going to be. I actually have a cleaning service, and I clean for Airbnbs, short-term rentals, VRBOs, whatever you want to call them, and anything to help keep short-term rentals around in New Hampshire is going to help my business because it's based on short-term rentals. I don't get as many small, some people want once a month. That's not going to pay the bills. I need something that's going to be a flip so I can make as much money as I can to pay my bills. And without this, I would not have been able to buy my house last year. So it's a little further away than I wanted, but I still work in North Conway, Bartlett, Madison, Freedom, and Ossipee. So.
Great. Mr. Chair? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming, and thank you for taking this, what I hope is an easy question. Are most houses well cared for by the people who come in to rent, or?
I've had some issues. Usually when I tell the owner, they take care of that. And I'll use this for an example. Okay, so I had a rental that I was due to clean, but Airbnb actually stopped it because they will ban people that destroys people's property or does something. He's got a lifetime ban. He can never rent again. So she had an opening for almost a whole week because they do take care of that for people.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Webster, and have a safe drive back home.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Ty Sinclair. She is a Bed and Breakfast Association member.
Good afternoon, Chairman and fellow legislators and community members sitting behind me. My name is Thais St. Clair. I am the owner, 9 years now, of a bed and breakfast in little old Center Harbor. I'm also president of the Lakes Regions B&B Association. And I'm also the owner of 2 long-term properties, long-term rental properties. I am the neighbor of a 7-bedroom short-term rental, and I am also the neighbor and part-time property manager for a 5-room bed and breakfast, short-term rental right next to my property. Back as far as 2018, I realized that short-term rentals are a growing part of our communities. At the time, I felt like, well, if you can't beat them, join them. So I also got listed on Airbnb and VRBO. So I'd like to clarify for everyone here that VRBO and Airbnb are not properties. They are software platforms that allow homeowners or property owners to list their properties. They do offer significant insurance programs as an incentive. And when we use the term Airbnb, it is the software platform. It is not a property. The term Airbnb uses the letters B and B in their corporate name. They are not necessarily bed and breakfasts. So most properties, short-term rentals, they allow the use of a kitchen, and they are for vacationers staying short-term. They do not provide breakfast like a bed and breakfast does. So I wanted to clarify that because I hear these terms used all the time, and 90% of the time they're misused. So I have only 10 copies of some testimony, which I will get distributed somehow here, but I'm not going to read it. I'm going to save time, and I'm going to summarize the key items.
Thank you. We have a secretary that will make copies for us.
Okay. So here are the 10 copies that I do have. And I also brought my business cards to go along with them.
Representative Guthrie will take them from you.
Oh, can I have one of those copies myself? So as I have described my role, I am very much in the trenches of this short-term rental situation. I'm on both sides of the fence, and it impacts not only my business, my livelihood, my neighbors, my community, which I cherish very much. So, from this perspective, I am adamantly against this bill as it started out as banning short-term rentals, or not banning short-term rentals. I'm totally against that. Now this bill has been sugar-coated with a lot of amendment changes, variations. but we're still not there yet. It is a very complex issue, and it's not limited to just New Hampshire. The whole world that books through these online vacation rental platforms is coping with the same issues all over the world in every language. So, the complicated related issues do need to be further studied. And the gentleman before me had proposed that there be further meetings, discussions with all parties represented. I think is the way to go. We cannot pass this bill as it is currently stated. It is going to open up a can of worms for more problems than it solves. Ultimately, what we do end up with, though, has to cover the following 5 items. Registration has to happen. Even as a B&B owner, I would like to refer guests that I can't accommodate myself because I'm fully booked. I'd like to refer them to other places, especially with all the weddings at Castle in the Clouds. I can't book any more than I already have. I don't know where to send them. There are no other accommodations between my place and Castle in the Clouds, for example. All I can do is refer them to short-term rentals. Well, guess what? I have no idea where they are, who they are, how many people they can accommodate. And so towns need to have registrations. They need to know who the short-term rental owners are, where they are, and how many people they can accommodate. I'd love to have access to that information. Safety and parking. In the 4+ years that I've been neighbors to short-term rentals and owning properties that I rent out myself, I have to deal with the following types of issues. Underage sex, opioids, drug overdose, ambulance that cannot get to the residence of my own sister because the neighbor's property has about 30 cars parked on the shoulder of the road and the ambulance can't get through. That house is only supposed to accommodate 10 people, but there's 30 cars. My sister almost died. Fortunately, I was able to run up to my sister's house and save her life before the ambulance and the medics could get there. This is reality of what I've had to deal with. We've had fireworks go off 4 o'clock Monday morning. The town inundated with phone calls about what happened with these fireworks going off at an ungodly hour. Some people thought there was a crash. Some people thought a bomb went off. Some of my neighbors thought that we were under attack. Somebody had a heart attack because they were so shocked by the loud boom of the fireworks at that hour. Children were late to school because their night was disrupted, and so forth. Other problems include parking, sewer overflow, because there's too many people in a house that was supposed to only accommodate 14 or so at most. And so on it goes with the safety and the parking. And yes, authorities in town should be able to conduct an inspection, just like bed and breakfasts. I think part of whatever future law we end up with should take a page out of what bed and breakfasts have to qualify for. We are inspected, we follow fire codes. We have to have carbon monoxide detectors, smoke detectors. We need to have fire extinguishers. We need to have 2 forms of egress from every floor of our properties. Exit signs have to be lit 24 hours.
Ms. Sinclair, could I ask you to try to wrap, as we're going to be running out of time?
Yes, sir. Some B&B or some vacation rentals do offer breakfast or other meals. Well, why would they be able to offer meals where B&Bs have to have a food service license? So this is another aspect that has not been discussed before. But if meals are being offered, water temperature, water well testing, dishwasher temperature, refrigerator temperatures, ovens and stoves all need to be inspected in order to get a food license. Noise and events has been discussed before, so I'm not going to reiterate that. Community housing needs have also been mentioned earlier today. But another aspect is the impact of so many vacation rentals on the existing accommodations that our communities have. Personally, I'm very much in favor of every type of accommodation being available to visitors and residents of New Hampshire, but there has to be a balance. Right now, the B&B community is suffering from the vacation rental properties popping up all over the place. And I am particularly worried about the most recent acquisition where Bayside Rentals in Meredith is now owned and controlled by Marriott Homes. So that means that the large corporations, the big hotels, can come in and operate through a third party and take over neighborhoods. This is not okay. This cannot happen in New Hampshire. Now, I'm sure my 5 minutes is up. However, there is another speaker who was not able to stay because of the schedule change. So I am now representing Heidi Milbred. She is currently owner of a B&B in Bristol. She's president of the New Hampshire statewide B&B Association, and she also sits on the board of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. She asked me to read her statement, which will only take a few minutes. Innkeeping has been around since before Jesus' birth. We innkeepers have a long and storied history, but thanks to a few senators, they want to see our livelihood pushed to the side. So much of New Hampshire being a great place to run a small business. It seems not to be the case. SB 249 says that anyone with a single or double family home may rent it out for money with no regulations, license, or enforcement. Sure, the bill includes language that towns may adopt an ordinance require owner residency who wishes to utilize the property for vacation rental and to file registrations with the town. The town or municipality may adopt an ordinance which inspection of property is determined if the property meets the minimum housing standards. The town or municipality may enforce and regulate and may collect a fee for enforcing this. The municipality may establish a reasonable fee to cover the cost to the town, but it's doubtful that all communities can actually be able to do this. Many small towns make up tourist areas. The whole state is a tourist area. Can we really believe that small towns are going to be able to come up with the money so that they can hire somebody to enforce zonings and codes over and above what they're already doing? A person that lists their house for rent does not even need to be on site. They can be in another town, state, or country. How's that going to work when the police show up for a keg party? According to the definition found in RSA 175, Chapter 1, bed and breakfast means a building or buildings regularly used and kept open as such in a bona fide manner for the feeding and lodging of transient guests. A bed and breakfast shall have at least 4 rentable rooms, an area for dining capable of accommodating the number of guests. It is the primary residence of the owners or operators, and has posted room rates that includes breakfast. To become a legitimate B&B in New Hampshire, one needs to hit certain benchmarks. We have to live on site. We need a minimum of 4 rooms. We need to register the name with the state. We have to collect the 8.5 meals and rental tax with a tax license number. We need to have our kitchens inspected and licensed. On a side note, many Airbnbs, VRBO, short-term rentals are serving food. And it's just not regulated. We need to carry commercial insurance. Rumor has it that Airbnb offers hosts, but do they really pay out? We need to be hardwired to the fire departments. We have alarm systems, we have sprinkler systems. These are all required. Some B&Bs have to get their boilers inspected as well. So if this bill passes, RSA 175.1 becomes obsolete. I will simply stop paying for all fees, license, taxes, and become a short-term rental under this law. And I'm out of the B&B business. So it will impact an industry that's been here in New Hampshire for a very long time, is very much part of our culture. SB 249 is cloaked as allowing a person with a second home to rent it for a week or two to help pay their property taxes. If passed, the bill is going to be a nightmare for towns and neighborhoods. Under this bill, anybody could buy up property anywhere and turn them into short-term rentals. And the towns really can't do anything about it unless they violate potential registrations, inspections, and ordinances. This bill would give me an absolute right to rent my 3-bedroom house to 20, 30, 100 people unless it's regulated. Or worse, every affordable house.
Ms. St. Clair, I really gotta.
I'm on the last sentence. I promised my colleague, who has attended many of these meetings, that I would read this. Or worse, every affordable house that a working family might purchase will be bought and turned into short-term rentals by a group with a pool of cash. Sort of makes you wonder what kind of cronyism started this bill. So I reiterate the example of the Marriott now owning Bayside Rentals and buying up properties in the Lakes region. And it's all business, it's all money-making, nothing to do with the communities.
Representative Power, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a process question. I appreciate members of the public coming to provide testimony. Are we able to ask questions of the person who provided this written testimony? Are we able to ask questions here today?
You can, but the person that wrote this testimony is not here to ask a question.
There were 2 testimonies passed out. I'm the author of the first one, and I'll gladly answer any questions, and I can help
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
facilitate.
My point is there are people here present who have waited and are here. There is a process by which if someone is not here, they may submit their written testimony to the committee. So I'm just confused about what I just heard.
Okay, thank you. Is there,
Are there any questions regarding the testimony that I submitted, the first one?
okay, we have no questions for you. I appreciate your patience and your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bill Dempster. If I say that right.
Yes, you did. It's dumpster with an E. How's that? I have copies here.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I have my phone here that has a 3-minute timer.
Perfect.
So if you bear with me for 3 minutes, I have a statement to read. My name is Bill Dempster. I am from Madison, New Hampshire. There's been a lot of testimony here, but I'm just going to reiterate some points, and I bring up some new points for you. Airbnb and VRBO are 2 multinational corporations. They brought short-term rentals to the mainstream America, making it easier to invest in transient vacation rentals. According to industry statistics, the average annual revenue for an STR unit located in Madison is approximately $44,000. That's a significant amount of money that would certainly help explain the 16% conversion rate of recently sold single-family residential homes that were not STRs that went over to STRs. This is over a 14-month period starting in January of 2021. Interestingly, the greatest fear of owners, operators, investors, and realtors driving this multi-billion-dollar short-term rental industry is not parking tickets, it's not registration fees, not misdemeanor fines, or even property inspections. These are simply considered the cost of doing business according to the 500 discussion boards that I went and reviewed in many STR forums such as Airbnb Community, Bigger Pockets, and TripAdvisor. The greatest fear is two words: local zoning. New Hampshire RSA 672 through 679 enables municipal government to more effectively meet the demands of evolving and growing communities. These RSAs permit local residents to be actively involved in directing the growth of their community with a workable framework for fair and reasonable treatment of individuals. On a personal note, prior to living in Madison, my family lived in the same Nashua home for over 35 years. Our abutting residential neighborhood of 12 homes, was heavily involved in determining the redevelopment of a brownfield site and preventing a 106-unit condo development on a postage stamp lot using local zoning ordinances. Regulation via local zoning ordinances work. SBR 249 sidesteps the state statutes I mentioned above and removes local residents from the decision process using their most powerful tool, local zoning. One size does not fit all. The 235 municipalities must remain autonomous and allow the local residents to control their own community's destiny. I encourage you to vote no on SB 249. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Excellent. Nice job. You win the prize.
I don't know about that, but any questions?
Since there are no questions, I'm going to...
Thank you very much.
I'm going to call Kathy Koziel.
I've got my copy here.
You
Thank
can correct my pronunciation if you...
Kozel. It's easier than
Kozel.
it looks. And I can change good
From
morning.
Madison, and you oppose the bill.
I do. And I'm going to change this from good morning, House Committee members, to good evening.
Yes.
So thank you again, House Committee members, for allowing the public to speak. I had a 2-page written testimony, but I think I'll boil it down to a couple of points. I've read SB 249 numerous times. I watched the whole 4-hour Senate hearing. And for clarification, when they talk about the rights that they're giving to the towns to regulate short-term rentals, one of them is to allow the towns to have a contact. The contact is only for legal service. It's not a contact where you can call up the phone and say, hey, look, dude, there's 15 guys at your house throwing beer bottles out the window. So that contact person is not allowed under SB 249. The inspection that they so graciously allow the towns to do is only the initial inspection when they register. If a year down the road, the house's decks are falling off and windows are broken, you have to take the owner to court in order to do an inspection unless they agree to do the inspection. So those two things seem like great advantages that they give to the municipalities, but they're very limited. The biggest problem with SB 249 and with short-term rentals is occupancy. The problem is that it does not allow you to limit the occupancy in a home. The stories that we heard from Sunapee, where there's 35 students staying in a 7-bedroom house. We have a 3-bedroom home up in our neighborhood that advertises for 16 occupants. Without the town's ability to limit occupancy, that's where all the other problems stem from, is over occupancy. Commercial use versus residential use. Been a lot of discussion about that. Someone came up with a great analogy, and I believe it was Margaret, so I might step on her story here a little bit. But as a quick example, when you invite 6 people to your house and you serve them dinner and wine and dessert, that's a residential use. When you advertise in the paper that you're going to be charging them for those meals to come to your home, and you bill them per person for those meals, it is now a restaurant. That is how an STR is equated. You're charging a per night rate to come and sleep in your home. You are now creating a business. The average STR in North Conway, $39,500 is the average amount of money that those STRs take in. What retail worker, restaurant worker, or teacher could ever afford $39,000 a year in rent? That's why the conversion from a home that was residential and potentially rented to a short-term rental. The commercialization of short-term rentals. There is a company, it's called Re-Alpha. So just like Alpha Male, Re-Alpha, they're a public company, they're amassing money, and they have a plan. They're already in the process of purchasing 15,000 short-term rentals. They're starting in Dallas, they're going to Miami, they're going to Chicago, then I believe they're going to Colorado. So our little town in New Hampshire will have a target on its back in no time. So if we don't put local regulations in place to control that, we're just rolling out the red carpet and trying to deal with something 5 years down the road that the town should have dealt with currently. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are
Thank
there
you.
any questions for this witness? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Nicholas Borelli. How do you, sir?
Good, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. A lot of the stuff that everyone's been talking about is most of the things that I had already thought, was in my, what I wanted to put ahead and talk to you about. But I'm going to say some of the things to get the points across of what I feel is hurting and why this bill should not be passed. The towns that the towns that are having this issue with the boom of short-term rentals have been regulated them using the existing ordinances and master plan guidelines. As we all know, each town has zoning ordinances in place for a reason. A century ago, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of zoning, and it stands today. That alone is the reason not to put this bill through. The boom going on with STRs in vacation areas are taking away the affordable housing, the cost of renting, and purchasing a home out of sight. The Mount Washington Valley area, businesses have been reducing hours of operation and closing midweek due to lack of workers caused by the lack of affordable housing. 63% of identified STR owners do not reside in our town or our state. Don't be fooled by the millions of dollars they will be telling you that we're going to lose. Most of the lodging income already leaves the state. The entire process of pushing the Senate bill was most disturbing. Some of these senators are involved in real estate businesses, and it seems that they are the extension of the New Hampshire Board of Realtors. On top of that, the final vote was done by roll call. This way, the public would not know how the senators voted. One personal experience. Last summer, my wife asked me to go down to the garden. I walked down, opened my door, and right in front of me was a complete stranger in my backyard. I asked him, "What's he doing here?" He said, "I'm just taking pictures." Then I said, where you from? He says, "Well, I'm renting the house across the street, only for a couple of days." I said, "This is private property, you need to leave." At that moment, I paused for a second, and I thought about what would it have been if my young granddaughter was sent down by my wife to go do that. How do you think that made me feel? How would it make you feel? This bill will take away the housing, it will take away the ability for the towns to control their own environment, and on top of that, it'll take the availability of making me feel safe and comfortable in my own backyard. What about my property rights? This bill should not be passed the way it is right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions?
Well, I think we're good. Okay, next we're going to hear from Bob Quinn and Sarah Holland from the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. They support the bill. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, thank you. So my name is Sarah Holland. I am a realtor and, oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Holland. I am a realtor. I own a company in Plymouth, New Hampshire, and I am a landowner, property owner as well. And I'm here in my capacity as the Vice Chair of the Public Policy Committee for NHAR to share our support in this bill and to answer any questions that you may have about it and its simplicity and effect.
Well, thank you for making your comments brief. We're in a little bit of a schedule snag.
Okay. So my name is Bob Quinn. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. Thank you for listening to us this afternoon, excuse me. So RSA, the first part of the bill deals with RSA 674. So that's the power that has been granted to municipalities for zoning. When you think of zoning, most of the time you think of the use of a property or a structure. So if someone wants to put a restaurant or a barber shop into a residential neighborhood, the municipalities have complete authority to dictate that that's not permissible. It's a commercial activity, and they are clearly given regulatory authority to prohibit or ban those. So when we come to short-term rentals, and I'll use Justice Ignatius' comments in her case when she overturned Conway's ban on short-term rentals. She indicated that a short-term rental is a residential use of the property. Therefore, because it's a residential use of the property, municipalities do not have authority to prevent someone who owns a residential property from not using it in that way. So, and it's not just Judge Ignatius who came up with the decision that these are residential uses of the property. This issue has gone to a variety of state Supreme Courts around the country: Texas, Washington, Idaho, Wisconsin, Colorado, and Georgia have also ruled that it's a residential use. Why? What I'm going to do when I go home, have dinner, kind of talk to the kids, talk to the family, watch some television, go to bed, maybe invite some friends over for a beer. That's exactly what someone who's using a short-term rental is going to do. So it's a residential use of that property. Now, whether or not you agree or disagree, and to be honest with you, it may not matter what Judge Ignatius's ruling is, because this is now going to go to the state Supreme Court. And if the state Supreme Court rules that it is a residential use of the property, then all the municipal authority that we've been talking about now, they're not going to have anymore. You're not going to be able to register. You're not going to be able to inspect. In the same way that my private property, the government can't come in and say, I want to inspect your house, after it's already been built. So the consequences of doing nothing, unfortunately, and we would say unfortunately, is probably going to lead to a sort of a winner-take-all decision here. They're either going to be residential, municipal authority is gone, or they're going to be ruled commercial, in which cities and towns can do whatever they want to them. What we've tried to do with this piece of legislation is to try to come up with some sort of middle ground here that everyone can try to agree with. And just to go over a couple of points, because we hear a lot about how the bill is removing a town's ability to regulate short-term rentals. Specifically in the bill on line 12 through 14, it says nothing in this paragraph shall limit a municipality's existing authority to generally regulate parking, noise, safety, health, sanitation, or other related municipal ordinances. Now, every time someone brought up a different potential ordinance, we included it. All right? So if there's anything else that you think we missed that wouldn't be included, we're more than happy to put into that so that towns have authority to regulate. Now, what we're saying on the rest of it, which is RSA 31, which grants towns different regulatory authorities under the police powers, is you can require registration. That language is pulled directly from statute that exists currently, that many people don't realize this, but if you rent long-term, you are mandated, actually, this is a may, that you're mandated to register with your town so that they have someone who they can reach out to if they needed to provide service to. So it's the same concept, and a town can initiate a fee in order to do that registration.
Excuse me, Mr. Quinn. Some of that testimony's been mentioned before. If it has been mentioned before, could you please
Sure.
go on further because we're running.
So then the second piece is also new, which has to do with an inspection. So that's specifically prohibited in RSA 153. I noticed the fire marshal was here earlier. I had a conversation with him several months ago about that issue, and we ensured that, and came up to an agreement on this, that an inspection would be granted. They could look for the same things that you would look for in a long-term rental. That's an RSA 48A14. In addition, there's existing requirements that if you do a rental, you have to have a smoke detector and a CO detector. So you can do the same thing if a town so chooses. It's not a mandate. If a town chooses they don't want to inspect it, they don't have to. And then just as importantly, what I think the question was, what do you do if someone does something, a company or an owner of a property were to do something, what recourse would the town have? The town has the recourse under legislation to revoke the registration, deny them that opportunity to continue to short-term rental. All right. So that's, again, something that we do not believe towns currently have the authority to decide and to dictate. Quickly, you guys passed a law last year that mandates Airbnb, VRBO, and all the other platforms have to collect and remit their rooms and meals tax. What that has done, it's increased the rooms and meals tax revenue, because now everyone does it. In this budget cycle, that's going to mean directly from short-term rentals about $40 million. So if towns are allowed to ban them, those dollars are going to start to decrease, and if it becomes widespread, it's eliminated. Judge Ignatius, in her decision, wrote that this question cries out for legislative direction based on statewide policies promoting commerce, competition, regulatory control, and municipal oversight. She was basically pleading with the legislature to do something. If not, it's not just going to be Portsmouth and Conway. It's going to be town after town after town that's going to be embroiled in these lawsuits. There's an opportunity here to clarify it once and for all. Very few communities in the state of New Hampshire ban short-term rentals. It's very few, all right? So what we're just saying is it's an important private property right. In the past, this legislature has made decisions on RSA 674. You did it on housing affordability, workforce housing, accessory dwelling units. You did one a couple of years ago on involuntarily merged lots. There's a whole host of them where the legislature has stepped in on 674, altered that, and put mandates on the towns because there was some overriding principle. And the principle we're trying to protect here is private property rights. When you purchase a property, you get a bundle of rights. It's the way in law school they might describe it. One of those sticks that you get is the ability to rent out your property. If one of those is removed, the value of that property is decreased. So we would encourage you to support 249, and if Sarah has any more, she...
Excuse me one second.
You may want to let Sarah speak first, and she might answer some of your questions.
If I may.
Okay, but please make it brief. If it's already been covered, just skip right by it.
Sure.
These guys
So
can get up
there
on it.
were a couple of questions that were earlier that I'd like to clarify, brought before this committee. And the first, relative to condos and CCNRs, so the covenants and restrictions, and whether or not this is going to remove their right to regulate short-term rentals within their community. Currently, the CCNRs, those are things that are presented to potential buyers ahead of time. They're very transparent. Everybody knows what is going to occur in those communities, what the rules and regulations are, and then they opt in. So this is not taking anything away from that. They've already made that decision that they are okay with those regulations when they move into that community, purchase that property. Right now, well, in that same vein, everyone in that community has a right to vote on any changes to those CCNRs. Currently, in our in our public communities, the voting rights are only for primary resident owners only. So these changes that are being made on a local level are being made not by everyone who has a stake in that community, such as condo associations and the transparency with the CCNRs. They're being made by the few that are there as primary residents only. The other thing is we had talked about the housing crisis And we're all going to get into that a little bit more later in the day, probably around dinner time. But banning short-term rentals are not going to bring back the number of houses in the inventory that we need. A lot of those short-term rentals are owned, in contradiction to what has been said today, by individuals like you and me. So if they are not able to do short-term rentals and they use that in some form throughout the year, they're just not going to rent at all. They're going to keep the property. The property is going to stay vacant until they decide to use it, whether it's for the summer holiday or for vacations or whatnot. So by banning short-term rentals, that is not going to help our housing crisis. And also there was a comment made about the ownership types of LLCs, and individuals like you and I can own property in an LLC, a trust, or many other forms, and that is not an indication that they are owned by large faceless corporations.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Mr. Gallagher.
So, there's a point made about fiscal impact from the rooms and meals tax that might be had here. I'm wondering if you know why that figure isn't included as a fiscal note to this legislation.
Well, if short-term rentals are banned in communities, it would, I think, lead to less rooms and meals revenue. But that's not what this is. We're trying to protect short-term rentals, so it would protect those dollars. And getting into the issue of sort of local control, I guess the only thing I leave you with, because if you do have that, well, local control should supersede private property rights. If Town A makes the determination that they're going to ban short-term rentals, that does not eliminate the desire and demand for visitors to come to New Hampshire to vacation. They're still going to want to come to our lakes and our mountains, seacoast. So what that's going to do now is someone who lives in Town B, which is adjacent, to say, okay, I think, if now, because A won't allow it, I used to be able to get $1,500 a week. Now I can get $2,000. That's going to incentivize me to say, okay, now I'm going to put a short-term rental in my town. And I think that the state role is to ensure at least minimal private property protections for everybody. If a town wants to regulate them, have at it. Go for it. Inspections, registrations. If someone is consistently violating noise ordinances, remove that registration and ban them from doing it. All we're trying to do is ensure that an individual private property rights are protected.
Thank you. Okay, one question from everyone, and then we're finished, okay? Representative Roan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Mr. Quinn, at the beginning of your remarks, you said how you go home, you have dinner, you talk with your kids, whatever, and that's no different than someone who's using short-term rental, that it's the same. But do you consider the whole topic of domicile to distinguish between those two? You mentioned also individual property rights, but what we've heard testimony already is that there's a lot of big corporations buying homes and using them for short-term rentals. So I'm having a hard time seeing, I see there is a difference between short-term rentals, long-term rentals, short-term rentals owned by someone who makes that place their domicile at least part of the year, and one that's owned by a company. So I'd appreciate you clarifying that.
So I guess I can answer that question by saying again, I guess my opinion doesn't particularly matter. What I'm trying to get is the court is looking at this. It's a legal question. And the legal question is it a residential use of the property? If it is determined as a residential use of the property, as Judge Ignatius stated, then municipal determined as a residential use of the property, as Judge Ignatius stated, then municipalities do not have the authority in the same way that your residents or my residents that they can somehow come in, I'm not renting anything out at all, and say, well, we want you to register your home with our, register with the town, or we're going to come in and inspect your property. So the key question is residential versus commercial. Everyone might have an opinion, but the only opinions that are going to really matter are the Supreme Court, the folks across the river. I would also say that Laconia in 2019 banned short-term rentals in parts of that community. There are more short-term rentals now than there were before the ban. Portsmouth was in earlier talking. Portsmouth banned short-term rentals. There are more short-term rentals now in Portsmouth than there were before the ban. Portsmouth has stated the only way they enforced the ban is if a neighbor complains, and then they go investigate. So imagine you've been renting out your home for 30 years. All your neighbors think you're great. No problem whatsoever. Now a new neighbor moves in, and they don't like it, and they call the town. Now what you've been doing for 30 years might be taken away from you, and you need that income in order to keep yourself in the home or potentially pay for your kids' college education. And that's what you're relying upon for your retirement. That's the reason why private property rights are so important in this issue, and the reason why we believe the state needs to step in to ensure that at least basic rights are protected.
Brief question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question pertains to page 2, line 2, with regard to the phrase, proven violations of ordinances. And my question is, what exactly constitutes a proven violation of an ordinance? What is the due process, and what body makes that determination?
So if a town, for instance, has a noise ordinance, and you violate that noise ordinance, and you receive a summons, and usually when you get a summons, you either plead guilty or you go into the court, you try and plead it out, you argue it. If the court deems you are guilty, then that's a proven violation of an ordinance. So it can't just be a complaint. You can't just have a neighbor saying, hey, they were loud, and the police show up and say they weren't loud. That wouldn't be a proven violation.
No follow-ups, I'm sorry. Any other questions? Mr. Majori, Representative Majori.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question is, do you see any problem with the town putting conditions on the registration? And the example I would give, if they are allowed to do an inspection and they go in and determine this house has 5 bedrooms, the septic is sized 4, therefore your registration comes with a limit of X number of people over the course of a year. Do you see where that could be permitted, could be allowed?
That's a great question. So first of all, and that came up earlier, I think someone said, oh, you'd have 20 people. If the town, nothing in this legislation restricts the town from regulating the number of people who are utilizing a property. And if a town wanted to put that as part of a registration requirement, I think that they would have the authority under the language currently written. If you feel more comfortable in putting something specific in there, that's fine. That was certainly acceptable to us.
Seeing no further questions, I'm going to thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask Paul McKenna. Are you still here? Come on up. Paul is going to speak against the bill, and I'm going to ask you, Paul, to please be as brief as possible.
I promise you that. I'm going to read a letter to the editor of the Conway Sun.
Maybe you could swing that microphone closer to you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm going to read a letter to the editor of the Conway Sun. It's by Mr. Dave Van Noyt from Kearsarge. To the editor, Realtor Paul Mayer writes in this paper that he's worried about potential lies being spread about SB 249 regarding short-term rentals. Well, no need to lie, as all one has to do is read the bill to see what would deprive all voters in every town in New Hampshire of their right to govern STRs in their community. If Mr. Mayor is concerned about someone spreading lies, he need only look at his own words, and I quote, "It doesn't take away a town's right to regulate vacation rentals." It most certainly does. The analysis of the bill that Mayor provides states, and again I quote, "This bill prohibits municipalities from adopting ordinances that ban short-term rentals." Read the actual bill and it's clear it absolutely strips voters of their rights to limit short-term rentals in their communities. Mayor also states it's a bipartisan compromise that the vast majority of the locals have been asking for. Utter nonsense. Where are these locals who have been asking the state to strip away the rights of the registered voters to determine how to govern their communities? I certainly do not know any. Do you? In the 1920s, the United States Supreme Court ruled that voters in a community have the right to establish residential and commercial areas in their towns to determine what commercial activities are permitted in these residential areas. This ruling has been reaffirmed by the courts countless times in the ensuing decades. SB 249 would strip every voter in every community in New Hampshire of that right and turn dwelling unit, house, condos, or townhouses into a potential STR. That's correct. If this becomes law, every dwelling unit in your town could be a potential motel-like STR. Jackson residents voted to allow non-owner-occupied STRs in their residential areas. Conway and Kearsarge voters required STRs in residential areas to be owner-occupied and operated. While different in every case, it is clear expression of the voters' will. If SB 249 becomes law, it will block and deny and disallow that honored and revered right for voters to choose. So who benefits from SB 249? The tiny percentage of New Hampshire residents who own and operate STRs or service them. Some realtors and a lot of people who don't live in New Hampshire. No need to conjure up lies about SB 249 as written. It couldn't be any worse. I personally have had a home in Madison for 34 years. We're surrounded by STRs. In the village district of Edelweiss, there are 84. There's 171 that the town knows about. The STR that's beside me catered to pets. People would come, they'd leave 4 dogs in the house and go shopping for 4 hours. The dogs would bark like you wouldn't believe. I have had fireworks going off at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's definitely a business. People here say it's residential. The Portsmouth case said it's not residential. These are people making money. Okay, it's a business. And I ask you all one question. Would you like one of these beside you that are uncontrollable frat houses? I had a hockey team come next door. 18 hockey players, 10 cars, in a 4-bedroom house. You can't control these things. Thank you. That's all I have to say. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. We have one question?
No, I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony.
It's well said.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my point of order is, should we ask, or can we ask, people who are here and testifying before us, if they have written testimony, whether it's written by them or written by someone else, that they turn the written testimony in and just testify
Good
before
idea.
us?
Did you all hear that? If you have written testimony, you can just pass that testimony in rather than read it to us. We will make copies and read it ourselves.
And,
Save some time.
and can I add, it doesn't mean I don't want to hear your testimony. I want to hear your testimony, we all do. I don't need you to read me your testimony. I want you to speak to me. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to hear from Lynn Wyman from Kearsarge Road in North Conway, and she opposes the bill. You've asked for 5 minutes. Could I
yes.
ask you to cut that way back?
I will. My name is Lynn Lyman, and I am a commissioner in the Kearsarge Lighting Precinct in North Conway, New Hampshire. As Mrs. Umberger said earlier, in 1957, can you hear me?
No, you have to.
In 1957, the Kearsarge Lighting Precinct adopted zoning. We were the first zoning in the state of New Hampshire for the purpose to preserve our rural charm and natural beauty associated with our village. I've been a commissioner since 2013. Our zoning ordinance, as we said earlier, does not, it allows short-term renting, but it must be owner-occupied. I did bring copies of our zoning ordinance. It's Article 5, on page 5, and it's letter D. We were sued in Kearsarge by a short-term renter who we sent them a cease and desist order. Actually, they live across the street from me, and living next to a short-term renter is your worst nightmare. It took 3 years to go to court, and the residents were very patient. We spent over $100,000 defending our zoning ordinance, not to mention the aggravation of having to put up with these commercial establishments. Patiently, we have waited the 3 years for Judge Ignatius to hear and rule on this case. And she did. She ruled in our favor. And we had a second lawsuit brought against us, and she ruled in our favor as well. There's just one thing I do want to read off the back of this. I've lived in our current home for 25 years with my husband and raised our children there. My parents purchased land in the 60s, saved money, and when I was 10 years old, they built their dream home in 1975 in a wonderful neighborhood in the Kearsarge Lighting Precinct. There is no other place I want to live, and my neighbors share the same sentiment. Our neighbors have relied on our local government to protect our community. So far, we've been able to preserve our surroundings and community, and our victory in Superior Court proves the dedication to the cause. It is the will of the people who should decide, not the people who don't live here, and not the people who only want to profit and don't care about their neighbors.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Wyman?
Lyman.
Lyman, I'm sorry. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Do you have a paper you could leave with us?
I can leave you a copy of this.
Yes, please.
Thank you for your time.
Our next, we'll next hear from Matt Johnson from Bedford, New Hampshire. Matt left, okay. Theodore Bozen. Is he here? Yes. He supports the bill, and I know you want to speak for 5 minutes, but I'm going to ask you to try to hold it to 1.
I'll do my best. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Theodore Boson from Berlin. I am an attorney licensed in Massachusetts. I have an MBA, know something about business and economics. I came back to my family's home state in New Hampshire 8 years ago. I took over a dormant dairy farm, turned it into a short-term rental, and I raised goats and chickens there. I'm probably the #1 taxpayer in the city of Berlin. The short-term rental fills those coffers. I'm paying the room and meals tax to the state. I understand from prior testimony there's $40 million coming in. I'm part of that. I want to let you know that in 6 years of doing this, I've never had a complaint from a neighbor, no complaint from anybody has been ever filed with me or the city of Berlin. Why? Because I responsibly manage my short-term rental. What 249 does is require responsible management. You cannot have more regulatory power than requiring a permit and having the ability to revoke it. It's on 2 violations and you're gone. Think about that. I don't care whether it's a Marriott Corporation or a small business person or a homeowner. If there are 2 violations and the city or town wants to yank that permit, you are gone. That, I will tell you that virtually every single complaint you've heard here today, and everyone you're going to hear, relates to violations of ordinances and bylaws in the town that relate to noise, public activity, curfews, trash, sanitary code violations, all of which are regulable. And if you have the power in the municipality to revoke that permit on 2 violations, you can stop it. And if you can summons into a legal proceeding, even in the town or city, somebody is not going to say no to that. You can send a civil process, have them grabbed and hauled in. Of course they're going to respond and be responsible. You can charge a permit fee to pay for this monitoring and the inspections. This is tremendous power at the local level. The only thing it does not allow you to do is an outright ban on this activity. Lastly, I will tell you that we, short-term rental people, are driving the economy, in the tourist economy in New Hampshire right now. We're the goose that's laying the golden egg. If you do not pass this bill in some form, what's going to happen is the message to all of us is we are fair game for the big high rollers, because we are the affordable housing of accommodations, the accommodations industry. Families who can't afford several hotel rooms and going out to restaurants for every meal, they're coming to us. And they come to us and they nonetheless spend their disposable income in our communities. And we are generating a tremendous economic boost to this state. That's going to go away if we don't have the assurance that we can invest safely without tomorrow the big moneyed interest who often control the boards and get their people on the boards in every town and city turn around and say, okay, we've had enough of you. And they can drum up all kinds of excuses, but the real issue is we compete with them and they want that business.
Attorney Bozen, I appreciate your passion.
I'm sorry.
And
I'm a hot-headed Greek. What can I tell you?
I congratulate you on running a complaint-free business. I wonder if will you take one question?
I'll take as many as you want.
Diane Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question pertains to page 2, Roman numeral 3. Is there anything in the framework of this bill that prohibits an owner of this short-term rental from reapplying and therefore re-registering after the registration has been revoked for two or more proven violations?
I think that that's up to how the town or city can craft the permitting ordinance as they see fit. I think this leaves certainly room for that. So if you've been revoked and the town or city gives a certain period for which you cannot reapply, I don't see any reason that this is prohibited by the bill. I'd also add that the non-conforming use, which there was much debate about, is not even in here. If you read it, it talks about non-conforming structures. That's a whole different ballgame. That simply means that a building that hasn't been used and the zoning has changed, with maybe requiring more of a lot coverage or a different setback regime, that cannot be used to prohibit the use of the building as a short-term rental. It's not about a non-conforming use at all. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Attorney Bozen. Are you headed back to Berlin?
I'm actually heading back to Massachusetts to see family. I figured I'm halfway there.
Have a safe drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for
very
your
much for
testimony.
your time.
Okay, next is Allison Rose. She's not here. Nathan Fennessy. Not here. Ann Cunningham.
I'm going to just talk about one thing because it's a relevant issue, and I hope you'll read my testimony because
Of
I
course.
spent a lot of time on it.
We certainly will.
I am the chair of the Freedom Planning Board. I'm entering my 15th year in that position. Freedom is a small town, just about 1,700 people, southeast of Conway, if you've never heard of it or been there. And we are on Ossipee Lake, and over half of the homes in Freedom are second homes. So we started a year ago to try to address the issue of what to do about short-term rentals. And we set a goal
Same thing?
to try to strike a balance between the people who said, I don't want a stream of strangers as neighbors, and the people who wanted to rent out their houses as short-term rentals. And we wanted to pay particular attention to people who have had summer homes in Freedom, sometimes for generations, who wanted to rent out their houses so that they could pay taxes and keep these homes in their families. We also wanted to figure out a way to avoid having investors who wanted to buy up homes, rent them out at a profit, from coming to Freedom and creating mini hotels in our residential neighborhoods. We chose, and the voters approved, to limit short-term rentals to 90 days a year. We talked about whether we would do only owner-occupied rentals. That's not our market. The people who are renting their houses out as short-term rentals in Freedom are not living in Freedom. They're second homeowners. And we looked at the taxes, the assessed value in town, what people were getting a night for short-term rentals, what the mortgage rates were. And running the numbers, we figured out that at 90 days, people could pay their taxes, their insurance, and a decent-sized mortgage. Over the 90 days, it's profit. And we wanted to stop investors from coming in. And if you look at the numbers, a home that's rented at $250 a night for 300 days, after you pay the costs of your mortgage, you're making a huge amount of money, $50,000, $70,000 a year, every year. So we took an approach that's different from the one that you've been asking about, which is we'll just make them owner-occupied. We said, let's find a way for our property owners who are second homeowners who want some revenue, but we did it by restricting it, and we did have it passed. And I hope you will consider, among other things, grandfathering the regulations that towns already have in place when this law goes into effect. Because we have worked for a year, and I think we have a good plan. I'm sure there are people who are going to tell me they're going to sue us about it. But if it's going to pass, I hope you will weigh the interests of all of the people in the towns and give us a break.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for being patient with us. Next, John Morris from Dublin. John, I know you've asked for 5 minutes. I'd like to
I'll make it
you
short.
to shorten that as much as you can.
No, I don't want to repeat what everyone has said. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Just like several of the previous speakers, I have an Airbnb that started next door to me. it was rented out every weekend, different people coming for a couple of days. There'd be 12 people. It's a 2,500 square foot ranch. There'd be 12 cars. So someone saying this is just a normal house next to you, it's not. This is not how normal houses are. You don't have different people piling in 12 cars every Friday night, making loud noises, having their dogs run in your yard, going to your back door when you go to answer it, walking through your yard. Those are things when you have neighbors, you work out, you say, yeah, you can walk my dog or not. I'd love to see you my back door or not. But if you have different people every weekend, you have no relationship, they're not part of the community, they're just strangers. They're there for their 2 days, they're there for their party, they're there for their grandmother's party, they're there for their bachelor party, they're there for their girlfriend's party, they're there for their whatever party it is. And one of the reasons there is because it is affordable. There's 12 of them there, they each spend $20 and they get to spend the weekend. So it's not a competing with a hotel, it's bringing in large numbers of people to take advantage of a neighborhood that's quiet and totally disrupt what's a normal neighborhood. In Dublin, we've passed an ordinance 2 years ago. We have CUPs, we have special exceptions, and we have a minimum of 2-week rentals for non-owner occupants. So what we call a short-term transient rental is under 2 weeks, and that's banned for non-resident. And that has controlled the problem entirely. The problem here is these weekend kind of overloaded visits with tons of people piling in. It's not people renting out their houses. It's not people doing vacation rentals. It's not a family like you see on TV in the commercial. It's a business. It's a function hall. It's an event center. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and especially thank you for your patience. Did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned the Dublin passed an ordinance and it's been successful. Is that available on their website? That we
Yes,
could
our zoning ordinance is available on the website.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for enduring the
Thank you for
the
your time.
delays that we had. So that's going to end the testimony. I'm sorry, Margaret, you had. You had a-
and I apologize. Just look here.
Yeah, we'll try to catch you out.
Oh, I found it.
I think that's what happens when you hand your card in at 10:30 for an 11:30 hearing. All right.
And also
So
have
that-
a card for someone's already testified.
Okay. Good afternoon. I almost said good morning. I'm Margaret Burns. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are here in opposition to Senate Bill 249. There is no doubt that some short-term rentals operate responsibly, and there is no doubt that short-term rentals can play a part in New Hampshire's economy. But that's not what this bill is about. This bill presents a very simple question to this committee, and the question is whether one particular use of land, one industry, in fact, should be totally exempt from fundamental principles of zoning. Senate Bill 249 would allow short-term rentals everywhere. To Representative Rung's question earlier, this bill would not allow a municipality to allow short-term rentals in some districts, but not in other districts. That is the way the bill reads. To this end, it would be an unprecedented incursion on the most fundamental aspect of municipal authority, which is local zoning authority. Other than the tilling of soil and the harvesting of crops, there is no other land use that is allowed in every district and every area within a municipality. If Senate Bill 249 passed, it would be growing your own food and renting properties as short-term rentals that would be exempt from zoning authority. Why is this such a fundamental piece of zoning? It's because zoning at its most fundamental level is the separation of different types of uses. There is nothing surprising or different about this. Residential uses are separated from industrial uses, from commercial uses. Indeed, even single-family homes can be prohibited in certain areas because we have districts that are dedicated purely to industrial and commercial. But under Senate Bill 249, again, short-term rentals would have to be allowed everywhere. Senate Bill 249 does not even allow municipalities to distinguish between owner-occupied properties and properties that are purchased by investment companies. Properties that have no intent of being used as residential properties, are not for people to live in as long-term residents, and are operated as short-term rental businesses with no regard for the local community, the residents, or the local ordinances. As a result, this bill is not about what's good for local residents. It's about what's good for absentee landlords who buy up properties. I would also point you to the very language of the bill as conflicting and deeply problematic. On the one hand, short-term rental and vacation rental is defined as a single-family or two-family building or structure. However, the bill also clearly states that any building or structure must be allowed as a short-term rental, regardless of its classification, use, or occupancy, and regardless of whether it is conforming or non-conforming. This means, to Representative Power's question earlier on, yes, not only must residential properties be allowed as short-term rentals, so must any other structure, a barn, a shed, a pool house, an office. That is how this bill reads. For that reason, this bill is also not modeled after the ADU statute that was passed several years ago. The ADU statute requires municipalities to allow, by right, by special exception, or by conditional use permit, accessory dwelling units in zones where single-family homes are allowed. Again, this bill allows STRs everywhere in a municipality. Proponents have also claimed that Senate Bill 249 grants new authority to municipalities, but this is not accurate. RSA 4717 for cities and RSA 41 Section 11C already grant cities and towns the power to require regulations relative to obtaining municipal permits. Municipalities already have the authority to require health and safety inspections as a condition of granting a special use permit or a conditional use permit. And the part of the bill that talks about regulating noise, parking, health, sanitation, and enforcing other town regulations merely restates authority that municipalities already have. Proponents of the bill have also claimed that this bill is necessary to ensure there is not a ban on short-term rentals. However, I would offer to you that Senate Bill 249 is a ban on local residents and their ability to enact local zoning ordinances to deal with issues that affect them locally. Furthermore, bans on short-term rentals are not what we are hearing about and is not what we are seeing and hearing municipalities doing. Instead, municipalities are working to enact regulations to properly incorporate short-term rentals into their communities without letting them overrun their communities. To that end, in about 27 municipalities, there are various regulations and zoning ordinances that deal with things such as limiting where short-term rentals are allowed, limiting them to owner-occupied rentals in some areas, limiting days of the year they may be renting, requiring registration, requiring safety inspections, imposing limits on occupancy and parking for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Many of these local ordinances would simply be preempted upon passage of Senate Bill 249. I know you've heard a lot of speakers today, and this has been a long hearing. So I will close by saying that I, in my time of NHMA, have not only are hearing from local officials in strong opposition to this bill, but I have perhaps never heard from so many residents asking me why this bill is happening and what they can do to stop it, and to ask legislators to hear the issues that they're facing in their communities. And that will only become more significant if short-term rentals are required to be allowed everywhere, and if basic fundamentals of zoning are overridden by Senate Bill 249. For these reasons, we would ask you to recommend this bill as inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Representative McDonald, you have a question?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just a quick question. We've heard a lot about that court case in Conway. If that would come out that a short-term rental is a use for a residence, how's that going to affect the communities?
Conway's case is about Conway's ordinance. Conway's case is about whether their zoning ordinance adequately or sufficiently or correctly regulated this use that they are trying to regulate. It wasn't about a statewide definition of residential versus commercial. So I can't agree with the classification of the case as I've heard it here before by prior speakers.
Thank you.
Margaret, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Greatly
you.
Appreciate it. John, you want to cut your mic? Okay, that was our last speaker on Bill 249. And so, no. We're going to end the hearing on SB 249 and move right into SB 251, which is relative to an advisory board of a TIF, or a tax incremental financing district. Senator Birdsall, welcome back.
Oh, haven't seen you at all today.
Sure. I gotta go pick up the dog next. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. I'm proud to be back, and I am still Senator Regina Birdsall from District 19. I support the towns of Hampstead, Windham, and Derry, and I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 251, and hopefully this is a much simpler bill than the one you just heard. 251, Senate Bill 251 was brought to us, a request brought to us by a few constituents. And it basically adjusts membership of advisory boards of TIF, or tax increment financing districts, to hopefully to ensure a little bit fairer representation of business and community interests, rather than just the properties inside. So basically, we're just trying to open up TIF advisory boards to allow a member of the business community as well as property owners in that district. That is the extent of my testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions for the senator while she's here? Not seeing any questions. Thank you again for your patience and with our schedule.
Thank you. Good luck.
Is there anybody in the audience that has a comment about SB 251? Elizabeth. Catherine, I'm sorry.
I did put in a card. I hope you
I believe
received it. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Heck. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we're here to just comment on the bill. We wanted to thank the Senate for amending the bill to include a member of the advisory board who is an owner and occupant of real property within that community. So we support the bill as amended with that language. However, we did bring up a concern early on, and we're going to reiterate that concern, that the bill uses the word community rather than political subdivision or municipality, and the word community is not defined anywhere in RSA, so it would just be, in my opinion, a simple amendment to just change the term community to be more befitting, so it's consistent through the RSAs. And that's all I have for you today, unless you have any questions.
Oh, that was fast. Yes, Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. It's a dumb question, but I'm allowed one, and I haven't used it yet, so if you'd bear with me. It doesn't say how this committee is going to be set up, whether it's going to be elected, appointed. Is that somewhere else that I'm missing, or what?
It's defined in the other aspects of the RSA.
So that's already in the statute?
Yes.
All right, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr. Chairman.
Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm noticing on lines 6 and 7, or adjacent to the development district. So this is describing the members, has been struck. Does that refer to an abutter? And my question is an abutter not a community interest stakeholder? Why would if it is an abutter, why would they not be part of this membership?
It doesn't preclude that from happening. The prior version of the bill, prior to amendment, was there wasn't anyone who owned real property as part of the committee. So they struck that language because it doesn't preclude other people from being in it. It just requires that one member be an owner of real property.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I did have a pink card for you. All right, and that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 251. Yes? You did submit a card. What's your name, sir? Right here.
Afternoon,
Come on
Senator.
up. I was a little confused. It has a different committee name on it.
Did I put the wrong committee?
Election law.
Oh, this is municipal and county.
Right.
I got it. You know your way around, Senator. Yeah, thank you.
Go right ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Dolan and members of the committee. My name is David Booton. I'm a town councilor in Hooksett, New Hampshire. I'm the chair of the TIF Advisory Board and have some other involvements. But I used to be in the Senate and I was in the House at one time, so this is kind of I haven't been back here for several years, but it's enjoyable to be here. The issue at hand is membership of the TIF Advisory Board. Currently, statute limits it to someone who lives in the district or adjacent to the district. What we're trying to do is widen, because we find over the last 3 years that I've been on the committee, we find that we have vacancies and we have a hard time to fill those vacancies. So what we're trying to do is expand the pool of individuals who might be interested in serving on the TIF Advisory Board. And that's in general, that's only what this bill is doing. We're not changing any other aspect of the statute. That ends my testimony, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Take any questions.
Representative Tripp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Since you didn't say, I assume you support the bill.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And thank you very much, and thank you for your patience as we go through this extended schedule.
Well, I have to say, you folks deserve a lot of kudos for all this time you're putting in.
Well, and welcome back to your old
Yeah.
stomping ground.
Thank you very much. Oh, and it goes without saying that I hope you'll support the bill.
All right, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 251. We're going to move right into Senate Bill 273A, which is relative to broadband infrastructure funding. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dolan and the other Warrior Committee members. You guys are amazing. My name is Carol Alfano from Exeter, and I'm also the Communications Director for the State Senate. It's my privilege to introduce Senate Bill 273 for its prime sponsor, Senator Jeb Bradley. Inclement weather is impacting the senator's travel, so he could not be here today. This bill permits towns to authorize the bonding for broadband infrastructure at special meetings. New Hampshire is poised to receive $122 million in federal funds for broadband upgrades, and SB 273 allows for the funding process to be expedited. This bill is sponsored on the behalf of the New Hampshire Municipal Association. Senator Bradley appreciates your support for Senate Bill 273. That concludes my introduction of the bill, and I will defer any questions to the people who know best from the Municipal Association. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for introducing that and representing Senator Birdsell. Are there any questions? Bradley, I'm sorry, Senator Bradley. It's a B word. Okay, we had also intention to testify. Catherine Heck back again. What?
I think my last one for the day.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. I'll introduce myself again for the record. My name is Catherine Heck, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we're here to support Senate Bill 273. As Senator Bradley's representative, so wonderfully introduced this bill. This bill would allow towns to authorize bonds at special meetings without court approval. So it could expedite the process for moving these federal funds forward that do require some kind of match, because the size and scope of these projects are so significant, a bond issue may have to be taken up by a community. This legislation is also supported by bond counsel. So I think you might have received written testimony from bond counsel on this as well. And over the next several years, we have $122 million in the capital projects fund that came in through ARPA. We have another $100,000 coming in through the $100 million rather, both millions, I apologize, coming in through the Infrastructure and Jobs Investment Act. So with over $200 million coming in immediately to New Hampshire over the next several months, we wanted to be ready and have towns have the ability to move forward without having to wait till their annual meeting. So I can certainly take any questions you might have.
Any questions for the NHMA? Yes, John?
Will
Senator McDonald, I'm sorry.
will some of that money be available for counties?
Yes, sir. Some of that money will be available for counties as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very
Catherine.
much.
And that is going to close the hearing on Senate Bill 273. And next, we're going to hear Senate Bill 312, which is, has to do with adjusting the assessments of taxable property. We don't have anyone to introduce this bill.
I'll introduce it if you like.
Wait a minute, I'm getting some new cards here.
Introduce your bill. I didn't even see it.
That's actually Senator Gray's bill. We did have the chair,
This is, we're going to hear from Representative Piemonte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 312. It's relative to the adjusted assessments of taxable property. Bill provides that the assessors and selectmen shall, as part of creating an annual revised inventory of taxable property, correct any errors in existing appraisals. It's a very short bill. There's really only one sentence that was corrected in here, and that's on line 3. And basically it says, annually in accordance with state assessing guidelines, the assessors and selectmen shall adjust assessments to reflect changes and to correct any errors in existing appraisals, so that all assessments are reasonably proportional within the municipality. I believe this sentence was not in here as before, and that's the really only change in the bill, and it puts it back where it originally started from.
Thank you.
And that's,
Any questions?
No, there's no
Representative
questions.
Brown? You have a microphone that works?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Is that not done now? I mean, do they file these, do assessors and selectmen file their annual inventory and not correct errors?
They file, but sometimes I guess they have I guess the 1st of April, they're pretty busy with this stuff, and sometimes they may miss something. So it actually says correcting any errors, and before it, I think it just said correcting errors or something along those lines, and that's the way it was explained to me, so.
Thank you.
Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious to understand what the genesis of this bill is.
Just basically what I said, this bill was pretty much in existence before, okay? then they had it changed, and now they're changing it back because they found it didn't work too well.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I'm curious to know if it pertains to the court case involving the Merrimack Premium Outlets versus the town of Merrimack.
I'm not sure about that, and if you want to pursue and ask Senator Gray, he may be able to give you more information on that.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for taking my question. The way I look at this is that it may decrease the number of tax abatements that a select board may be asked for every year.
That's possible, but, it comes on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Grays, you have some input from the NHMA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We support this bill. To answer Representative Powers' question, yes, this does originate from the Merrimack Premium Outlets versus Town of Merrimack decision that was issued October 1st, 2021. And I apologize to the committee. I did submit written testimony, but not until this afternoon, and it reflects what I'm about to tell you. Essentially what happened in that case is that the town of Merrimack had assessed the property. They later learned that the market assessed that property at a higher value and a collateral for a loan process, so the town adjusted its assessment. That was then challenged by the property owners, saying you're not allowed to do that. There's a reevaluation process every 5 years. That's the proper time at which you can reevaluate, reassess the value of our property. And the Supreme Court upheld that. The Supreme Court said that the property owner's interpretation of the existing language was correct. As Representative Piemonte said, the language used to read differently and was basically the same as it would be adjusted back to now, and that would allow municipalities to adjust the assessments to accurately reflect the market value of properties as they learn what those market values are. So in the case of a commercial property like the Merrimack Premium Outlets, unlike a housing market where you can look at comparable values, there probably aren't many similar properties of that type around. So for a housing market, the way you assess them is you look at comparable sales. Generally speaking, where there are large shopping plazas, they're not sold very frequently. And so it's difficult to figure out what the correct assessment is. But if you do find out what the private market is valuing those at, you can correctly determine their value and correctly set your assessment. And so that was the issue that we're trying to correct here, so that the town of Merrimack and any other municipality which has a situation where they learn that the valuation is incorrect doesn't have to wait for 5 years or up to 5 years. They can change that during the next period when they adjust values that they do for everywhere around town.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Graves, for taking my question. It's a little bit nitpicky, but I wonder about the choice of the word errors in the bill. An error can be defined as any number of different things, and what you just described really didn't strike me as an error. It struck me as a miscalculation or a reevaluation, and I'm just worried that, could this word be construed, should the bill be passed, in a way that the framers of the bill did not intend?
As I recall it, that was the terminology used by the Supreme Court, and therefore this just undoes the Supreme Court decision.
Thank you, Mr. Graves.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. The next speaker we have is Betsy Patton. Betsy is going to speak in support of the bill, and she's from the Assessing Standards Board.
Yes, and I'll just pass out a copy of the RSA. I don't know if you do this anymore. We used to when we were here, when I was here before. It could be that you've all got your laptops so you can look up the RSAs easy. But, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Betsy Patton from Concord, and I am the chairman of the Assessing Standards Board, and I am here in support of Senate Bill 312. I ask you to support Senate Bill 312 in order to ensure that all properties in the state of New Hampshire, in our cities and towns, are reasonably and proportional within each community. RSA 75-8, prior to the current wording, required that assessors and selectmen shall examine all the real estate in their cities and towns, shall reappraise all such real estate as has changed, shall correct all errors that they find in the existing appraisal. That such corrected appraisal shall be made part of the inventory, and they have to swear to it. The current wording, and if you look at what I passed out to you, one is what it used to be, one is what it is now. The current wording of 75-8-1 requires the assessment and selectmen shall adjust assessments to reflect changes so that all assessments are reasonably and proportional within that community. All adjustments to be included in the inventory and be sworn to. RSA 8.2 further goes on to list 6 reasons to consider adjusting assessments. While I was a member of this esteemed committee and a representative for 18 years, whenever a listing was made, the following phrase was always included: including but not limited to. That is the little catch-all that allows, if you have missed something in a listing, then what happens is it doesn't automatically be removed or not considered. However, the phrasing was not included in the current statute. The current statute was changed in House Bill 170 in the laws of 2000 when the legislature was going through the trying to fix the Sorrell case and the statewide education property tax, and trying to figure out the constitutionality of our assessing process. So the justices, going on to the reason that we're here, is that the justices concluded in Merrimack Premium Outlets versus the town of Merrimack, who you just heard from, that the statutory scheme in its current form does not allow for the correction of even known errors in valuation prior to the next municipality-wide reappraisal. Accordingly, the justices concluded that the oath in RSA 75-7 for selectmen that all taxable property, they have to swear to this every year, that all taxable property was appraised to the best of our knowledge and belief at its full value. That must be read as certifying that the last legally authorized appraisal or adjustment at the time was legal and fair. The ASB does not agree with this ruling, and that is why we are here requesting the change put forth in Senate Bill 312. We are asking, as representatives of the public, municipal officers, the assessing community, Department of Revenue, and the members of the House and Senate that are on the committee, that we ask you to vote ought to pass on Senate Bill 312. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to testify before you today.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being patient with us. Yes, Representative Gallagher?
You mentioned something that was supposed to be handed out to all of us. I don't think I got a copy. Or maybe I've just gone so many things I'm losing track of them all.
It's the RSA, it's RSA
okay, thank you. Never mind.
75-8, okay?
Yes, Representative Trelevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your testimony today. I wanted to add a little comment to say this is a two-way street. I own a property in Dover, and it was assessed by the assessors improperly, and the poor city of Dover had to wait 5 years before they could get some more money out of me. Not anymore.
Well, the point of the assessment is that it is reasonable and proportional to all of the properties within that community. I know. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
you have to, well, you got away with 4 years, right? Yeah.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to invite Senator Gray to speak.
Ooh.
Welcome,
Thought you were
Senator.
already here, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Betsy.
Yep, yep, yes.
It's okay, I can take the other chair and we can actually sit here together. I mean.
You could swing that mic, there you go.
Yep. My name is James Gray. I'm Senator representing District 6, which starts in Rochester, goes up Route 11 to Alton, Barnstead, Gilmanton. This bill is about fairness. As the representative said, that in the city of Dover, she was not charged what it should have cost for her taxes. But on the other hand, if she had been charged too much, she could have asked for an abatement, gone through the abatement process. So again, this, to make the playing field level, and certainly the Assessing Standards Board, as one of your members, is one of our best attending members right now, that they do try to do a good job and look out for both the cities and towns. But if you don't charge the right amount because of a Scribner's error or whatever reason that the record is incorrect, you can't do it without the changes in this bill. And the other people who've testified, especially the chair of the Assessing Standards Board, has probably answered all your questions, and I can go home and have tacos with the grandkids.
Well, we're going to try to help get you to the taco bar.
All right.
Yes, Senator Power. I mean, Representative Power.
Was that a promotion or a demotion when he calls you
I'm
senator?
not sure.
I've been told it's a demotion, but what can I say?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. On line 3, I'm referring to the word change. I assume that means changes to the property? Is that correct?
On line 3, to correct any errors in the existing appraisal, so I guess I'm looking at line 3.
Where it says, shall adjust assessments to reflect changes. So
Okay.
changes refers to changes in the property.
That part is in existing law right now, okay? And that didn't need to change, okay? If the assessor is called out to a particular property because you've added a deck, or you have done other improvements to the property, those should be reflected on your assessing card. And there's people that understand this process a lot more than I do, but you add a bedroom, you do anything else. A lot of those things are caught through the process where you go in for your building permit, and the building permit, causes an inspector to go out and do the various things. But sometimes there are errors, and it could be that somebody read a ruler wrong. It could be whatever. But right now, if we discover that error afterward and it's in the taxpayer's favor, the rest of the taxpayers in that community pay more tax than they should have, because whomever's card that error is on is not paying a portion, their appropriate share.
Well, thank you, Senator. I appreciate you.
It's a good bill.
Your patience and.
20 to nothing, right?
Right.
All right, thank you now.
And our last speaker on this bill is Jim Michaud from Hudson. Is he here? Yes.
In the interest of the hour, and I agree with the rest of the speakers, I'm going to forego my time.
Thank you very much.
Now you might get a 20-0.
He's on
And that closes the hearing for Senate Bill 312. We're now going to open the hearing, or rather, the hearing for Senate Bill 317. Come on up.
afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Carol Alfano, Senate Communications Director. It's my privilege to introduce Senate Bill 317 for Senator Carson. While she is not traveling with Senator Bradley, she is also unable to be here right now. This bill reduces the interest rate for abatements of paid property taxes from the current rate of 6% to 4%. In 2018, the legislature reduced the late property tax bill interest rate, but did not concurrently adjust the tax abatement interest rate. This adjustment would save municipalities a small but significant amount of money. The committee amendment clarifies that this change is effective for taxable periods beginning on or after April 1st, 2022. That concludes my introduction, and I would be happy to send any of your questions along to Senator Carson.
Are there any questions from the committee members? Yes, Representative
So
Guthrie.
it's fair to say that although it's a bad word, this is a housekeeping bill.
Representative, I would defer to Senator Carson on that. I would not want to speak to the bill. I can only introduce it, but I'll let you know you had your question.
It sounds like your presentation, if I will, Mr. Chairman, that it is a housekeeping bill.
I will be happy to ask her, and I will write down your name.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that concludes our business for Senate Bill 317. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Graves from the NHMA. I'm sorry I skipped you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did submit a pink card, but I know you have had quite the stack today, so it may have gotten lost there. Nate Graves for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. NHMA supports Senate Bill 317. It is an NHMA policy bill. It lowers the abatement interest rate from 6% to 4%. So back in 2018, the legislature lowered the late property tax bill interest rate, and this is proportional to that. In 2018, prior to a tax lien being issued, the interest rate was lowered from 12% to 8%, and after the tax lien was issued, it went from 18% to 14%, but the abatement interest rate was not also lowered, so it really is a housekeeping bill. Happy to
Thank
take
you.
questions.
Any questions for the NHMA? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Executive Counselor Bob Clegg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not an executive counselor. I used to be a senator, though.
Oh.
I can play an executive counselor.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the fact that you all stayed, but I'm against this bill. And I understand that they lowered the interest rate that they charged people, and I thought at that time it was wrong, because when a business is short of cash, the best place and the easiest place to get it is from the local community. And if he can't borrow it for less than what you're gonna lend it to him, then he's gonna borrow it from the taxpayers. That's the reason why during the tough times, we went to 18%, because the banks were charging 24%. So a lot of people still chose to borrow money from the taxpayer. It's not a good thing to do, and I'm surprised they went that low. However, I also fight a lot of tax assessments on properties that I own based on the fact that I'm political. I've had my own house, the assessment go up based on what was supposed to be a visual inspection, except that when I questioned the person who inspected it, and he told me that he had inspected through windows on my deck, I knew he was lying because my deck was so rotted, a dog's weight wouldn't be held on it. So it went down. I've had another issue where an assessor has gone through the driveway, handed my son a card and said, "Tell your father his assessment just went up." It's because I speak up at my town meetings, and they don't like it. I also have properties in other parts of the state. I restore historical properties. I've appealed 2 to the Board of Land and Tax Appeal, and won both of them. Problem is it costs money to do an appeal. in that time, the 3 years or maybe 4 years that it takes you to get before the Board of Land and Tax Appeal, you have to pay somebody to do the work. You're also continuing to pay the same tax bill. There should be a penalty. All the times that I have won a case, it wasn't based on the people who sit as selectmen. It's based on the assessment firm that they hire, who insists that they don't have to comply with the law. I have seen an assessment firm sit there and say, I'm taxing every emergency generator because the law tells me I have to. Yet the law explicitly states an emergency generator is not taxable. The same assessment person who works for a large firm said, I'm not assessing those people who generate their own power and are off the grid. Well, the law says you have to. Even solar. I worked for the solar industry for a while, and we had to go town to town so that they wouldn't include the solar panels in their assessment at the rate they were, because it got so that any savings they made actually went to the tax dollars. But we have people who say, I'm not going to assess them because the law says, and it's not true. In one area where I am, there's a gentleman who's very high on the political scale, who has a house, beautiful barn, beautiful garage, a hangar for his airplane, and an airstrip. His assessment's $220,000. I have a historical house that has no plumbing, no electricity, and is uninhabitable. They assessed at $300,000. So I have to fight it. When I go in, they tell me, oh no, we assessed it perfectly. And that's not the case. So 6% is reasonable because I have to pay people to keep up. I have to pay people to look at the assessments as they change. What happens when somebody sells their property and the next guy buys it? There's one case in one community where somebody stated to the court in a divorce case, my property's worth $658,000. That's it. Yet, because he's politically connected, he's assessed at, I think, $265,000. So these are the things that the regular people have to fight. And there are a lot of them. If you have money, if you have political power, your assessment's not the same, and people have to fight that. The other thing is if you're on the wrong side of the political power, you pay dearly. This is a penalty. It's not about I invested my money with you for 4%. It's about you shouldn't have taken my money to begin with and you knew it. Now, if you want to make it so that the cities and towns save some money, put in the law that the assessment firm has to pay it. And maybe then they'll actually follow the law and they'll stop being politically influenced and do the right thing. But to reduce this to 4% means every time I go fight a town, I'm going to have to take more money out of my pocket to fight them, and I'm going to come out the loser. So all they have to do is smile and say, yeah, you sort of won, but we beat you. So I'm asking you not to do it. And by the way, my town assessor's behind me, and I think he wants to speak, but he's my friend. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions from the council for the senator? Yes, Representative Gallagher.
Hi, you cited some dollar amounts involved in some of the cases you're concerned about in your testimony, and I kind of missed those. Could you, like one of them was what, $600,000? Could you repeat some of those for me?
On one property, a gentleman in a divorce case, trying to show that his property wasn't worth much, told the judge it was worth $658,000 because he didn't want to give his wife what it was really worth. And he was only taxed in that community for, I believe it was $265,000.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Clegg. I don't think we have any additional questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Last person that would like to testify is Jim Michaud from Hudson.
May I hand out some written testimony?
Yes, you may.
Your friend Bob Clegg?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me get that straight. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify in front of you. My name is Jim Michaud, and I'm Chief Assessor for the Town of Hudson. The Hudson Board of Selectmen voted to have either me or the Town Administrator up here to support this bill. And many of you serve at your local level on boards of selectmen and town councils, and you know that you have to raise an abatement overlay fund, and that's to cover abatements. At the end of the last paragraph in the letter that's being handed out, by lowering the interest amount, we'll have the net effect of serving to lower the amount of the abatement overlay. The abatement overlay gets raised by taxes. So in essence, by having less interest paid out, that abatement overlay fund can be reduced, or at least lessened. The increase would be lessened. And I agree with NHMA on the changes that were made when the interest rates for late payments, and this one going down from 6% to 4% seems to be aligned with that. And that is the balance of my testimony for today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being brief. Any questions for the Hudson Town Assessor? Seeing none, thank you very much. So that concludes our hearing for Senate Bill 317, I'm sorry. Our next bill to take up is Senate Bill 329, which is establishing a study commission to study barriers to housing development in New Hampshire, including workforce and middle-income housing. Okay. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys again for being here all day. Good afternoon. For the record, I am Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka from Senate District 21, representing the city of Portsmouth and the towns of Madbury, Lee, Durham, Newington, Newmarket, and Newfields. I am the prime sponsor of SB 329, an act establishing a commission to study barriers to housing development in New Hampshire, including workforce and middle-income housing. SB 29 will establish a commission to study the declining availability of housing, and will also provide us with an opportunity to study what the various barriers may be, including access to federal resources, which we may have. Housing is a critical issue facing our state and our region. The commission will give us another venue to look at the tools at our disposal to address the housing crisis and to see how best to deploy them going forward. As amended by the Senate, SB 329 now also includes a workforce housing developer, a representative of the BIA, to ensure that a holistic review of the housing situation is taken. I am also proposing Amendment 1072S, which I just circulated, which was emailed to the committee by my aide on March 29th, so you guys may have an old copy, which will add a representative of the Office of Planning and Development in the Department of Business and Economic Affairs to the commission. SB 329 passed the Senate Health and Human Services Committee 4-0 and passed the full Senate on a voice vote. As I mentioned earlier this morning, I am a longtime advocate of affordable and workforce housing. I think it is something that we just need to continue to work on and work on and work on. And I know that we have a hearing coming up shortly for SB 400, but I view this commission as an opportunity to look ahead and see what else we can do.
Yes, Representative Van?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Senator. So it says middle-income housing. Do we have a definition of that?
We don't have a definition of that, and I'm not sure that we might need one for the commission, but the idea is to make sure that we're keeping our workforce healthy and strong. So Unfortunately, those that are housing challenged keeps expanding, and in our case, this would of course include our firefighters, our police officers, our teachers, but increasingly would encompass young engineers, accountants, and lawyers, anyone who has to afford a home on their own, and even families are very much struggling to find houses they can afford.
Follow up?
Yes, okay.
So you're really talking about, the reason I ask is I have seen recently that there's a conflation of missing middle and middle income. And I just wanted to make sure that that was not happening here. Because missing middle is a building type, middle income is a money. So it really is, you're really talking about money and income here.
That's right, Representative. Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. As a freshman state representative, I'm new to Concord, and so my question is, are you aware of any other studies or commissions that have been conducted to study the issue of workforce housing? If I'm correct, I believe that there was one that resulted in 2021 House Bill 586. So is this another study to study the same thing that's already been studied? And how might this be different than others?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So there were two efforts probably in the last few years to look at housing. One was a commission that my predecessor, Senator Martha Fuller Clark, brought forward, which was a commission to study barriers on density. That commission was not able to fully finish its work due to the pandemic, and so there are some aspects of its charge that are being proposed to be picked up by this commission. So it's a continuation in that way. However, and then there was also another task force essentially out of the governor's office that I participated in that resulted in HB 586, which in the previous year was HB 1629 and 32, and is now back as SB 400. So those efforts have both been undertaken in the past few years, but as far as I'm aware at this time, there's nothing else proposed to be going forward.
Representative Guthrie.
Yes, in that same regard, do you know if the governor's task force is an ongoing operation, or is this going to be parallel or to take the place of the task force?
I do know the answer to that question. I participated in the governor's task force, and it was a 90-day charge. So it was short, and this one would be the only one that exists at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. This is my first year on municipal, county, and government, but what has come to my attention from the bills that have come before us is that there are many barriers that are created at the local level, particularly with local planning boards. I was wondering why there wasn't someone from there represented on this commission.
Sorry, Representative, could you just clarify someone from, for example, New Hampshire Municipal Association?
Well,
or?
I'm really thinking of people that are really at the front lines of approving these kind of houses. So it would be a
Sure.
representative from a municipal planning board.
It's a good question. I would certainly be open to adding such a member. I would think my short answer is that, as you say, they're on the front lines, and so I view this as a way to allow those at the state level to think and provide tools to support them in their work, not necessarily ask more of them, but it's certainly an expertise that would be welcome. And as a former city councilor and planning board member, I know that, making sure that sort of we're all working on it on different levels, I think is very important and supportive to the cause. So if that's something you'd like to discuss further, I'm more than happy to do that.
And then one follow-up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And then just another suggestion is perhaps the the member of the House of Representatives could be specified that it would be someone who sits on this committee.
Okay, I like both of those changes.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So, following up on Representative Rung's comment about a planner being on this commission, would it be appropriate to have someone from the New Hampshire Planning Association who covers, most of the state instead of one town?
Yeah, so just to clarify, there is an amendment in front of you, 1072, which would add someone from the Office of Planning and Development.
Thank you.
But, okay, I didn't know if that was your question or if there's another one.
My apologies, Representative Gilman. Is there any other question? Yes, Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for taking my question. Is there a requirement, we see these commissions and committees come and go. We know that there have been, this issue has been a need for decades probably. We said that the governor had a 90-day commission. Is there a requirement for these committees and commissions to produce a report so that the next rendition of this study doesn't have to start from zero? Previous reports as a basis, foundation for going forward.
Thank you for the question, Representative. And in this particular bill, there is a requirement to report out. It's found on lines 28 through 30 of page 1. So that would be a report by November 1st of this year. But I can also assure you on this issue that, and I'm going to use the word us, those of us that are in the housing advocate community, are very much aware of the work that has been done, what we're building on, and sort of where we go from here. I know the Council for Housing Stability has been a convening ground for sort of many different aspects of the housing crisis, and so that strategic report has some action items that have been implemented this year. And again, just me being here asking for this commission is sort of an outcome of the previous commission having a couple pieces of its charge in its final report that it wasn't able to complete. So even though it's not in the bill, we very much intend to build on the previous work done. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Davis.
As the bill is written, it anticipates the committee finishing its work in November of 2022, which seems like a really tight timetable to me. I'm wondering if that seems doable, realistic?
Yeah, that's also a fair question. I think that's a fairly standard date to report out, and the reason being that, in election years, our legislative deadlines for the House and the Senate occur at the end of the year. So I think the intent is to make sure that we can act on those recommendations and file any needed legislation. But, I'd certainly be open to that being an interim report and the ability for us to continue our work.
Follow-up?
Just a quick follow-up. I wonder if some language might be added that would carry the commission's work forward should it not be completed by November 2022, so you won't lose the momentum.
Okay, I appreciate that question.
And any other questions for the senator? Seeing none? Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Chair. Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Mr. David Juvette from Concord with the BIA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. A pleasure to be here this afternoon in support of this bill. For the record, my name is Dave Juve. I'm a Senior Vice President for Public Policy with the Business and Industry Association. I've been before this committee before, but not often. So I would like to tell you, first of all, a little bit about the BIA. We serve as New Hampshire's statewide Chamber of Commerce. We have about 400 employer members with over 90,000 employees in the state. And I want to focus on those 90,000 employees because every single one of them needs a place to live. Hopefully they do, but we know many others are having a hard time finding affordable housing, either rental housing or what in my generation we used to call starter homes. Some of you have asked questions about, we've had commissions, do we need another one? And my response to that is things are always changing. There are considerations now, obstacles, if you will, to being able to develop affordable housing that we didn't think about 5 years ago. Retaliatory tariffs on building materials, inflation, are just to name a few. Some things continue on, such as concern from some municipalities about ruining the nature of their cities and towns. But there is a lot of new information for a commission to do, and I would, by the way, support that recommendation to extend this beyond November of 2022. I think the November date is helpful to have an interim report in case there is some legislation to be filed for next year. But this is a complicated issue. There are many things that impact the ability to build affordable housing in the state, and I would support efforts to extend the life of this commission beyond the end of this year. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And lastly, we have, we have two more speakers. Alyssa Margolin from Concord, from the Housing Action Group. She's going to speak in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Alyssa Margolin. I serve as Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. We're the statewide affordable housing coalition in the state, and we work to improve state and federal policy so everyone in New Hampshire has a place to call home. We thank Senator Perkins Quokka for introducing this study commission. I've been in this role as director since 2009. I can tell you that a little over 10 years ago, Senator Bob Odell had chaired a commission on housing, and we thought that the shortage of the housing supply was of a concern then. It's certainly in a crisis space right now, but we have an unprecedented resource opportunity with the federal resources in play, some investments that the legislature has made into our affordable housing fund, and it's the reports generated by these commissions have been very helpful, not only in policy development, but in understanding compromise ahead of time and making some progress in the policy realm. So we would welcome another commission on housing at this time, especially focused on the problems of today.
Questions? Yes, Representative Rung?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned a previous commission several years ago, and then you brought up how things have changed because there's more resources becoming available. So was the outcome of the previous commission solely on the cost basis of funding for housing?
My recollection of that report, and it's a while ago, was that the recommendation was that the state start regularly funding our state housing trust fund. At the time, there was an analysis, and we realized that New Hampshire was one of 4 states that didn't have a dedicated funding source for our revolving loan fund that provides below market rate capital, so you can pass it along to developers, and those savings go to residents. Thankfully we changed that, and now we have a dedicated funding source, and we have increased investments in the state's affordable housing fund. I also remember, and perhaps others who served on that commission something about an alteration of terrain. I couldn't give you the details on it, but it was very specific at the time. And then the conversations that happened at that time between developers and safety officials was a good start of a conversation. And since then, there's actually been a conference when building and safety officials together to talk about, streamlining things. So we have found these legislative study commissions to be helpful.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And our last speaker is Jack Ruderman from Kentucky. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jack Ruderman, and I serve as the Manager for Public Affairs at New Hampshire Housing. I'm here to testify today in support of SB 329. We believe that it is important to establish this study commission for primarily two reasons. First, New Hampshire is continuing to experience what Governor Sununu has described as a housing crisis. And I apologize if I'm preaching to the choir here, but I did want to cite a few statistics that really paint the picture of the nature of the housing crisis. So just to cite a few, the vacancy rate for apartments right now is at an historic low of less than 1%, roughly 0.6%, meaning there are very few apartments on the market and they are extremely hard to come by. A normal, healthy vacancy rate is considered to be a roughly 5%. Apartment rental costs have increased steadily in recent years. The median gross rental rate for a two-bedroom apartment as of a year ago was $1,500. Over 5 years, the price of a two-bedroom apartment has risen nearly 25%. Meanwhile, home prices are skyrocketing. The median sales price for a single-family home has risen from $270,000 in 2019 to $405,000 in February of this year, an increase of 50%. And in Rockingham County, the median sales price is now an astronomical $550,000. Meanwhile, the inventory of single-family homes statewide has plunged from 3,500 homes in February of 2019 to just 928 homes this past February, a decrease of 74%. So we've got a twin crisis here of both a shortage of supply and unaffordable prices. What all these statistics translate to is an economy in which homelessness is increasing, families can't afford to buy homes, young people are hesitant to settle or stay in New Hampshire, and employers can't hire the workers they need to grow their businesses. The second reason we support creating the study commission is that the work of the prior study commission, which other speakers today have referred to, was only partly completed. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the commission did not meet for a period of roughly 6 months in 2020. As a result, there wasn't enough time to investigate several important topics. For instance, the commission was unable to explore possible methods of increasing the supply of workforce housing consistent with RSA 674-59. We believe that it is important to complete the work of the prior study committee and for New Hampshire to continue in its efforts to explore all potential measures to help resolve the state's housing crisis. That concludes my testimony. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that there was a 74% decrease in housing availability. Would you consider that to be a result of the COVID refugees immigrating from the other states?
Well, it's a great question, but I think that goes to demand for housing, whereas the supply, I think, is an entirely different matter that has to do with a multitude of factors, from people aging in place to people being unable to afford moving to new homes. You know, for instance, folks who are in their retirement years who want to downsize. There's just not a lot of turnover in the market right now, and not a lot of housing stock that is on the market.
Well, thank you.
Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I don't know if it's a question you can answer, but maybe someone can. I represent Lebanon, which is, as you know, right on the border with Vermont. And we, together with Hartford, Vermont, have pretty much absorbed most of the increased density in housing in the Upper Valley region. And I'm wondering if the commission can somehow discuss or take on the issue of inter-community, maybe by-state solutions to some of these problems, because we don't exist in isolation, and many of the people who live in Lebanon and towns to the east of Lebanon regularly commute into Vermont and vice versa, and the same is true of Maine and Massachusetts.
Sure. Perfectly good question, and I would expect that the committee would be able to, or the commission would be able to look at some of these issues in a regional context and not just limited to our own borders. So I think it's an excellent suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's going to conclude our work on Senate Bill 329. Now we're going to open the hearing for Senate Bill 334, which is establishing a committee to study property blight in New Hampshire cities and towns. And I had a note here that Senator Prentice was going to. Oh, welcome. Come on back up, please, and you can introduce the bill.
No, it's okay.
Go ahead.
Got to get it all squared away.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair Dolan and members of the House Municipal and County Government Committee. For the record, my name is Sue Prentice, and I'm the state senator from District 5. That's 9 communities in the beautiful Connecticut River Valley of New Hampshire. I am also a resident of West Lebanon and neighbors with my my friend Laurel Stavis. So it's just nice to see everybody, and I'm one of my neighbors.
You won't hold that against you.
No. In fact, we were together last night. I'm a former city councilor and mayor, and we were together at the Lebanon City Council meeting. So I have some deep roots in the work that you spend your time on here, and appreciate that. And I know what a long day you've had, so I will try to keep this short. So I'm introducing a study committee for property blight, managed property blight in cities and towns. And this came to me as a request to the city of Claremont. And actually at first, this is the amended version of this. I was actually wanting to put in place a tool that's been used in neighboring states and in other parts of the country, which is enabling legislation for vacant building registries. Because one of the common problems with vacant and or abandoned properties is finding the responsible party when there is a code violation. There's, and what the code, whether it's multiple, whether there's water coming out the windows because the pipes are broken was an emergency, whether there has been a minor fire on the property, whether there are abandoned vehicles that are not registered. There's a whole host of reasons. But what we do know is when these conditions exist, if they go unenforced by local officials, then it starts to become a property value issue for the neighbors. So it's not so much about that building as much as the impact that it has on the character of our neighborhoods here in New Hampshire, and certainly in the communities that I represent. And one of the most important things that we have in our lives is our property and their value. My mother just recently sold our childhood home in Massachusetts, and that is she's 90 years old, and that is really the only, besides the contents of that house, that was her her only investment that she had left. And she moved to New Hampshire to one of the only homes that was for sale at the end of my street, thankfully. So anyway, I originally tried to do a vacant building registry, which is a tool that's been used. But there was a lot of discussion about who was the responsible party, because responsible parties we often think about are like the owners of a property. But that, like say me, but it's not always that case, because the building might be in the hands of a creditor. I worked with the bankers on this. It might be it's not always a person. It might be someone, an agency or an entity that's owed money to, and it may not even be a bank. So it's who's first in line. So that became an issue, trying to really narrow that down. And the other piece is, what do we consider, vacant or abandoned? And there are some conditions that I brought forward, but there was friendly disagreement about what those should actually be. So my sense was, I want to keep the conversation moving forward, because I do believe that it is a tool to protect, for the communities that want to do it, protect their character of their neighborhoods and the property values within those neighborhoods. But I think we need to get more agreement on what exactly, vacant and abandoned properties would be, and is there, and what the responsible parties are, and is this a tool that we actually want to enable our communities to use in New Hampshire? I'm a fan of enabling legislation, only because, as a former mayor and city councilor, there are some things that we did. You heard earlier about solar exemptions. As a city councilor, we had adopted that so we could actually provide exemptions, and have that as a tool for people. So that's an example of something that's been done in the past. That being said, this is what I want to do, what I wanted to move on, but saw that we needed to really look into this and make sure that this was a good fit, and we needed to gain agreement. So I approached with, the committee about an amendment, which is a study committee. And we do have a date, so we're looking at that this would be done and issued a report by November 1st. And, we may come out of that and people might not, agree, and we might not have, that might not be the tool to deal with blight. There may be something else, but I think the larger conversation needs to be had. So with that in mind, I appreciate your time and the long day you've had. I'm happy to take any questions, and if I can't answer them, I'll find an answer, or I'll call Senator Perkins Cook and ask her.
Representative Guthrie.
Gotta go do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and if I can, I have
Sure.
two really quick questions. You talked about abandoned housing, and I've had occasion, I'm a selectman in Hampstead, and we had the occasion to end up having somebody actually tear down their house. And it was vacant. But my problem is with blight, and sometimes it's in the eye of the beholder. So my question is, do you know what blight is?
Well, that's what we want to study.
Okay.
Because I have an idea, and I put, if you look at the bill before it was amended, what I thought would be common definitions, but we didn't have agreement on that.
And-
So things like, what the condition of the yard is, unregistered vehicles, damage to the property like broken windows. There were different items like that that I had pulled together from similar legislation in other states. But again, there was not agreement on what the definition was. So what we want to study is, what do we do about blight? Is there a blight problem? What do we do about it? And should we enable communities to handle this? So it's a really good question.
My second question is, in your investigation into this problem, do we have a RSA that we can hang our hat on if that would be the extension of what you want to do with blight?
So local officials have the ability to enforce, their own ordinances and codes as it's related to that. But what often happens is that if, and I know not every community is equal in terms of what they have available for municipal services, and that's again why this would be enabling. If you can't find the responsible party because there's no central place to look, and you're, going down the line and trying to find that person, it makes, or entity, it makes it harder and harder to actually enforce this. And if I may also offer, I have a background in public safety, a longtime paramedic, and although I don't practice in the field anymore, I often responded with fire departments for water emergencies at abandoned properties where water was literally, because the pipes had burst, were coming out the windows. And or, you know, there had been a fire. And we're trying to find the responsible party, because we have to not only deal with the emergency, but release the property, you know, and have someone take it over. And that was almost the hardest part of it, was actually finding somebody to talk to. So that's part of this.
But again, going back, is there an RSA that we're going to build on, or?
There is an RSA. I don't have it in the language in here, and I can add that, but it allows the local communities to do the code enforcement.
Okay, so I can find it out anyways.
Okay.
Thank you for sending it.
Oh,
I
you're so
appreciate it.
welcome.
Thank you,
Say hi
Mr.
to
Chairman.
Councilor Warnock, or Select Board Warnock member for me.
Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I noticed that there's only like 3 members, 1 member from the Senate and 2 from the House. Would you consider having someone from, say, a municipality or a city be part of the study, so that they'd add a little diversity to the study?
So great question. My understanding was, and I heard some folks say they were, you know, new to Concord. I'm a freshman senator, so I'm a little new to this, but what I understood was that for study committees, we could only put members of, say, the legislature on, but they're open. I didn't do a commission. I wanted to do a shorter window. And so these meetings are open, and members of the public and these organizations, like, if I'm a study committee, I'm going to make a list of who I want to talk to, and I'm going to call them in, including municipalities.
Well, thank you.
If I'm wrong,
See,
then
I've
I'll
learned
fix
something
that.
today too then.
Yeah, if I'm wrong, I'll fix that, but that was my understanding. So,
Thank you. Any other questions for the senator? Yes, Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator. It's nice
Hi,
to see you.
Nice to see you.
I chair a commission, a statewide commission on PFAS, and my wonderful colleague from Litchfield is on it with me. And one of the things, and I should have brought this up when Senator Perkins Coca introduced the last bill, but she's here, is many times and you're correct, the commissions include other people or name other people outside the New Hampshire General Court, but study committees only include those people who are members. But one of the things that we found successful in the PFAS Commission is also recommending not just legislative remedies, but non-legislative remedies. So I don't know if it's something that would deserve an amendment, but it would be something to keep in mind. I know there's been several things that we've been doing, mainly around community engagement and communication, holding town halls, which don't require any legislative action, but we've identified that as a need that our commission can fill. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you, Representative Rung. That's a great observation, because it is, because originally I'd been proposing legislation and had shifted to a study committee so we could really dig into this deeper. So I just want to make sure that we can do that with this, because you can do it with the commission. Can we? And I guess if we open the language, all right.
Well, this is actually, I think, a good approach. You're having legislative representation, and if you need to bring other people in, you can, but it's not required in statute. So this is actually a good approach.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Senator. Appreciate you having the patience to wait this out.
I appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day, so I'll wrap it up, and thank you very much. Okay.
That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 334. Our last bill of the day is Senate Bill 400, which is relative to training and procedures for zoning and planning boards and relative for financial investments and incentives for affordable housing.
Chair? Another.
Who do we have to introduce the bill for 400?
Here's the rest of the deck of cards.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Carol Alfano from the Senate. And now I'm delighted to introduce Senate Bill 400 for its prime sponsor, Senator Jeb Bradley, District 3. Again, inclement weather impacted his travel plans. He could not be here today. This bill makes changes to the training and procedures for zoning and planning boards offered by the Office of Planning and Development. It will help New Hampshire communities that are ready to respond to local marketing demand for more housing. It's going to provide a foundation of enabling policies, economic incentives, improved timelines, and more transparent local review. It also allows for more tools and improves the predictability of process to help address housing shortage supplies. More specifically, SB 400 allows for voluntary training for community volunteers, enables communities to provide economic incentives to build more affordable supply, updates reasonable timelines for review, improves the viability of workforce housing projects, and discloses application fees and improves documentation of local decisions. It enables inclusionary zoning requirements and launches a Housing Champion Communities program. And lastly, Senator Bradley just wanted me to address some myths and misconceptions that might be around this bill. It increases training for planning and zoning board volunteers, and it's voluntary. Participation in the Housing Champion Certification Program is voluntary, and adopting any type of inclusionary zoning ordinance is also voluntary. And lastly, municipal use of economic development tools to encourage housing projects is voluntary, and they may not use tools for eminent domain or other taking. Senator Bradley says this is a great bill. I believe him. He appreciates your support. That is the extent of my introduction. I'm going to defer any questions to Ben Frost, sitting right behind me. He's from Housing Action. He knows more about this bill. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Senator Perkins Coker back to the microphone.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you very much, Chairman. And hopefully for the last time today. I'll introduce myself for the record. I'm Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka, representing District 21, Portsmouth, and surrounding towns. I am thrilled to be here in support of SB 400 today. I think that, as has been previously discussed at length, housing is an urgent problem in our state. This is a bipartisan bill that has technical solutions to our housing problem. We call it the Community Toolbox Bill because it's designed to provide tools to our municipalities. There is nothing, and I'll say that again just because it's important, nothing in this bill that is mandatory. It is voluntary options for our municipalities to address the housing crisis. It's my belief that we need to do that little bit by little bit. And so all parts of this bill are derived from many years of experience of the members of the Governor's Housing Task Force and are meant to be ideas that will help us tackle this problem little bit by little bit. I will say that the Housing Champions program is something I particularly think is something to be lauded for the state, especially in light of the governor's recent announcement of the $100 million Invest New Hampshire Fund. It is a program where municipalities can voluntarily adopt housing-friendly policies, and by doing so, now OPD will hopefully be able to help develop incentives that would reward our municipalities for doing so. So examples of that would be housing-friendly zoning, sewer and water improvements in parts of town where density could be accommodated, or other planning, towards supporting housing in our municipalities, because we all know our towns and cities are the leaders in the front lines on this. So I will leave it at that, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the Senator? Yes, Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. Can I ask questions from here? as a matter of form when I'm going to be sitting later in the testimony as an opponent to the bill?
You can, if, are you the prime sponsor?
No,
You can,
No.
if you, are you a sponsor?
no.
Oh. So what other
I just
capacity?
have questions of the senator. I'm asking, can I ask her questions if I'm going to testify against the bill?
Oh, yes, you can.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, do you have any more detail as to what's going to make up the Housing Champion certificate? The bill itself does not seem to dot the i's and cross the t's. You know where that information would be available?
Sure, thank you, Representative. So this would be a process that the Office of Planning Development underneath the Bureau of Economic Affairs would undertake. And so it would be probably a process where there would be input that could be made as it developed, but the intent was not to define everything in the bill, but rather make sure that we had input, for example, from our municipalities about what would be most useful.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman, if I can. I'm concerned about what the scoring, when we got a scoring system, what that means. I mean, I know there's no criteria to qualify. There's no, whether it's going to be a score of 10 or it's going to be 100. I mean, I'm living in a small community, 9,000 people on a border community to Massachusetts. We're, I think we're in pretty good shape as a town because we do business in a good manner and feel that we've got a good town. Does that mean we can't qualify because some other community that may not do as good a job and may have problems that we don't have, maybe even self-made, are they going to they're going to get the money and I'm not going to get any money?
Yeah, I see what you mean. The intent, and I don't know that, you know, the intent of the Housing Champion program is to award money per se. It could be, for example, that what's most useful to our municipalities is access to low-interest money to build out their sewer and water, for example. But, you know, the entire intent of the program is to be something that's additional to where we are. And so if your town, where are you from, Representative?
Hampstead?
Hampstead,
Maybe
okay.
I shouldn't tell you.
Yeah, you should. You know, if you feel that your town has done what they need to do on housing, then this program wouldn't affect you. If you felt that there were actions you wanted to take, you know, to sort of do more on the housing front, then you could participate and maybe be eligible for something helpful to your town. So it's certainly not something that's intended to, I mean, maybe if there's some friendly competition, but not to pit towns against each other, but just be an asset. Yeah.
I'm 92 years old and I'm not very naive, so I just wanted to express my concern about the program not knowing all the facts. And thank you, Senator, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I understand,
Thank you, Mr.
Representative.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question.
Sure.
Is this bill related to House Bill 1632 and Senate Bill 586? 1632, I believe, was tabled, and 586 was a victim of COVID. Is this pretty much the same bill?
Yeah,
Coming
so-
back again? That's question one.
Sure. There are many similarities. There were some changes to accommodate concerns that have been raised with previous versions of it, and I'm going to respectfully defer to Mr. Frost behind me because he knows the ins and outs of that. But yes, in short.
And follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Do you anticipate, or do the sponsors anticipate that the work of this bill, should it be passed, will dovetail in any way with the work of the commission that we previously discussed? And I guess it's a rhetorical question because I can't see how one could proceed well without the other. So I'm wondering, you know, are there conversations going on about meshing the work of these two groups?
Sure. And And I appreciate the question very much. So in my mind, and I don't want to speak for anyone other than myself, but this bill represents the solutions that we could think of from a technical, non-political, just merely trying to provide tools to our municipalities' perspective at the time this was drafted. If these are passed and available to our cities and towns, we can then turn our attention to a new set of tools to, again, support our municipalities. Without some of these in place, I think it would be important to continue to work for these and make sure that they are available because, again, the intent here is merely for the state to support our towns and cities on what should be an important goal to all of us, making sure that we address housing, that we have our next generation here, that we support our state economy, and that we make progress on the undersupply of housing. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I have a number of questions and concerns with regards to this legislation, but I can only ask one question right now. And I'd like to draw your attention to page 6, line 15, section 15, which speaks to tax relief. So I'm noting that the number of years of tax relief has been increased from 2 to up to 4 years to 4 to 8 years. And I'm also seeing a Scribner's error on line 18. That 4 should have been struck. So that's a concern because that's increasing the tax relief. And also, if I'm understanding this correct, is this not shifting taxation to current property tax payers within a municipality? And how is that a good idea?
Okay. Thank you for your question, Representative. So the provision you're talking about on page 6, line 15, it is indeed enabling legislation to allow a municipality to consider whether providing this tax relief would work for that municipality. So again, the intent of this bill is simply to provide tools to our municipalities to have that conversation. You are correct to say that when tax relief applies to one party, often it is done, the amount of the tax is often applied to other parties. But we do see this happen all the time with, exemptions for the elderly for the amount of their assets, for veterans from local property tax. And so it's a policy decision. And in my mind, it's very likely not one that all 234 of our municipalities would make the same way. And so in my mind, by including a provision like section 15, we move that conversation to the local level where it can be had.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my follow-up question. So I would assume then, is it possible for a municipality to get an estimate as to how this would impact the current taxpayers locally? And to be clear, so what you're saying is that all these different provisions, 1 through whatever it is, I don't know, 1 through, let's say, 20.
Yep.
Each section can be, it's enabling legislation individually, and therefore each section would be put to the voters. Because I like to see the exact wording as to how that would appear on the warrant. And maybe this would make this bill humongous, but could you speak to that? Because in other statutes where it is enabling legislation, the question to be placed on the warrant is explicit. Is there a reason why that isn't provided for?
Okay, that's a helpful question, and I appreciate it. To clarify, yes, the intent is for all of this bill to be enabling, but there are provisions in here that affect court procedures, and so that would be sections 9, 10, and 11. But other than that, it is intended to be enabling. I am going to respectfully defer your question on warrant language to the folks that testify behind me, just because I don't have the experience to answer your question about whether that's a standard practice or or whether only included in some legislation.
Yes, Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. And my question is in the exact same section as Representative Power asked, but maybe throughout the bill, where the community or where the issue might be that it meets workforce housing, can we add something where it remains workforce housing? My fear is that, and maybe it's in here already, and maybe Mr. Frost can answer that. My fear is that you build something that meets, and then after a while, that goes away, and we're back in the same place that we are now. We have something that met that now does not meet, and we've lost the ground that we have gained. Is that possible to add something, or does that exist?
That's a
And thank you for the question.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for the question, Representative. It's a great suggestion, and you know, I think with your question, you draw attention to the fact that this is not only about building new housing, but it's also about retaining housing that remains affordable, because, you know, otherwise we do see existing affordable housing redeveloped sometimes coming back on the market for higher prices. So I think your suggestion holds a lot of merit, and I, for one, would certainly be open to discussing it. Thank you.
Representative Van?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you again, Senator Perkins Quokka. To follow on with the questions that you've just had about tax relief and about the continued affordability, is it not true that as we have a more adequate supply of housing, the constant upward pressure does diminish to some case? I'm just thinking about this whole question about how do we maintain affordable housing as affordable? And what's your take on that?
I'm sorry.
The question was, if we have more houses, don't they stop going up in price every 5 minutes?
Thank you for simplifying the
It's
question
late.
for me. Yeah. So, I mean, just as someone that's been in this field, not even in this field, just as an advocate in this field, you know, for 10 or 12 years, you know, everyone I have spoken to, and I continue to believe and continue to see research on the fact that the long-term solution to this problem is supply. You know, we have a lack of housing supply in places like Portsmouth. If we had just seen a 1% increase in our housing stock per year over the last 20 years, it would have made a meaningful impact on the prices that we have now. So thank you for bringing that up, because I should have started by saying, you know, the New Hampshire Housing has published a figure of a shortage of 20,000 housing units statewide. And the tools that we are trying to provide are towards the end of increasing housing supply to meet rising demand and ultimately bring prices down. So, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Graves from NHMA, if you'd like to join us.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, before you leave, I'm sorry, the Vice Chairman had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Turn your microphone on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Following up on that line 17 through 21, what would be the maximum amount of years for tax relief, and who would support that? I mean, is the tax shift going right to the taxpayers for I don't know, does it go up to 16 years? That's my question.
It's a great question, and I respectfully, Representative, I'm also going to defer that one to Mr. Frost, because I know that he knows 7090 inside and out, and I think he can provide you with that answer.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your
Thank you, Chair.
patience
Appreciate it.
and waiting for us to get to this point.
No, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Graves for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. In the interest of time, we are neutral on the bill. We did do a fiscal note which very nicely summarizes our position, which is results would vary on a town-by-town basis. And I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for the NHMA? Seeing none, I think that was a
Thank you.
way to get out. Yeah. We should model our rest of our testimony after you, Natch. Next, we're going to hear from Ben Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. I think it still is afternoon. I'm Ben Frost from New Hampshire Housing, where I serve as the Deputy Director. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 400. I do have written testimony, which I will not read to you, but I will pass out. I also have a copy for the committee's file on this bill of the Governor's Housing Task Force report from 2019.
Sure.
Thank you.
As that's going around, that is a letter from our Executive Director, Rob Dappas, who very much wished to have been here today, but came down with a sore throat this morning and didn't want to, well, wanted to keep everyone safe. His letter expresses New Hampshire Housing's strong support for this legislation, noting that we did participate as members of the Governor's Housing Task Force now 2.5, 3 years ago. And the letter also indicates the dire state of the housing market in New Hampshire, referred to many as a crisis. I would agree with that. My colleague Jack Ruderman, testifying on Senate Bill 329, gave you some figures on just how tough it is out there, and it is really tough.
Ken, excuse me, would you bring the mic closer? I can't hear.
I will certainly do that.
Looks like, there we go, thank you.
How's that? All right. The housing market is a question of both supply and demand. We have great demand for housing. Part of it is an increased number of people moving from out of state, although the numbers generally don't suggest that there's been a tidal wave of people moving from Massachusetts during COVID, but there has been an increase in numbers, and probably more in some communities than in others. The fact is that most of the purchasers in New Hampshire continue to be from New Hampshire. Most purchasers are local to their own communities. But as Jack Ruderman indicated, the numbers of houses on the market for purchase is shockingly low. It's below 1,000 for the entire state, homes on the market right now. And that pushes people into rental, and that pushes the rental prices up. It is a question of supply and demand, and right now we have a problem of supply. Senate Bill 400 presents a series of changes and incentives, changes to the local processes to make the process more efficient, incentives that municipalities can avail themselves of to help induce development of housing. I would be happy to go through any of the sections of the bill that you wish. And Mr. Chairman, I'm at your disposal. I recall on House Bill 586, I testified before this committee for 2 hours. I don't think you want to be doing that today.
You've got 2 hours.
2 hours,
No,
okay.
I just want to ask you a quick question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You and I worked together on Senator Clark's commission. Does any of this emanate from that work back then, or is this completely different?
That's a good question. I think it is different, but I'm trying to think back to the report on that commission. And I think for the most part, these are different things, mainly because that commission was looking at big picture things. And this is really getting down into the details of the local process.
Are there members of the committee that have specific questions that,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I was writing down the questions, and I could start with those and seek to address the questions that were previously asked by Representatives Davis, Guthrie, Power, Maggiore, and the Vice Chair.
All right, why don't you do that, then we'll come back and get Representative Lascelles, Representative Power, and anyone else who has open questions.
So Representative Davis asked if this was linked to, if there were a link, could be a link to the bill previously heard twice before, Senate Bill 329, the Density Commission. And I'd say yes, but I think that the one proceeding does not mean that the other can't also proceed. They couldn't, the commission that Senator Perkins Quokka would propose creating might very well come up with some different things than are in this legislation, and I frankly would expect it to. So I think the measures that are proposed here are really getting down into the details, whereas that commission might have much higher issues that it's dealing with. I think they can proceed in tandem. And Representative Davis, you also asked if there were changes from House Bill 586, and indeed there are. And Senator Perkins Quokka noted there was a change with regard to the TIF district section, and I'll refer to this is page 5 of the bill, section 13, and this is the bottom of page 5. The language, and this starts on line 32. The language from line 32 through 34 came from House Bill 586 and also came from, prior to that, House Bill 1629 in the 2020 session. What's new here, this is a response to part of the discussion, the debate on the bill on the floor of the House, House Bill 586 last year when it was tabled. One of the criticisms, and this was by Representative Barbara Griffin, that she said accurately that a municipality could use the power of eminent domain to take private property to create workforce housing. And I think the likelihood of that happening is very, very, very remote. But she was correct in saying that it was possible. What the change this year is to directly address that by saying, and this is new language starting at the very end of line 34 on page 5, the municipality shall not acquire property for this purpose through the powers of eminent domain, expressly forbidding the use of TIF districts to use eminent domain to create workforce housing. That is a direct response to Representative Griffin's comment last year. The other change is a very minor change, and that is in the workforce housing definition. Previously, House Bill 586 and before it, that might have been House Bill 1629 or 1632 in 2020, would have changed the definition of workforce housing to allow it to be affordable to people making incomes of up to 120% of the median income for their area. Reflecting on that, we looked at, did the math on what that would mean, and that pushed the recommended purchase prices as workforce housing to a number that just seemed unpalatably high. So for something to be affordable to a family of 4 making 120% of the median income for an area in some parts of the state would mean that workforce housing could be sold at over $600,000, and that just did not seem right. So we recommended to Senator Bradley that be struck from the legislation, keep the existing definition of workforce housing as it exists in the law now and has since 2008 at 100% of the area median income. Still, it's a big number, but it is the number we've been working with for now 14 years. So those are the two changes from House Bill 586 from the last session. Representative Guthrie, you asked Senator Perkins Quokka about the scoring system for the housing champions. I would urge you to recognize that that would go through the standard JLCAR process. So I'm not sure if anyone here serves on JLCAR, but it is a pretty rigorous process of policing how agencies do rulemaking. And so I think, JLCAR and the office, I guess it would be the LBA, would ensure that the scoring system that the Office of Planning and Development comes up with is rational and fair. So that's my response to that point.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Power, you asked about the section dealing with RSA 79E, section 15 of the bill. And I'm not sure that that is a scrivener's error. It looks like there is a strike through it, but it's part of the 4 on line 18. But your substantive question was whether this was a tax shift, and it is, and that is the design of RSA 79E, which is a statute that has existed since the legislature adopted it in 2006. It is local option, so municipalities decide whether they want to do this. And if they don't want to do it, they don't do it. But a lot of municipalities have adopted some provisions of RSA 79E, which is the Community Revitalization Tax Relief Incentive, to induce the redevelopment of properties, derelict properties that have been sitting unused for years because the owners, for whatever reason, don't have the capital to do it. This is a means by which a municipality can induce a property owner to rehabilitate property by giving them some relief in increased taxation that's attributable to the rehab cost, the value of rehab that they put into it. So the idea, and is this universally true? No, probably not. But the idea is it's to induce redevelopment to increase taxable valuation that would not have occurred but for the availability of this incentive. So the property owner gets a relief from increased taxation that's attributable to the value that's brought back to the property for a limited period of time, after which it's fully taxed at its full fair market value. So there is that limited period of time when there is a shift in taxation, but the argument is that increase in taxable value might not have happened but for the incentive that exists. There have not been any studies done on that, but that was the theory behind it at the time. And Representative Power, you also asked about the estimates of local impact. I would think that any municipality that was the governing body of any municipality that was thinking about proposing this to the voters would want to do that kind of estimate of impact. It is a local question, though, and so it's something that your local select board should do when they're thinking about doing it and presenting it to the voters as a means of saying, this is what the impact will be, this is the shifting of taxes that might occur over what period of time, we don't know. But recognize, too, that these are all individualized decisions under this statute. So for any single property to get this tax relief, even after the municipality has adopted the power to do it, each property has to go before the local governing body, the select board, for access to this and have to get specific individual approval for each of these tax reliefs. It's not a blanket approval once the town meeting adopts it. It's a pretty rigorous approach to getting tax relief. And last question, Representative Power, you had asked about the process, and there is an existing process for adoption of RSA 79E, and this is, you look to 79E:3, and that spells out the process by which a municipality would adopt the provisions. In the existing statute, And that would apply as well to what's proposed here in Senate Bill 400. So this RSA 79E has been around since 2006. It is a well-established mechanism that a lot of municipalities have used very successfully over the years. And this is simply tapping into that existing statute by providing additional periods of relief for workforce housing. And then again, remind you, this is at the municipality's discretion. It says up to. That is the local governing body's decision to make on each individual case. So they might say, no, in this case, because of whatever reasons they determine, we're only going to give you 4 years of additional relief, or 6 years, or the 8 years that the statute allows. It is a decision that each local governing body would make on an individualized basis when presented with an application by a property owner. Representative Maggiore, got to your question. The duration of the affordability. So let's say a property owner is doing workforce housing, approaches the select board for tax relief under RSA 79E, and how long would that property be workforce housing? RSA 79E does have a provision on this. It's not specific to workforce housing, but is related to what's called the public benefit covenant. So in order for a municipality to award this tax relief, the select board, the local governing body, has to find that there is a public benefit. And then there has to be a covenant that gets recorded in the registry of deeds recognizing that public benefit. And that places limitations on the use of the property. So the public benefit covenant this is again another discretionary question, can last for up to twice the length of the tax relief that is granted. So if through whatever combination of factors a property gets, say, 10 years of tax relief under 79E, whether it's under the provisions in Senate Bill 400 or the existing statute as it exists at this time, the municipality could require the public benefit covenant to last for a period of 20 years. And that could be a term of affordability for workforce housing. Recognize, too, that if a developer were pursuing an application through a local planning board for workforce housing and at the same time seeking tax relief through the select board, the planning board could also impose long-term affordability covenants as an approval of workforce housing. And those typically are on the order of 20, 30 years. Some municipalities do perpetuity, which is an awfully long time. If a development is seeking public funding through, say, my employer, New Hampshire Housing, we require long-term affordability, generally no less than 30 years of affordability, sometimes 40, sometimes 60 years, sometimes longer, depending upon the mix of financing. So there is an opportunity to keep these properties affordable for a long period of time, but it does require action at the municipal level or through a funder. I hope that answers your question. And Mr. Vice Chairman, you had asked what's the maximum period of time you can get relief under the current statute. The base period of relief of affordability is up to 5 years. And then if you're doing additional housing units, you can get an additional 2 years. If they're affordable, an additional 4 years. If it's an historic structure, I think an additional 4 years. I think the total possible maximum right now is 13 years. Again, that's up to the select board to decide, are we going to grant it for that period of time? This would add to those periods, so an additional 4 years for workforce housing, if you will. So
Follow-up question?
I guess 17 years would be the total.
Follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Frost. On line 19, it says,
No microphone.
on line, thank you, Mr. Frost, and thank you, Mr. Chief, for allowing me to ask a question. It gives an additional 8 years for a project that includes affordable housing that meets the definition of workforce housing, and up to an additional 8 years for a project that includes residential units. So are they not calculating 16 years of tax-free money at that point? Or is that,
I
is
see
that
your point.
possible?
Potentially, yes. Again, up to the local select board to decide, is this good for our community? And they might say, no, we're not going to give you that much.
One more follow-up. Mr.
Go ahead.
The amount of money that would be, is there any way to determine that? Because that, to me, it sounds like it's a huge amount of money. And the taxpayers are going to, if that goes through, huge amount of money taxpayers are going to have to come up with. And, you know, do you have a percentage or anything along those lines that would give us an idea?
That's a great question, Mr. Vice Chairman. I don't know that there have been analyses done, like looking at the use of RSA 79E over the years. But you could, on an individual basis, I think very easily calculate what the tax shift would be. And you look at the number of years, you could very easily come up with that number on each individual application. And it's similar to what Representative Power was asking. What's the aggregate that a municipality might be looking at? But it does require some individual decision-making from property owners approaching a select board and then the select board making those decisions. And again, I want to emphasize, this is all discretionary, and the local governing body can decide to do less than what the statute authorizes, both in presenting a warrant article and in making the individual specific decisions.
Thank you, that part I understand.
Then you had a question from Representative Lascelles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned a couple of statistics about people coming into the state from surrounding states and so forth. In the case of a family from Massachusetts who had a vacation home or a second home in New Hampshire, who now, maybe they're not retiring, but due to the new Zoom era, they're not required to live in Massachusetts. They sell their mansion in Massachusetts and downsize to their second home in New Hampshire. Would your statistics pick that up?
That's a great question. The statistics that I was citing would not pick that up. And it's a great question because it's a phenomenon that we do recognize.
It is happening.
It is happening. We don't know exactly to what degree it's happening. But we know that there are a lot of people who own second homes in New Hampshire who do not live in New Hampshire. Primarily, they live in Massachusetts. And I'd say most of the second homes owned in New Hampshire are owned by people who live in New Hampshire, but there's a substantial portion of them owned by people from Massachusetts. And we do know that for a period of time during COVID, especially during 2020, people, when their kids were remote learning, they wanted to be in their townhouse in Waterville Valley, so the kids were in school in the morning and then they could ski in the afternoon. And we saw the impact on the Waterville Valley School District. We saw a similar impact, not quite as dramatic, in Conway. But those impacts last year and this year, have receded. I've not looked at the numbers, but anecdotally, that's what I've heard, that we're not seeing so much of that, especially as the kids are going back to school physically in Massachusetts. They're only coming up on the weekends instead of living there months at a time. What we've been tracking, and we do have very good numbers on this, is the proportion of people who are buying homes in New Hampshire and where they're coming from. So we look at the actual deed transactions. And so every deed that gets recorded, we're analyzing and figuring out where people are coming from. And there has been, since the beginning of 2020, there has been an increase in the proportion of buyers from Massachusetts, shifting from about 15% of all buyers to about 20% of all buyers. But still, the vast bulk of buyers in New Hampshire are already here. They're moving from one place in New Hampshire to another place. But that was not your question. Your question was about people who already owned a home here in New Hampshire but weren't currently living here. Those numbers don't account for that. And I think that the school district information is one way of looking at it. Cell phone data is another way of looking at it, where people are making calls from and where they got their phones originally. That's one thing. Credit card transactions is another way of looking at it. We're not analyzing that, but that's one way of doing it. It is happening. It's not in the same degree that I think a lot of people think it's happening.
Ben, I have a small bit of homework for you, if I can. We're going to exec this bill on the 18th.
Yes.
And I would just ask, before we get to the exec meeting, if you could help, I don't want to belay it right now, but in the front page of the bill, under the analysis, it talks about how the bill creates incentives, blah, blah, blah. Could you help point out for the committee what those incentives are and where they are enumerated in the bill?
I could do that right now.
No, we're out of time.
You did say homework.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, are you asking for a short memo on each section? Is that?
I'll leave it up to your creativity.
I will be happy to do that for you.
Thank you.
And you're execing this on the 18th, so I'll try to get that to you by the end of next week. And should I just email it to the entire committee?
Yeah, that would work.
Okay, I'd be happy to do that for you. And it is evening now.
Representative Rung?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Frost, thank you so much. And I don't really know if I can explain this clearly, but my impression of workforce housing is that it's providing affordable housing for people that are working to support local businesses. And it may even be an incentive for businesses to come into New Hampshire because their workers will be able to afford housing. So if we take a small community, and I'm gonna pick on Litchfield, my colleague from Litchfield. It's a rural community. It's a wonderful place to live. It's close to a lot of business hubs. What incentive do they have to consider this toolbox? They can go ahead and build this, but businesses are probably not going to go to Litchfield. So they're going to be providing a benefit to businesses, but that's not going to be offset by increased property taxes that would offset the increase in residential. Like I look at a town's property, the pie, the assessment pie, and it's an advantage to residential property owners to have business and commercial because they don't require the municipal costs or services that residents do, and that's primarily with education. So what would incentivize Litchfield to participate in this when it's building businesses, but yet they're not getting the benefit from that? Do you see, it's just increasing the portion of their pie that's going to residential, likely increasing their school costs. So that's sort of my issue, and I guess it's sort of a concern with just the way we do things in New Hampshire, because each town, each municipality is not an island. You know, there's a lot of people that live in my town that don't work in Merrimack. I mean, we have some big employers, but there's still a lot of people that just get on the highway and go into Massachusetts. So for Merrimack to build more workforce housing, it's not as likely and less likely than it would be in Litchfield that would be offset by increased commercial industrial tax base. I don't know if you have an answer, but I'm trying to figure out what are these incentives for a town to really invest in increasing residential housing.
Ben,
And-
let me follow up on Representative Rung's question. Because back in the time when I was working on Senator Clark's commission, we talked about real incentives and how do you get communities to step up and say, I'm willing to do this because there's some trade-offs here. And one of the things that we talked about is some of the most expensive items for communities that are developing is sewer and water. So how do we maybe incentivize sewer and water to some of these communities that are looking for it with this particular program? If you do this, then you'll get that benefit.
Well, let me turn to, this is a great philosophical question. And you know, we could spend days, you could do a dissertation on this. But let's just, in response to the chair's prompt, let's turn to page 6 of the bill. This is the Housing Champion certification. Lines 34 and 35. Municipality shall receive preferential access to state resources, including but not limited to discretionary state infrastructure funds as available, water and sewer. So communities that are open to housing development, that seek a Housing Champion certification, have that leg up in getting access to the water and sewer that is needed to support the housing development. They go hand in hand.
It's connected.
They do.
There's a nexus there that we have to recognize.
There is a very clear nexus. And again, not everything here is going to be applicable to every community. So I'm very familiar with Litchfield. I used to work for the National Regional Planning Commission, and I know what the town is like. And what works in Litchfield might be something very different from what works in its neighbor Londonderry. It might be looking at some really small-scale commercial development, which in fact may be the best return for the municipality, for a place like Litchfield, in terms of tax revenue. Not the big projects, but the iterative, small-scale commercial projects. And so, and we have actually, New Hampshire Housing has worked with a really interesting consultant called Urban 3. Don't let the name get in the way of your perceptions. But what they look at is the tax revenues that go to municipalities based on different types of land uses. And we completed the first phase of the study last year. It's on our website. And we had them work with 15 different New Hampshire municipalities all over the state, different types of municipalities, cities, small towns. And in each one of them, what they found was, as expected, the best return for tax revenue was on the small-scale mixed-use development. So the highest return in Dover, for example, was a pizza shop with 2 apartments over it. In terms of the use of land and the return in taxes on that property. Walmart generates a lot of taxes, but it consumes a lot of land too. So it's not an efficient, from a property tax standpoint, it's not an efficient use of land. You get a much more efficient use of land returning on taxes to the municipality from the small scale stuff. That might be the best thing for a place like Litchfield. And that would support that small-scale housing development. And they like like lines 34 and 35 on page 6, they go hand in hand.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you to my colleague for bringing up the town of Litchfield, because I think in a way, although it's kind of unique in a way, but yet it's typical in some ways also. I recently did an analysis of what Representative Runn talked about as far as Litchfield. It is totally a bedroom community. There's almost nobody who works within, with a few exceptions. Very few people work in Litchfield that live in Litchfield. But it's surrounded by some of the largest communities in the state. Manchester, Bedford, Londonderry, Hudson, Nashua, Merrimack, all right? Almost a quarter of the population of the state can be reached from Litchfield within 10 minutes, you know? But yet, we have no commercial, we have no sewer, we have no water. There's two things that people in Litchfield would be against any sort of workforce housing. One is to maintain the bucolic nature of the town, and secondly is the fear of being inundated by kids in the school system. Those two things keep us from, in addition to lack of sewer and affordable water. We have water, but it's not affordable. All right, it's like gold. So I don't know if there's a question in there.
I'll take it as a question if I may reply.
Okay.
I think that, again, I'll repeat, what's in this legislation is tools for municipalities to use if they want to. And I understand exactly what the folks in Litchfield are thinking about. One thing I would encourage you to do is to question the assertion that new housing automatically brings a flood of school-aged children. We've done plenty of studies on this. They're available on the New Hampshire Housing website, where we've looked at new residential development in different New Hampshire communities and the numbers of school-aged children that new residential development generates. It is a lot lower than most people think. Not that children are evil, but we recognize that increasing the school population has certain costs. Those costs, and I would encourage you also to look at a study that UNH's Dr. Richard England did a couple of years ago. The costs are not linear. They are quantum jumps. So you have a certain capacity, and most, a substantial portion of the costs that are borne in your, represented in your school tax bill are capital costs that are not going to change when the population changes until you get to a critical point where you need to expand or rehabilitate. Where you're talking about shifts of 20 or 30 students, there's not going to be a perceptible change to your school tax bill.
Ben, I'm going to, at the risk of frustrating you, I'm going to do some rearranging here in real time.
I am at your disposal.
Well, that's good. I'm going to ask you to be our final speaker. And that way, those who want to hang around and listen, we can do that. But I'm afraid we're going to start losing more and more committee members and audience as time goes on here.
And I'm happy to step back, Mr. Chairman.
So let me go through some of these pink cards, and then we'll see where we are, and we'll come back to you at the end. Dan McGuire. Former Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire, and I'm from Epsom. I'm here kind of in a dual role. I'm on the board of directors of Granite State Taxpayers, the oldest statewide taxpayer organization in New Hampshire, and I've handed out to you the position of the organization on this particular bill. We or they are opposed to it for just sort of simple, it interferes with local control. That kind of, but there's a lot more detail on this paper. You can read it. I also want to speak to the bill on my own. I'm a member of the planning board of Epsom. I've been elected, I think, 3 times, possibly 4. I can't remember. And I've certainly seen our planning board do things that add costs. I mean, delay people, mess with their plans, all that sort of stuff. And so just in general, I'm in favor of some of the things in this bill that help planning boards be more efficient, act quicker, be more professional, be fairer, all that sort of stuff. But in reading this bill, it feels to me like a couple of different bills pasted together. The first few pages, the first 4 or 5 pages, are of the character that I just described. They seem to tighten up what planning boards can do, what towns do, and make it fairer and simpler and quicker and all those kind of things. So in general, I'm in favor of the first sections of the bill. But then it starts to get into things where it starts to give ways of pushing people to use their property in ways that the state likes, okay? And that's where I think it goes off the rails, and in particular, especially that last section where it creates some kind of housing champion certification. I mean, that's just silly stuff. And so in general, I mean, I go back to first principles here. In general, the people who should control the use of property are the ones that own that property, maintain that property, pay taxes on that property, and so on. It shouldn't be the neighbors of people who own property and pay taxes and maintain property, right? And if it shouldn't be the neighbors of those people, well, it certainly shouldn't be the legislature either, right? The legislature should let people use their property the way they want. And if housing is expensive, the legislature needs to look in the mirror and see what they are doing that creates that situation. And I'll just give you a simple example. My house is on a 3-acre parcel of land on a state road, and I have a lot of frontage. I got like 800 feet of frontage. And my house is on one side, and I could easily, if I thought it was economical, and put up a small house or a manufactured house or whatever on the other side of my property and rent it out. And if that were a way to make money, I might do it, right? But the rules prevent me from doing it. Why? Because my town has 2-acre zoning. So I can't, if I wanted to, divide the property, it's 3 acres, even though I have plenty of septic, I have plenty of water, all that sort of thing. And the rules prevent me from having more than one residence on this piece of property, right? So it's the rules that prevent affordable housing. And so that's why if you control, you let people use their housing the way they want to, the market is going to push them to do things that are affordable, that are economical, right? And so if there's a giant demand for less expensive housing, people will do it if they're able to do it. And the problem is they're not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. McGuire? Seeing none, our next speaker will be Sarah Holland.
Hello, thank you. Good to see you again. I think I called it at 7 o'clock earlier when I testified. We're close. My name is Sarah Holland. I am the Vice Chair of the Public Policy Committee of the New Hampshire Realtors. You've already heard the specifics of the legislation, and the Realtors would echo those sentiments. I would add that the lack of housing availability in New Hampshire is not simply a local issue, it's a state problem. In 2021, the median sale price for a single-family home was $395,000. Keep in mind that in 2019, the median sale price was just $300,000. So that was a 30% increase in just 2 years. And today it's over 400. Perhaps more importantly, the total inventory of homes for sale in New Hampshire is currently at an all-time low. In February of 2016, there were 7,500 homes for sale across the state, and in February of 2022, there were just 928. That's an 87% reduction in the available inventory in just 6 years. The inventory crisis is real, and it's not getting any better. And I want to add that it started well before COVID, but COVID certainly did accelerate it. Senate Bill 400 is a needed step forward in ensuring an adequate supply of housing that is available for New Hampshire's workforce. The legislature has worked hard to make New Hampshire attractive to businesses and to all people. Our favorable tax climate and beautiful scenery are great incentives, but they are all for nothing if a business person cannot find a place for their workers to live. So a healthy housing outlook would be in a specific community a variety of housing types and price points, so people can kind of move around as their life kind of changes, whether they have kids, they're just starting out, maybe they're retiring and downsizing. And if they can do that all within one community, they stay. But if they can't, then they leave. Everyone in New Hampshire takes pride in their local community and its ability to conduct its affairs in what is in that specific town's best interest. However, if one town places exclusionary zoning restrictions in an attempt to stop housing development, their action is going to be an impact on all surrounding towns. So what happens when one town's local control starts to negatively impede on another town's local control? At that point, we think it's appropriate for the state to step in and try to incentivize housing opportunities, which SB 400 does. So in March, New Hampshire Association of Realtors conducted a statewide poll, and we asked people if housing availability was a problem in their community. 78% said that it was a problem. 60% described it as a very big problem. When we asked if they believed housing costs and availability are a problem because of the pandemic, so these issues will resolve themselves as things return to normal, or did they believe that housing costs and availability have been a problem for a long time and won't get better until elected officials take action? 61% said elected officials need to take action, while 32% said the market would take care of itself. So SB 400 represents an opportunity for the state to begin to turn the tide on housing availability in New Hampshire, and we certainly support that. A couple of examples that just occurred this week in my line of work. One young woman whose house that she was renting is now for sale. The owners are moving on for a variety of reasons, and she no longer can live there. So we're on the hunt to find an affordable property for her to either purchase or for her to rent. We started the search within 45 minutes of where she worked, could not find anything. And then so we started searching over an hour, which brought us into Vermont. And yes, I'm licensed there as well. And we only found 2 options. And each of those 2 options, there were droves and droves of people in her similar situation, not folks from out of state who are looking for a vacation rental or a second home. And the competition was fierce. So it is not just 1 or 2 people that are looking for homes. There are a lot of our workers that are willing to sacrifice their precious hours on the road to find an affordable house. So we need to do something here in New Hampshire to keep them local. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. It's interesting that you said that there's a lot of homes that are either vacation rentals or second homes. Could you put a number or a percentage on that?
So I think what I referred to is that the number of people that we were seeing at the houses that were available in the price point for this particular person were not looking for second homes. They were very similar. They were the same demographic of the person that I was representing. So a person who has is looking for an affordable home based on the workforce housing definition, and is looking for a place to live primarily in New Hampshire. So the folks that are lining up out the door at new listings are not necessarily or overwhelmingly second home buyers or investors.
Thank you.
Could I
You have a
get
follow-up?
one follow-up? Well, I'm still interested in, the percentage of housing in New Hampshire that fall within the vacation rental or second homes, because it seems like there is a large quantity of that reduces the amount of housing available to others.
So I am not, I don't have numbers available for you. Maybe it's something that Ben, I don't know if Ben has numbers on that, and he can speak to that later. But what I am seeing is the housing that we are looking for in the state, that my clientele are looking for in order to stay in the communities or near the communities in which they work. Those properties are not necessarily going to second homeowners. They are not necessarily going to people who are looking to rent it out short-term as an investment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony, and now I want to call up Alyssa Margolin again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the committee. Alyssa Margolin. I serve as Director of Housing Action, New Hampshire. I'm distributing for the committee a sign-on letter in support of Senate Bill 400 that has 108 signatures from about over 80 organizations, and a one-pager summary on the legislation and a copy of my testimony that I will not read to you. We have a severe housing crisis in this state. Newly graduated medical residents are declining jobs at Dartmouth Hitchcock despite their reputation because they can't find a place to live. Engineers are declining jobs at Nobis because they can't find an affordable place to live. We have an increase in family homelessness. This is really severe. And so as a matter of policy development, as a matter of action, we're asking the legislature, what can we do? Since 2019, the governor, recognizing that this was an economic issue for the state, put the best and the brightest in the room for 90 days and said, come up with solutions and respect local control. And they came up with two bills, House Bill 1632 and 1629. This committee supported both of those bills. We had COVID, truncated session, end up next year 586. We combined both of those bills. This committee, again, supported those proposals. So we're back again. This time the bill's called SB 400. It's got a little more compromise. It addresses all the issues that we've named over the years. It is not a mandate. It is not the state saying to a municipality, you have to do this because we have a crisis. We're saying, we will give you tools that already exist for other things and say, if you are ready to say, yes, in my backyard, community, then we are empowering you to do so. If Litchfield does not want to change the bucolic nature and does not want to take any action with SB 400, it doesn't have to. But if Dover wants to, if Dover wants to use 79E or wants to use TIF, the legislature is saying, we recognize we have a problem, here are more tools. That's what this bill does. It's a carrot approach. It's not going to put folks on a list and say these communities are bad and these communities are good. It's saying if you are doing well, yes, in my backyard, and we can use you as an example, we're going to give you an award and call you a champion. It's like Tree City USA or Bicycle Friendly Communities or any of these other municipal incentive programs that say you're doing a good job on this. If you don't want to do it, you do not have to. So essentially, I don't think these proposals can be watered down anymore. I think we have a serious crisis, and so many organizations and business interests are asking the legislature to act and give tools for those ready to meet market demand so that we can ensure that we have a workforce for the future. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if these provisions are already in statute, what is the reason why, this type of housing is not being developed in New Hampshire? And I'm not sure that Senate Bill 400 is going to fix that.
Well, for example, 79Es already exists, but they might use it to restore a local theater or preserve a historic farm. And so what we're saying is, if you want to use it for housing municipality, you can do that. It's up to you. So that's what I mean. These are tools that exist for they're economic development tools that the state has already put into play. And so a group of thoughtful people who really know what's out there in terms of policy and economic development tools that are already available to municipalities said, let's put housing in the mix. And that's all that this does.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it, and I appreciate your patience with our schedule that we're up against. David Juve?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'll be real brief because, like all of you, I want to hear more from Ben Frost. So, once again, I'm Dave Juve. I'm a Senior Vice President for the Business and Industry Association. I want to make just 2 points, and I'll make them very quickly. The first is, again, to emphasize the lack of workforce housing, which we've all come to understand, is a significant issue for an employer, and it's making their job of hiring and retaining workers much more difficult. So this is something that employers around the state care about. The second thing I'd like to do is refute what a previous testifier said that I found was astonishing when he said he was opposing the bill because it takes away local control. I assure you, there was a lot of work done in drafting this bill to make sure that it did not take away local control and that the tools that were given were something that a community could choose to use or choose not to use. The idea that this somehow takes away local control, I find astonishing, and you don't have to believe me. Look at the New Hampshire Municipal Association, who said they were neutral on the bill. I assure you, and I think you all know this, if there were issues in this bill taking away local control, the Municipal Association would have been the first to say so. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer questions, but if not, can't wait to hear more, Ben.
Any questions from Mr. Juve? Thank you very much. Next, Joe Garuba. Help me if I've mangled your last name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You got the name perfectly correct.
Oh, good.
My name is Joe Garuba, for the record, and I've been deeply involved in the weeds of the details of local planning and zoning for the last 5 years. I'm here to give my testimony to refute the notion that everything in this bill is voluntary and that it doesn't damage local control. If SB 400 is passed, it will significantly limit the authority of local land use boards relating to development projects. SB 400 is a bill which is incompletely titled relative to training and procedures for zoning and planning boards relative to financial investments and incentives. The bill actually contains several provisions which reduce the authority of local land use boards as well as boards of selectmen. The bill narrowly passed the Senate on 3/17, and I'll describe 7 problematic aspects for you now. SB 400 states that if towns offer incentives for senior housing, such as increased density, reduced lot size, expedited approval, or other dimensional or procedural incentives, it shall offer those incentives to workforce housing. And I want to draw your attention to page 1 of the bill. If you look at line 25, I'll just read that one sentence. It says, beginning in July 1st, 2023, incentives established for housing for older persons shall be deemed applicable to workforce housing. What that actually means is the voters of a town who may have decided that they wanted to provide some sort of incentive for workforce housing for people to downsize in their community, their local zoning ordinance is going to be overwritten if you pass this, and any of those benefits that were applied to housing for older persons, those retirement communities, they would automatically be applied to workforce housing. Many towns have prioritized senior housing, and their voters have approved these developments on smaller lot sizes. Forcing towns to apply these densities to workforce housing will result in increased water usage and require additional town services. These senior housing incentives were approved by the voters with the assumption that 1 to 2 residents would occupy a smaller lot. Workforce housing will not be limited to 1 to 2 residents, and demand for groundwater is greater. In summer of 2020, the state experienced a significant drought, and some wells in the southern towns went dry. If family housing development requirements are forcibly linked to senior housing development requirements, this will create a burden on water demand as well as educational services. Local residents are in the best position to determine the specifics of their community. This bill overrides the decision of those voters and unreasonably links 2 separate and distinct types of housing. It's important that local land use decisions are made by town residents who have a vested interest in the outcomes. So that certainly is not a voluntary provision of this bill. The next item, SB 400 states that if land use boards fail to provide specific written findings of fact, which are supportive of their decisions with regard to developers' applications or disapprovals, it shall be grounds for automatic reversal of the board's decision. This language is vague. How would the Housing Appeals Board determine what is or is not supportive? Automatic reversal is not an appropriate action for a technical problem with a disapproval. This clause has the potential to force approvals of non-compliant projects on towns for process-related technicalities. How could this injustice be rationalized? Next, we've got, it imposes a new 90-day time constraint on local zoning boards, and it imposes a 65-day limit on planning boards, eliminating the present methods for extension. As you know, projects before land use boards vary in size and scope greatly. How could the same deadline be appropriate for the construction of a single house and also for the construction of a 200-unit complex? Large projects involving many housing units require additional technical review time. The engineering work, including stormwater and roadway design, demands commensurate attention. How could a strict deadline serve to allow local boards to make careful and informed decisions? Why override their ability to extend these deadlines? Next, we have SB 400 initiates an unelected board greatly insulated from the voters of the state. The 16-member board includes representation largely consisting of housing and development special interests. The board would determine rules for access to state tax dollars. Why would you consider voting this authority to the likes of home builders associations, realtors, and the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority? Do you think this will be a fair way to distribute tax dollars? The authority to make decisions related to the distribution of taxes should reside in the elected legislature. Next, we have the bill states that when a case is appealed, land use boards, but not applicants, can be sued for attorney's fees and costs when it can be proven that said boards have acted with negligence. SB 400 would authorize the Office of Planning and Development to create tests for planning and zoning board members. This provision could be used by developers' attorneys to discredit decisions by local land use boards who haven't completed the Office of Planning and Development's training program. Moving on, SB 400 would allow the same developer to resubmit a denied application. Present case law, known as the Fisher Doctrine, holds that the denial of a local project is final. SB 400 would allow resubmittals if the case were dismissed without prejudice. This process would put a financial burden on the local community and residential abutters who would now have to oppose the same project multiple times. The finality of local land use board decisions is an important protection for abutters who cannot afford to fight non-compliant development projects over and over. Last point here, SB 400 changes the procedures and the timelines currently used by planning boards, city councils, and select boards to consider a development application. The current procedures are well-established and understood protocols. The amended language removes the ability of city councils and select board to identify non-compliances with ordinances and regulations. So this isn't about timing. This is taking away the ability to identify the non-compliances. This reduces local oversight and only serves the interest of developers. The goal of the state statute should be to preserve due process for all residents and to be sure that any developments that are approved are compliant with the ordinances that the residents voted for. It seems SB 400 is designed to facilitate development approvals without regard to compliance for local residents, local regulations and ordinances. So wrapping up, considering all these reductions in local municipal authority created by the inclusion, all the ones that were created by the inclusion of the Housing Appeals Board, which was added as a negotiation into the budget in 2019, how can the passage of SB 400 be justified? It's my belief that the serious limitations on local authority should result in an ITL recommendation from this committee. In addition to being state representatives, you are all residents of your local municipalities. I ask that you vote to ITL this bill for the sake of your neighbors and local land use board members who deserve your support. Please feel free to reach out to me with any questions or comments. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them now.
Any question? Yeah, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you have stated that you're intimately involved with local planning and zoning. And with regard to any feedback that you've received from your town and your, elected officials, what is their feedback with regards to this bill?
So I believe they are working on drafting a letter to provide to this committee. I haven't seen the language of that letter yet, but I'm expecting it'll be available to you before you exec the bill on the 18th. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate that you enduring the schedule that we kind of adopted here and your patience in waiting it out. So thank you.
Thank you for allowing my testimony.
Next, we have Regina Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in the interest of time, that gentleman just said a lot of my comments, so I'm going to refrain from stating those right now.
Okay.
My name is Regina Barnes. I am a New Hampshire patriot, and I am here representing statewide citizens who cannot make it today. I have been following the housing and what has been happening in Concord here for quite some time, for about pretty much since 2019, when the Housing Appeals Board was snuck into the budget as part of the budget deal. So I am completely opposed to this. I believe the Hampton Board of Selectmen has sent a letter to you in regards to Senate Bill 249. I'm not sure if they acted on this bill or not, and that was to oppose Senate Bill 249. I can tell you that as a prior selectman in Hampton and also as a pretty much lifelong resident, Hampton is a prime example of development at a very, very fast pace. It has been summarized to us recently that approximately only 9% of our town is conserved. So 91% of it is developed. So our planning board and our zoning board, I believe, do a very good job at working with property owners, developers, to make sure the projects that they want to pass get passed. And I don't think we need any state interference. We haven't so far. So primary objective to this SB 400 is this, in my view. Now, I know a lot of people said this is all, it's all up to the community, but when you offer the community money, whether it's going to be state money or federal funds, I'm not sure, but when you offer them monies that are going to be either grants or low interest rates for water and sewer, things that have been needed in their communities, to me, that's a bribe. That's a bribe to do what is wanted by the state of New Hampshire and its government. So, in my view, this grants more authority to unelected Concord bureaucrats. In conjunction with the already unconstitutional Housing Appeals Board, it will cause the demise of what is left of state and municipal sovereignty. I know a lot of people behind me are in support of this bill, and I know where they represented. They stated who they represent, but my question is, who represents the regular people that have lived in this state for decades? Who's representing those people? I'm going to try to represent some of them right now. SB 400 grants authority to the Office of Planning and Development to determine preferential access to state resources, which is what that whole community, I'm not sure what it's called, incentive plan is. I know Hampton's in one with regards to flood insurance. We have to do all these extra things, go over all these hurdles, and you know what? We're not even getting into the program because we have 4 or 5 properties that are not compliant. So unless they actually go to those 4 or 5 properties and force the property owners to do upgrades, then it's been a waste of time, and we've been in it now for at least 6, 7, or 8 years. So how is it fair for rural towns to choose not to urbanize? In my view, this is going to pit towns that want to stay small, local. They don't want to be rural communities. Not everyone wants to live in an urban community. That's why many of us moved to New Hampshire. So shouldn't all of the state have access to the state resources, not just a select few? Please vote against this bill to preserve the unity of the state's rural towns and cities. And the question I really want to leave with you is, who should control the housing developers? Should it be the municipalities, or should it be state-appointed boards? And the Senate failed by passing this bill onto the House, and I hope that the House will kill it on its arrival. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Barnes? Seeing none, thank you very much. And our last speaker is, I'm going to mangle the last name, Joe Guthrove.
I spell my name.
Oh, that's you. This is you, Joe.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you holding me till the end.
I was only.
Surprised there's any audience left.
I didn't associate this handwriting with you.
My handwriting wasn't, my hand wasn't shaking though.
Earlier, Joe, you disclosed your age.
I know.
You said 92.
92, yes, and here I am.
God bless you.
92 years old?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Joe Guthrie, Rockingham 13, Hampstead and Kingston, and I'm here to speak against 400, Senate Bill 400, and the reason be as submitted. Maybe, in fact, my comments should have been saved, and they probably rightfully belong personal privilege before the full House. Because my objection is at the way the bill is submitted. And in spite of all the due respect I have for the governor and particularly the prime sponsor of this bill, I just am going to have a hard time supporting it. And if you all recall, last session, we had what they called omnibus bills. It was because of the virus, where they put 25 bills or whatever it is, and we all voted on them, and it was either take or leave, and some of them might have been germane, as these are germane. But, it was take it or leave it, and that was the way it is. I said to myself when the virus went that I couldn't vote for an omnibus bill, and I submit to you that this is an omnibus bill. There's 3 separate items in here. They're all germane. Maybe you like the first 2 sections, like the certificate, like I have a concern about. Maybe you like me. Or maybe you like the certificate, but you don't like the planning. What are you going to do? Take it or leave it. And I object to the way the bill is submitted to this committee, and I think it should be split into 3 bills. And if there was a way to do it, and I don't know if there's a way to do it, but I really I'm offended that at this stage of the game, we're playing games like this. And I blame my own leadership. And I don't have a problem going on record that I blame my own leadership for submitting a bill like this with 3 separate issues in one bill. And that's all I have to say, and I certainly take questions, but I don't know how it's either a yes or no, take it or leave it. So appreciate the time, and thank you for saving me till the end, and I hope I didn't keep anybody too long.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're at the point, what? Oh, we have a question, yes.
So, this is a question of the chair, Mr.
Yep.
Chair. It's my understanding that committee member statements of support or opposition to bills are for the executive session when we vote on the bills and not as testimony. My understanding is that committee members participating in the hearing do not testify, and that is for the executive session.
I appreciate the comment. I got some clarification on that, and the clarification I got was that if you were a primary sponsor of a bill, then we're not allowed to testify on that, and you had to actually we have had people step down from being at the desk here and sitting in the audience during that time period. So that's the way we've handled that.
Mr. Chairman, if I will, I did ask the question previously, and I apologize if it's not the correct form, and as I indicated, it probably rightfully belongs before the House as a personal privilege.
Please, there's no need to apologize, Representative Guthrie, but thank you.
Okay, we're at the point where I told you we'd be at if we get Mr. Frost to come back to the microphone. So I'll leave it to the committee to prompt Mr. Frost with questions that you have that can help get a better understanding of how this bill came together and what it's proposed to accomplish. And then when we're done, we go home. So you stand between dinner and,
It's,
Don't screw it up.
thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I am still at your disposal. Do you want me just to take questions?
yeah, let's start with that, and
Okay.
maybe it'll germinate into something bigger. Yes, Representative Trelevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I merely wanted to comment that it's actually not Mr. Frost that's between us and dinner. It's all of us who are between us and dinner. Thank you. Just a reminder.
Good comment.
Yes, Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for taking my question. My question is pertains to page 4, section 10, that discusses in statute the ordering of the schedule of both the Superior and Supreme Courts. And to put it simply, it allows appeals to cut in line. I'm troubled by that, and also I would like to know if there are other examples in statute where such a provision is allowed for.
Thank you for that question. And Representative Power, I would start by pointing out that the priority on the court's dockets for land use decisions is existing law. This simply modifies the existing law. So it's called the rocket docket. And if you look at, and you see the language here on line 15 of page 4, that's the existing law. So there already is priority on the court's docket for, in this case, planning board decisions. And if you look down, same page, section 11, RSA 677.5, priority, that's for ZBA decisions. And the existing law has simply been removed there and the entire section's been replaced. So both planning board and ZBA decisions on appeal to Superior Court have priority on the court's docket. And what we're seeking to do here is to spell out what that means. So the court has some instructions from the legislature on how to prioritize those things. And this language that is here both in section 10 and section 11 is actually language that the judicial branch drafted. So, and this was an amendment to the bill as introduced in the Senate. Attorney Richard Head appeared before the Senate committee, I think it was the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee that was hearing the bill, and said that the judicial branch had a problem with the way the bill was written as introduced. He came up with language, negotiated with Senator Perkins Quokka and Senator Bradley, talked with us about it, and this is what they came up with, and we are perfectly fine living with this language that the judicial branch came up with. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Frost? I think what.
I think you're worn out.
I think yeah, I was going to say that.
This is a long day.
Burnt.
I can keep going, but
I know you could. You could go until midnight. So we have a schedule that we're going to exec this bill on the 18th. And Mr. Frost has some homework
I have my assignment, sir.
to go complete. I would suggest that if any of you have follow-on questions that you hadn't thought of up to this point, for either Mr. Frost or maybe the NHMA or others that have shown an interest and testified, that you contact them directly and accumulate additional information as you see fit. And if you find a nugget or two, I'm talking to the committee members, if you find a nugget or two that we all should know about, I would suggest you bring it to the executive session and let's kick it around and educate each other a little bit.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, given that invitation, I'd be happy to email the entire committee tonight, so you have my email address, and feel free to fire any questions at me. I'll take them all.
Appreciate it, thank you. I know that we all have families and we have other commitments, and I appreciate your effort. So I'm going to close the public hearing on Senate Bill 400. Thank you all for staying late and getting this work done.
I didn't think we were gonna make it, John.
Mr. Chairman, our next meeting is on the 18th, is
Yes.
that correct?
The 18th at 10 o'clock.
At 10. That's a Monday, correct?
Yes. And depending on which caucus you belong to, there may be a caucus prior to the meeting, or maybe not. That's up.
We're gonna tell them we're gonna